But that's wait, Osama. You see, the thing is this: you guys don't understand what it is that we're doing here. Okay, number one is we must learn how to work together. Hatuwezi pretend that sai tutaka mtu tuanze ku work together. No, we must learn how to work together. So, hata hiyo siku the first space that you had, Osama, I came there. Nilikuja nikajaribu kubonga, mkaniambia hey, Shia, wewe ni traitor. So usi ati mimi sina goodwill. Me, I have the goodwill. Juzi nimewa invite new wote hapa. 1 week ago, I invited all of you and I told you, hey guys, come to my space. I come to all your spaces. Come to my space. Let's have a discussion because I think there's somewhere where we can fix. I invited everybody. It's on public record. So, nyinyi ndio mnafahamu change roho yenyu because I have been here. Osama hakuna mtu amefungwa space mob kama mimi. I am the biggest space host since the beginning of spaces. Nilianza spaces vile I think 3 years ago. Right? I have been fighting. I've been on this fight for the longest time. So if there's anybody who has goodwill, it's me. Unasema nini? Gaidho nilimu invite. Juzi too, when we had that the 24th of June, I invited Gaidho. I invited Boniface Mwangi. I invited even some MPs, including Silvana Sosoro. I invited Dennis Itumbi. They didn't come through. So it's not that I don't want us to work together. No, we work together. Conference. I've always been, bro, even yesterday, the day before yesterday, when I did a space, all I was saying is, let us bring all these people together. Okay? So, Osama, makosa ilifanyika. You did what you did. Let's move on from beyond that. You're a very influential guy. I think there's a very big career ahead for you. You seem to have a way of talking with these people. And you're a likable fellow. Hata kama ulikaka traitor your time. But we can move on beyond that. Now, what we have to do is we have to make sure that we know what we're doing. That's why what I did with Gaidho in the morning, I mean, a few minutes ago, it was to bring Gaidho back to the path. So usione ati mimi just Gaidho, come back to the path. Wacha kufocus na upiuni. This is what we must do. We must all learn how to work together. Because otherwise, if we cannot work together, easy spaces ni zanini. I invited Americs. I invited Cyprian Nyakundi. They didn't come through. So, roho mbaya inafaa itoke kwenyu. Stop it. Learn how to work together. Bro, the opportunity for us is so much. The opportunity kubwa. Osama, you know how big that opportunity is. Ataka unapigwa daily. You know how big this opportunity is. It's big. Everybody can get something out of it. So, Osama, what I want you to do, and everybody else who's listening, is know that my door is open. The same way I've opened my door to you today. Even the last time when you came, I still opened my door to you. If Gaidho was to come here, I would give him a chance to speak and say whatever he wants to say. Right? So we are together, but we must learn how to work together. We must. Otherwise, atatukapewa katoi katatuchapa. With all this fighting, kesho wasi wanafanya the streets, na saa hii unasikia Boniface Mwangi ametuamkia. Si ni Boniface ama ni fat fuck? So I'm with you, Osama. I'm 100% with you. And you see, the thing about like what you want me to worry about is what you should worry about. Then me, I will worry about what I should worry about. Lakini wewe usiniforce ni worry vitu zako. Hizo ndio zinakuaffect. Mimi kuna vitu zingine zinani affect. So I cannot force you to worry about my shit and don't force me to worry about yours. But let's work together so that when you do your thing and I do my thing, tukizileta kwa meza inakaa kitu kubwa. Some of the questions you guys were asking, we are like, oh, shit. But let's keep it moving. So, Osama, do you have anything else you want to say? I see a lot of people want to talk to you.
Okay, nataka kuongea mwisho. Okay, mimi na admit nilifanya makosa. Hiyo na apologize. Na I try my best tuko pamoja kwa hii movement. Na kuna wase wanadhani, sell out sijui anawakuna gava, anafanya hivi vya hapana. Mimi niko na kitu ndani ya roho, tuko pamoja. Vile umesema tu, nataka tu work wote pamoja. Kama ni Twitter space unachapa, nataka call notice unapata like kuna like okay, kila mtu akona entitled vile anafanya vitu zake, but nataka tukue na umoja ingine fiti sana. kama ni spaces unaingia wote pamoja, obviously government inaweza feel kuna wale wasi wako very influential, tukue tu wote pamoja hapo ndani, alafu tuna add kila msee anaongea, tunajua vile tunaweza fanya. Kama hii kwa hii space nataka tuanze kuongea tu, kesho tutafanya aje, kesho tunaenda saa ngapi, ndio tutoke saa ngapi, iko very peaceful as possible. Na check isiko tunapigana, okay tunaweza pigana tu baadaye, but mimi kitu naweza omba sana na wabeg, tuko na umoja time ya kuorganize history ya maandamano. That's inakuwa very effective. Tunasema tunachochana, nataka tunachochana. Obviously kuna wengine hizi tokea official inaeleweka, but ukichapa job yako online ya kuchochana bado ina play a very huge role. Unaweza kezo hashtag kila wakati, kama hizi tokea ina shida, compensate for that. Kama unatokea pia kwa ground, share information yote kwa tu hivyo, isikieti wewe utakuja wewe make sure utaonana wewe traitor, hapana. Hii ndio nataka kusema. Na drop mic kibe.
All right. Grace Olwande. Go ahead.
Mnanisikia?
Kabisa.
Good morning, everyone. Maybe actually I've been seeing what is happening, and I felt for Otaro at some point because Osama, because you.
Grace, we lost you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So mistake kama ishafanyika, watu wa accept mistake imefanyika na watu wa move forward. Hii story ya you guys are fighting each other, it's not right. And in fact, nilikuwa naona a post somebody wrote to Osama, a very bad post, to an extent you curse someone. Tukieka emotions, we will not reach where we want to be. Hata leo hatukuwa tunafaa kudiscuss hizi vitu zenye, now we are trying to bring you together because tomorrow we have an agenda. So, and agenda is Ruto must go. And Rukibe, wewe nimekuwa na siku yenye watu wanaenda maandamano, wewe una hold spaces. Kuna hata space ulikuwa na hold hapo ukisema hapo ati watu wasiende maandamano, watu wanaenda maandamano for what? Ati for that day mbona watu wanaenda maandamano? I mean, our focus should be one. Kama ni maandamano, kila mtu anajua kwa nini na.
No, Grace, do not lie. I've never held a space to say anything like that.
I can tell you.
Acha uongo yako. Alafu ngoja. Let me correct you because now you're just accusing me of bullshit. I can hold a space whenever I want. Whether mko maandamano ama it doesn't matter. Even during your wedding, I will have a space probably. Okay? So usikuja hapa kuniambia when I can host a space. Wewe ukitaka kwenda maandamano, enda maandamano. If I want to go, the day I went to town ulikuwa hapo?
Yes,
ulikuwa hapo?
Maandamano nimekosa. I've been going to
maandamano. So wewe enda maandamano yako, mimi nitaenda maandamano yangu. When I want to host a space, I will host it. Do not hold that against me. Are we together?
Just listen first. Au kuacha nimalize.
No. I want you to understand because don't think that we're on the same level. When I want to host a space, I host a space. I don't need your permission. So kuja hapa kuniambia
when that's
sitaki kuwasikiza because sasa nyinyi mnataka kuniokota. When I'm holding a space, I hold a space. It doesn't matter when. Si lazima niwaambiwe na hold space. Wewe Osama, when you are holding that space, ulituambia.
Good to be
you hold your space.
So you want us to listen?
No.
You want to listen to us. Personally, mimi niliona
I want you to be factual. I want you to be factual. So I'll give you a chance to say what you have to say, but I want you to be factual. Usikuja hapa kudanganyana. I have never said watu wasiende maandamano. Number 2, I will host a space whenever I want to host a space. I don't need your permission. Don't put me in that position where ati saiji watu wako maandamano sitafanya vile nataka kufanya. See, everybody do what you want to do. Don't try and guilt trip me into doing things that you think I should be doing. So move away from that because that will not change. On to your next point.
So I'll request that you don't mute me when I'm speaking so that I may put my point across. As much
I lost you, Grace. Wacheni kupigia Grace simu amalize point zake.
Okay.
Kibe niko na suggestion.
Unani
Kibe.
Ngoja.
Okay.
Everybody just mute your mic. We just hear from Grace. Grace, go ahead.
So this is it. Mimi sijakuja hapa kugombana na mtu or kufight na mtu, but what I'm telling you, Andrew, is one point. If we agree now, tomorrow is maandamano. If you're holding space like for the whole day, una disrupt watu wengine who have an agenda, because some people like us tutataka kujoin space tujue watu wanafanya nini, but the real thing is we should be in the maandamanos. Hii space iko hapa kutudirect, kutuambia what next, kujiplan, as in what can we do next. But the day that people are supposed to be at action, inafaa kukuwa day ya action, Andrew. Na si ati nakuwekelelea, that day mimi nilikuwa kwa hiyo space yako, one of those days. Ile siku watu walikuwa wanafaa kuenda kuoccupy Uhuru Park, alafu Uhuru Park ikaja. Na your space ilikuwa inasema specifically, why are you going for the maandamanos? That was the head topic. So it's not like I don't know what I'm saying, but all I'm saying is that tukue pamoja, mwache hizo stories za kupigana kila wakati, because we are losing focus. Focus yetu ni Ruto must go. Na hiyo ndio inafaa kukua issue. Hizo stories zenyu mtasort baadaye, but right now the focus is Ruto must go. Na hiyo ndio our agenda. So hizo stories za kurub shoulders at each other, throwing bad languages at each other, it's really not helping, and in a divide watu. Now, even if you've looked at history, wakati wa hizo rebellion among the British, nini the British walikuwa wanatumia? First of all, walikuwa wana make sure wamedivide watu. And that is what politicians have been using. They have been using tribalism to divide us. And that is now what they are using right now, to cause chaos and havoc between all of you mwenye mkona long mkona thread ya watu kuona vitu zenye mnaandika. So that is what they are doing, and you people are playing into that game. Mi hiyo story ya kwanza ku accuse Osama each and every day, alisha admit akasema yeah, alikuwa wrong na akaomba msamaha. Why don't we move forward? Mbona ni kila saa issue moja tunataka kusolve each and every day? So the most important thing hapa, Andrew, watu wajue agenda. Agenda ni Ruto must go, na hiyo ndio kitu tunafaa kufocus on. Thank you.
Kidogo. Hi. Mimi naitwa Anto.
Ngoja Anto, I'll give you an introduction. Wacha ni designer Grace bana. Hey Anto. Wacha nyege. Grace, I agree with you like 60%. You have made some very good points. Yeah? You made some very good points. And yes, we should stop the bickering like children, like women, and come together. It sounds a bit harsh coming from a woman, but I get your point. Yeah. So let's agree that we must come together to plan whatever it is that we are doing. Okay? Let's agree on that. I want us to, so let's come together to plan for whatever it is that we are doing. So today, if we're planning for tomorrow, then we should all be here right now. Ama mtu afungue space yake tuende hapo, but since tushafungua hii, let's be here. Now some wanasema niko busy. Who isn't? Don't shame me or shame anybody else for wanting to make something out of this. Everybody is doing it. But who has the best interest at heart? Everybody, tafuta ule mtu anaweza kusaidia zaidi. That's all. So we are here, we are willing. So let's work together. Whatever somebody, mtu akibenefit amebenefit. Kuna watu watapata jobs hapa. So asilipwe mshahara juu sasa akibenefit itakuwa ni mbaya. No, remove that focus. Na tuache kusema watu wamelipwa. Let's get out of that. Let's stop saying people have been paid, because that's a tactic that was used by Moi. It used to be, oh, this person has been paid. And as soon as you say this person has been paid, their credibility is short. And this person will never say anything else, because every time anafungwa mdomo kusema kitu mnasema wewe umeshalipwa. And that's you kweli. So hata Osama usiseme don't repeat that rhetoric. Let's close that shit up today. Kama unajua msema amelipo na uko na evidence, toa evidence. Sema evidence ndio hii, hizi ndio receipt, hii ndio M-Pesa. That's it. Then we don't have to discuss beyond that. But not for men to be sitting down to speculate. Atu wanaume tunakaa chini tuna speculate na si kweli. Hapana. Produce evidence. So thank you, Grace. And let me... So I'd seen Mariam. Mariam, I wanted you to come through. But let me introduce Anthony first. Anthony, what's up? Before we go to engineer.
I'm good, Kibe. So, Grace, first of all, Osman, me personally na sisi wote tumefurahi umekam kwa hii space. Kuna kitu moja nataka kusema. Dunia mzima, the reason watu uanza msukumo wa kitu ambayo inawafinya in this, ninarudi down kwa kesi yetu, unemployment, hizo vitu zote youth wana raise, ni ku offer an alternative way of doing things. People come together to offer an alternative way of doing things. So, sisi, hatuwezi demand leadership from gava na sisi hatushow leadership. Hatuwezi demand unity kwa gava na sisi hatushow unity. Hatuwezi demand accountability kwa gava na sisi hatushow accountability. Hizo ndio vitu tunajaribu kusema kwa hii space. Sitaki kukanisema Osman, but nitasema Osman tu pia uko na following kubwa. Sijui kama na make sense kwako. Sisi tukipigana tusiambie gava ati nyinyi hata mnatupeleka the wrong way. Sisi wenyewe tunajipeleka the wrong way. So ile example tunataka gava of the day ikue, lazima si tuwashow. Hatuwezi demand vitu atuoneshe government. We can't demand for what we are not showing. Grace, the reason we mention British, hata nimeandika place in capital letters. Britain is a very small country. But that small country colonized the entire globe at one point. Why? Because they had unity of purpose, a common agenda, and they were speaking with each other, not at each other. When Kiba is hosting a space, hivyo mnasema, watu wengine wakiwa maandamano. Queen, King wa Britain akiattack dunia mzima, alikuwa kwa hizo country zote. Lazima mujue, in any movement, lazima mujidivide into sections. Kibe is good at asking questions that prick your conscience and prick your way of doing things. Osman Otero is good at mobilizing people to go and fight. So, in anything, there is a general, there is a lieutenant, there is I don't want to use the word president because it will not be the right thing. There is a king somewhere or a leader somewhere. So each one of us, the reason Kibe anasema tukuje pamoja, tulete hiyo hostility ya Gaidho, tulete nguvu ya Osman Otero na kina KOT na kina Afrocentric ya kubring youth pamoja, because hapo ndio hiyo ndio strength yenu. So that tuulize Kibe, na I'll give him, ndape kila mtu nini yake. Kibe is very good at articulating issues. Kuna venye anaweza panga issues mone, by these issues ina make sense. Tuchukue strength ya Osman Otero ya kuleta wase pamoja na kuwa focus. So we bring all those things together to achieve a common goal. What is the goal? Gen Z, millennials, Gen Xs, tunataka jobs, tunataka a good standard of living, tunataka services zikuwe poa kwa public sector, tunataka wase wakiambiwa wana retire at 60 wa retire at 60, tunataka cabinet in a function. We can only achieve this by bringing our strengths together and keeping our weakness and sorting our weaknesses under the table. Unaona? So let us come together. Osman, go talk to the Gen Zs you command. Uwalete pamoja. Personally, mimi sikiwasao kuataa. Kama like, okay, right now, Gaidho ana fight Cairo. Ati tusijui tu occupy biashara ya Cairo. What the fuck nonsense is that? Mnataka msee young, yet mnajaribu kuriberate msee young. But them convince msee Cairo ni sawa uandamani. But baada ya kuwa spirit ya maandamano, tupe alternative ya vile tunaweza andamana. Lastly, Osman Otero alitoa idea poa sana, sijui watu wanaenda kwa kita JKIA. Na nilisikiza hiyo space. But what should we be focusing? Amwezi in the moment storm. Should we be saying, Osman Otero akasema wase wavae uniform, msee alishuti wakiwa na uniform. Boss, msee alishuti wakiwa ameshika flag ya Kenya. So uniform si kubwa kuliko flag. But that was an idea I had. If I was asked, ningesema, some of you should dress well, mwende airport na mkiulizwa juu clearly kesho watakuwa na vetu wase unaingia airport kudu wewe una fly ndio tuoneshe ticket yako cause uwezi ingia ndege bila ticket. So wase wengine waseme sisi tumekuja kuchukua msee so that you get a sizable number of people inside the airport, not to damage the airport. Then mkwe na a clarion call that at this point either wasota kuna kitu signage watatoa or something to indicate to the people who are coming in, this is what we are pushing for. You get, strategy will always win over brute force. Let us be strategic. That is, I think, what we are trying. Let us come together, we put our minds together, we put our strengths together, and we move forward. The end goal is to win together. That is my submission nikiingia kwa hii space.
Wonderful submission, Anthony. Wonderful submission. I like the part where you say the end goal is to win. That's it. Engineer David, anything you want to say? The end goal is to win together. Yes.
Hello,
yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Go ahead.
So, fellow Kenyans, let me begin by saying that our main goal is to make our country better than we found it. And we are not the first set of people to be in the struggle. Our forefathers and those who came before us already fought to give our country freedom from those who oppressed us, the white men and black people who are collaborating with them. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why our independence was so much delayed is because of the divisions and internal wrangles, each person trying to find what they can benefit from during those days. So it is very scary that even during this time when we are trying to achieve something that is so valuable to this generation and those who will come after us, we are already seeing things that look like what delayed our forefathers in achieving what was necessary at that time. But because these are things that do happen, the most important thing is that we learn from their failure and then we forge a more united front as we fight this common enemy. I want to speak from a project management point of view because that is where I'm more experienced. We have a project before us, and the project here is to remove Ruto, and the bigger picture is to make our country better. Whether he goes or he stays, we want to make sure that we are felt on the ground and that our views are properly implemented. We have had so many protests already. Some were exceedingly good, but some did not go well. So what we should be doing on this space whenever we come on, in my view, should be looking back. What did we do right in the previous protest? Why did it not go well as was expected? What happened? And how can we correct that? In every project management task, we care more about risk analysis and checking on things that didn't go well so that we can improve when we take on to the next one. I want to tell you at this point that in 2017, when we were having this general election and there is this Governor Joho of Mombasa, he was not doing well politically. He had so many people angling for his position. His friend, President Uhuru Kenyatta, was aware that he could not be elected. So they forged a strategy to have Joho re-elected by opening so many cases against him so that it would appear to people that they are fighting each other, and but in the process, in reality, they are trying to raise their value and raise their, their support through sympathy from their support base and those who are in the middle ground. So I want to tell that even those who are fighting right now amidst us, they are only appearing to be fighting. They are actually not fighting, but they are trying to raise their profile. It is not bad. At the end of it, you are supposed to, to succeed or achieve or gain whatever that you are looking for. But if it is at the expense of the goal that we are trying to achieve, then I think that is terribly wrong. So right now, our goal is to occupy JKIA tomorrow. I would want to hear from those who are more experienced with this airport, telling us from what direction should we attack it, and what can we expect. This is a highly important area. So the reality is the government can really come with a lot of force. And our intention is not to die tomorrow. Our intention is to liberate this country. Then we live in it. We want to celebrate what we are doing. So instead of trying to solve problems between people who are actually grown-ups and they can take phone calls and agree on their own issues, we should focus on how we save lives tomorrow, how we make sure that the protest is extremely successful. So this is, for me, what is more important now. So to Osama, who is currently being accused by nearly everybody, even after apologizing, I want to say a little bit differently that you really have nothing to apologize about, because the Englishmen say that you need to also keep your enemy closer if you want to actually defeat them. Yesterday, President Ruto was in Bomet and he spoke certain things. Before even news time in the evening, people are already discussing these things online. It is because even those who are in our team, you listened to him. So who hosted him for us now to also say that whoever hosted him made a mistake? It is because people are looking for this information from him. You cannot attack your enemy unless you know what he's thinking about. So Osama, even if he asked to come online again, please host him. It is important for us to know what he's saying. That is how we are able to gauge what level of madness we have exposed him to, and then we know better what to do next. And that is my submission. I thank you very much for listening.
Oh, engineer, you made some very good point about we should not build our profile with this at the expense of the movement. It's a very good point. We should not build our profile with this opportunity at the expense of the movement. Thank you, engineer. That one will stay with me. So yes, so this is an open invitation to everybody. Whoever is out there, if you've been part of this movement and you want to join like-minded individuals, my door is open. Come here, join us. Let's discuss. Let's chart the way forward. And we agree on what we're doing next. Hannah Ali, are you here?
Yes, Kibe, I am.
Go ahead.
Asante. Hamjambo. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you were. Now, mi nataka kusema maneno machache, less than 3 minutes. But before I do that, can I ask, as you say, the most hated person on X, can I ask him a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. How do you feel that the time you were hosting the space and your friend burial was on and you missed the burial? Do you regret that, and how do you feel about that?
Okay, sijui naweza ongea kuhusu hii story. Nawambia hiyo kitu ile happen na kila kitu go out of proportion. Like vile mimi hufanya kila kitu online. Nikiona mtu amepass, mtu amepotea, can do that wholeheartedly. Nafanya kila mtu. But design hiyo story iligeuziwa, ilikani kama ni mtu nimemjua for the longest time vibaya sana. Unacheki? Ikani kama msee tume meet naye, tume work out for the longest time. Those guys who tried to push, even the brother, the alleged brother, si brother yake, asema mbona jana mazishi ya bro wangu, that even brother hakuenda mazishi. But wakati najua ni kama missing person amepotea, mimi nimepost. Cheki, that's my job. Na post hizo vitu mimi post. Kuna mtu amepotea nitapost, mtu amepass, story ya social justice nitafanya. But design mlijaribu kufix hiyo story kaini kama ni mtu nimejua for the longest time, hadi nikaa nimebetray with the family. Hapo ndo watu wengi walikosea. Watu wengi wajui even the brother si brother yake. But they made it look like maze mimi ni kama nimemsee, ni kama nimembetray mahari. Na cheki, Yani mimi nilishangaa, yani vile mjaribu kugiza story iko, yani niko solely personal responsible kwa death na matanga ya jamaa. Na cheki liko like any other person ameuliwa kama Rex vile aliuliwa. Na cheki how come mjiulize, mbona walikuwa wanasema kuhusu, mbona why are people not talking about Rex? Rex tulimuona maandamano, that guy tulipana naye maandamano, hamjaijua hiyo story ukweli hapa. But since umeni address, nasema my friend, everybody is my friend online. Mtu anajua Osama na kuja on Twitter, tumekuwa huko naye maandamano, umepatia placards zako na firimbi, tuendelee na maandamano. But wakati watu walijaribu kupushia narrative ionekane ni kama tu uni jamani nimemwacha mahali, nimemruka kila kitu, ionekane ni kama mimi ni mtu mbaya ati sana. Alafu tena wakasema nimekimbia State House ku host president. Hapo ilikuwa ni agenda, it was an agenda against me. Okay, a mistake was done, but sometimes pia ni poa tuongee tu ukweli, isionekane kama mimi ni mtu mbaya. Kila mtu vitu zina happen hapa. Unapata mtu anasema ati nilienda morgue ati I was drunk, na the alleged brother hata alikuwa hapo, I was very sober, nikuja kaangalia mwili confirm. Wewe unakumbuka ule boy? Actually the alleged brother alisema ni aje, unakumbuka ule boy tulikuwa na ile day? Mazi tumempata hapa City Mortuary. Hata time wakati alikuwa amepotea, nikamwambia ni aje, age tumefika na hii serikali vile iko mbaya, tufanye hivi. Ukiona mtu amepotea na tumekuwa maandamano wote na vile gava imekuwa, hebu tuanze kuangalia City Morgue. I called the guy, hivyo kambia City Morgue. Kwa kile call back kambia hebu angalia City Morgue, na confirm. Mama yake akakuja, huyo boy akakuja pia, that boy alitwa Von kuja akisema hivyo, I was there. Na sheki sasa wakati mnajaribu kupushika ni kama nimebetray jamaa ati sijaenda matanga yake. Nimse even jina yake ya pili nilijua kwa posta tukiangalia, na hii ni reality, naambia tu kweli. Jina yake ya pili nilijua kwa posta tukiangalia. Yani mlijaribu kuimake ni kama uni jamaa nimeishi for the longest time bana.
Osman, let me get in.
Yes.
Just mute like. There's something kuna tunataka tufanye. We've all made mistakes. And hapa mimi si mtu church sana, but I'm a believer. As in I'm a Christian. So let me use that word. Osman alihost president. Pia sisi tunafaa tujiulize swali moja. Kwa Biblia inasema if your donkey enters the hole on the Sabbath, usiwache. Osman hakwenda mazishi, but representatives of this same movement were there. Let me tell you guys, we've all lost cousins, family. You want to say here we all make it to attend that funeral? No. We also don't make it to attend all weddings. Let's move on. Kuna kitu engineer amesema, and we should let it sink. We must learn to do a postmortem of every opportunity we've had and every win. Osman Ali was president. Was it good for me? Yes. What was a mistake we did? Tulikuwa na opportunity ya kupin president. Lakini president in a way alitumaneuver aka control hiyo space. Unaona, no one was asking him the hard questions. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anauliza Mr. President, kuna corruption case A, B, C, D. So when the president said he's coming on space, sisi hatuku take time to prepare. He take time to prepare. He prepared for us. We never prepared for him. And in the event we ever get that chance again to pin this government, let us go prepared. Tuachane na historia Osman, sijui alihost, sijui alifanya nini. We've all made mistakes. You know, if you've never made a mistake, then rushia Osman mawe. Can we move on? If we get now, let me tell you guys, when the president said, again, ametupe an olive branch, I want to meet your leaderless, faceless nini. My friend, when you are about to cut an oak tree, it is spend your time sharpening your blade. Let's spend time sharpening your blade. In fact, kuna msali kwa group akaambia Kibe, wakati president aliongea Bomet jana, si tungekuwa tumeita interview leo sasa. Because the more tunasema tuwezi mface, ni kama tuko na uoga, this government is more intellectual than us. Kwa hii space kuna lawyers, kuna engineers, kuna watu wako na PhD. If we put our minds together, we shall have this entire country backing this movement. Na ndamaliza na kusema, we are the third force. So far in this country, there have been two forces. Raila Amolo Odinga has always been a constant, the second force. The government of the day, be it Uhuru, be it Ruto, be it Moi, they have all met Raila Odinga. Okay, so Raila Odinga has always been ready. Na hata saa hii, anaoccupy ile vacuum sisi tunawacha. The third force, na sitaki to end up kukua kama other political parties, where we get a chance, then we squander it. We are the third force. We are the leaders of that Kenya we want. That Kenya Osman is crying for. That Kenya that Rex died for, and the friend to Osman. That Kenya will not be delivered by anyone else. It will be delivered by us. It is us who have that vision. So let us turn the tide and make this country old, young, mothers who are going to give birth. Let us all unite. I'm even factoring in people who are in the tummies right now, in the wombs. Let us be the voice of reason they want to hear. We need to give them an alternative. My friends, there's a country where a young leader in his 40s called Sonko, the prime minister, I'm forgetting the other name. Look at, there are young people leading countries in their 30s and 40s. What makes us think that we cannot have a Kenyan president who's 39 or 40 years? Can we stop attacking each other? Let's learn from the past. Let us sharpen our blades, and let us be, can we be the president, the ministers of the Kenya we want? Tuache kupembelezana. What we are looking for here is leadership. We are the alternative government. Can we start campaigning for that government? And if Ruto wants a meeting, let's give him that meeting. So long we talk with reason. Reason makes sense to everyone. When we say we don't want a certain cabinet secretary, and I will not be sitaogopa kumention. When we say we don't want someone like Kindiki, I'm not saying Kindiki is a bad cabinet secretary. I'm just saying Kenyans do 7.5 million Kenyans who are largely youthful say we don't have a problem, but people, innocent Kenyans, died on his watch. The same way the commissioner of police retired is the same way we are saying we gave him the chance, but he handled the situation badly. I'm not attacking his character. I'm attacking how he handled it. Nivo.
Mkirinyaga, yenyewe mnaweza bonga watu wa Kirinyaga. Very nice. Anthony, you're like my mouthpiece, I swear. You know exactly what I want to say. You have the words for it, I swear. Very nice. All right. I saw Mariam running here. I really wanted to hear from Mariam. Thank you, Anthony. Hey, Mkirinyaga. Hey, I got points. Mariam, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, guys. I hope you're doing well. So what I wanted to say quickly is actually, I wanted to speak after listening to Grace. Ningependa sana kuambia kitu. Please don't let your hate for Ruto blind you from the real issues that are affecting Kenya. Because saizi naona kila mtu wako, Ruto must go, all your hatred is towards Ruto. Yani, the only thing that you're focused on is Ruto must go. But at the same time, remember, even if Jesus became president of Kenya today, you will still have budgeted corruption. You will still have police beating you like dogs if you say Jesus must go. You will still have all these issues. Your debt mkona mtalipa bado. The tax will have to go up. You will still have a bloated government. So hata mkisema Ruto must go, at the same time, you must have people who are strategizing to have something like the constitution changed. Things that need to be changed, kufanya long-term change, lazima zikuwe focused on. So people like Grace who are complaining at, oh, you know, Kibe is here, sijui wanakuanga wanaita watu waongee, sijui they form a task force, watu kama kinagaido. Remember that you must have people to strategize and have this referendum ifanywe tubadilishe vitu zitafanya long-term change kwa government. If you bring a different president today, you will have the same issues. We have had the same issues with Uhuru, with Kibaki, tusidanganyane. Same things have been happening. Only that saizi umefika boiling point. Please, guys, don't let your hate for Ruto take you away from the real issues. There must be people who are willing to sit down, strategize. If the constitution needs to be changed, you need to do that. If the judiciary needs to be addressed, you need to do that. Mambo ya polisi lazima iadresiwe. And those things will not be done in the streets. They have to be done in the boardroom. They have to be done on the table. Tafadhali, if you see some people are not able to go to the streets and they're able to actually bring a task force that can actually effect change that will be long-term, then just take advantage of their strengths. Kila mtu akona nguvu yake. Wenye wako kwa street wa push kwa street. Kama kina Faith Odhiambo, they can be brought to the table to start pushing something that will be long-term. Let them come to the table and do it. Lakini tusikwe tuna criticize watu ati just because they're not able to go to the streets and you just want everyone to be there shouting every day, but you don't want to look at what other strength you can use. I think this is what is bringing all this e-fight, all this kusema mtu amelipwa nini, because you're not able to look at each other's strengths and take advantage of them. So history ya kufight guys, Osama, sijui Gaido, please don't be malicious. Let's not let the root of hatred blind us. Asante, that's what I wanted to say, Kibe, actually.
All right, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Can I finish, Kibe, my point I wanted to make?
Oh, we took out your time. Hold up. I just want to add something that Mariam said, because because you know we cannot get each other away from whatever it is that we are good at. Sahi kuambia mtu yuko miaka 48 and tao ku demonstrate, that's a lie. That's not going to happen. Demonstration is our say wa young. Mtu ako 48 kwenda tao, hiyo ni waste time. He can be doing something better with his time. So look at somebody and their strengths. Ulize mtu hii strength yako ni gani? Can we use that strength? That's what we are calling for. That's what I've been calling for. All the people with these various strengths, let's bring them together. Imagine that pot. Imagine a pot of Boniface Mwangi, Kimuzi, Fatfa Gaido, Hanifa, Khalif Cairo, Osama. Imagine a pot of 20 or 30 of these people. Bro, tukisema kesho, whatever it is we are doing, forget even JKIA. Kesho tukisema we are shutting down the country has been shut down. But sasa sisi kazi yetu ni kufight. Nani atafungua space kubwa kuliko mwingine? Because that's all hapo ndo tunapata dopamine hit. You get a dopamine hit every time you open a space and people come and tell you, oh, thank you, Kibe, for opening a space. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. You should see me here with lubricant. Just, oh my God, everybody likes to say thank you to me. No, that's nonsense. Kuna kazi nafaa ifanyike saa hii. That's what we should be focused on. What is the work? So mwenye anaweza fungua space, afungue space. Mwenye anafanya hii, afanya hii. Mwenye ana mobilize. But all these things, when you bring them to the pot together, just like ingredients to a nice meal, then, we can sit down and enjoy that meal together. So yes, there's a lot that we need to work on. Abdul Rahman, I am bringing you next because your mom was just here.
Thank you. Essentially speaking, after Mariam, it gives me some clarity because she said some of the things I agree and disagree. One, diversification ya zile skills tuko nazo, and the strengths in our team. I hold the idea that the match I hold the idea that we are gifted differently, and there are so many gifts within our team that we have not exploited. Essentially, one, media is on our side. The mainstream legacy media is on our side. I have not seen majority of us exploiting that, apart from I think Asmuel and a few others. Because the much of the onslaught yenye wanapata from the government pia inatokana na the support they are giving the revolution that we are currently carrying out. Secondly, the CSOs, the civil society organizations, and the faith-based organization and all those, especially the Muslims sana. Na pia church wameamka after we started occupy the churches. They are on our side. The Law Society of Kenya as well, you've seen, and all that, and also the Medical Dentist and Practitioners Union. So I am calling out that we identify our strengths. Mariam saying that streets will not help, one, I differ kidogo, because I feel that we need to negotiate from a point of strength. At the moment we are wounded. We are wounded because the divisions zenye zime happen within our front soldiers zimetufanya sahi tuko divided, and the strength and the unity we portrayed on the first two protests kidogo right now ziko a bit interfered with. So we need to remobilize, and I call upon a unity of especially those people that have massive following, and I call us that we yes, we are leaderless, but there are those people that are opinion shapers, and from day one they had the interest of this revolution and the country at heart, and from that time they have been on the course. But along the way, maybe they were threatened, or they were this or this happened to them, and they wavered. We need to know that we are going to be each other's defenders. This is not the best time for friendly fires. This is not the best time to exchange fires. We will have time for Twitter A to have to solve their issues after we are done with the revolution. We will have a time for content creators to iron out their beef with their haters and whatever competition and the brands they want to endorse all along. But we need them because they have following, they have massive influence, they have people who follow them, who endorse the brands they endorse. We have people who patronize the joints they visit. So we need everyone on board at the moment. Finally, I want to start by saying this. Once we have regained our strength, then we divide ourselves into media people that are going to be communicating to the slowest person on the ground, to the lowest person in Kilifi, down there in Kilifi, who doesn't know why the youths and why the people are on the street. Yes.
Let me just interrupt you, Kidogo. I know you are a very good communicator, so I feel like I'm really doing you a disservice. But I don't want us to talk about what we shall do, because Abdul Rahman, you've been in this game for the longest time. So you're one of the people you are talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's put our names there. So tusiogope kusema hiyo kitu. Put your name out there. Say, I am one of the people I'm talking about, and these are my strengths. This is what I'm bringing to the table. Because watu tunasema watakuja,
exactly.
Wanatoka wapi? We can't keep having this conversation of how one day magically from somewhere we shall all sit down and agree on one thing. No, do it now.
Essentially, Kibe, that is what we are doing today by saying let us set the differences Gaido has with Khalif, Kife has with Osama has with anyone else, George IQ Watson has with me, Mariam has with Kife, and all of us that have had a platform, because we've been here for the longest, Kife, and we have when it mattered the most, we fought feminists. When it mattered the most, we fought the woke agenda and all that. But this is the best time. There is a feminist, Dr. I think she's called Bosire Wairimu or something, that I have seen in the movement, and she's making sense, and she's making a lot of talking points and about why we need to have our country that works and all that. This is not the best time for me to come and now show my disaffection for feminists when in the women movements. Yes, exactly. I mean it when I say this is the best time to hide our feelings for each other that we've had in the past. Because for me, I have been anti-feminism, anti-woke, I've been all that, and I have had to subliminally control those feelings I have, even when I see a feminist speaking about a better country for ourselves, corruption, public appointments based on meritocracy and all that. Let me finish by the thought I had before I give the next speaker by saying this. When we have come together and now we have shown our strength, we are negotiating from a point of strength. Our lawyers, political scientists, and economists and administrative experts will now identify, one, the constitutional amendments that Mariam was speaking about, that need to make EACC work. Like yesterday, we were in a long space where they were telling us sometimes we arrest someone, but we cannot arraign them because we do not have prosecutorial powers. When we go, the DPP has already dropped their charges because they've gotten a political appointment, and this becomes a frustration on our side. And I heard the Kuru Court saying, give us the proposals that you need if you want to have the jails. And even George IQ Watson was there and speaking. Give us the proposals you need as EACC so that corruption does not become an impediment to the new Kenya that we want. One, if it is having your special jails where we jail these people, if it is a prosecutorial powers you need, if it is we amend the constitution once and for all. And who does that? It is not Osama Otero that is going to be sitting on the table doing that. We will have a branch of legal experts that are aligned to the movements that are doing exactly that. If now on this other side we need media experts that are
Abdul, you're unable to move away from living in the imagination. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get us out of our imagination. Talk about imagination. Stop telling us about how this country will one day be this beautiful place where we shall have legal experts and engineers and doctors on one side. All those things are in existence. Let's talk about what's here with us right now. Abdul, are you able to stay in the present? Because the present doesn't have any of what you're talking about. The present has me,
the present has
Anthony, Osama, Mariam, anybody who wants to do this work that you're talking about. So the president doesn't have those people that you're talking about. We just have the people who are here. Because even the only people you can work with are people who are willing to work with you.
Exactly.
So take that from that moment on. Where do we go? Because we are here and we want to do this. So this is the kind of conversation I wanted this Monday to be, where we say, okay, we are here and this is what we have. We don't have the Mercedes-Benz, we have the Pro Box, or we have a bicycle.
Yes.
Yes, but what you're talking about is a Mercedes-Benz, S550.
In your dad's. Okay.
Yeah, so let's talk about what we have and where do we move from that. So use that big brain of yours. Not to go back into the past or to go back into your imagination. Use that big brain to get us out of this hole. Because we're in a hole right now. How do we get these people to work together? How do we get Osama to and Kimusi and Polo Kimani and Fatfa Gaido and Khalif Cairo and Hanifa and who else?
And IQ and Hanifa and all that. Yeah, thank you so much, Kibe. From now, at this point now, we are 3,000 of us. We are almost close to 3,000 on this space from this minute. As engineer, the previous engineer was speaking about how we need to approach it and what impact we are trying to achieve by tomorrow. So from here, the first thing, we need to ensure that the logistics for tomorrow's protest towards
Abdul,
listen, Andrew. It's only fair you let me come to the point because I know
you've been here for a long time, so you're moving the wrong direction. We're not there yet. That will come at the tail end. Right now,
what do you want to hear so that I tell you exactly that? Then you let me land in a minute. What do you want to hear from me, bro? That I tell you exactly.
You've been here, Abdul. You've been here, so you've been talking. So it's not about whether you can talk or not, whether that opportunity exists. You've been here talking. So relax. What I'm trying to tell you is this. That's the wrong direction because that's not what I asked you. I said our biggest problem today is how these people are going to work together. Can they work together? That's it. That's the whole conversation. Yeah. So
thank you.
Yeah. So I'm just redirecting you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. One. There is mistrust amongst the Twitter A. Let me call it Twitter A. Those people that have huge following. There is mistrust, and there's some aspect of beef that we need to iron out. That is one. And I suggest that we need to make it for the sake of our country. Osama come out and says. Because people feel like Osama has something to hide because on the night we went to on the night we were supposed to go to for demonstrations the Thursday just the last Thursday before hosting the president on a Friday. Osama, there is a space you hosted and it was sort of the people that were pre-briefed or were preconditioned.
Abdul, I just feel you, Abdul. No, wait. I feel you're going back to the past match. Let me guide you. Say this. My suggestion is, I don't want you to start if, or I want you to start with, My suggestion is the strength of Osman are this, the strength of Pipita are this, the strength of IQ Western are this, the strength of Miriam are this. Now, I want you to harness this. This, that you want show them that. I feel I
No,
as Abdul
but then without iron out those wounds they have, without ironing out the wounds they have, because there are people who feel that Kibe has been a brand on hatred, and especially, for example,
Abdul,
listen,
we have said
when
forgiven
someone
Osman,
comes here and
we have forgiven Kibe and all the people he ever crossed, we have forgiven them. Okay? We have forgiven them. Sawa. They have ironed out their issue. So, not Osman na sasa na Kibe, they are not talking at each other. Now they are listening and talking with each other. So I want us to move forward knowing the issues that you possibly think have not been ironed out have been ironed out. Now, can we move forward? They have been ironed out. I can confirm to you they have been ironed out on this space. Now, can we now move
So can
forward?
we reach out to Caliph and bring them on this space, and the other one will make it one massive
they know the space is on. We have ironed out our issues.
But you're telling me the issues have been
ironed out the
issues.
Now we are giving them time to debrief. They'll come in. I'm seeing they are naona Mkenya ako hapa, IQ Weston ako hapa, Pipita ako hapa. They are coming in. Now let's move forward together.
So once we identify that, then once we have done with that, we identifying each other's strength. You see, there is someone with the strength of mobilization, and that is yourself, Andrew, Sarab, Oteros, Osama. There are people gifted with articulating the issues on the point. Casmuel comes there, IQ Watson comes there, Afrocentric comes there, a number of others. There are people gifted with the legal knowledge, led by Manua, Faith Odhiambo. There is Willis Otieno, the Pinky Ponky guy, who is really strongly behind us. And there are people as well gifted in historical context and understanding to messaging and sending all that, and the likes of Tony Gashoka are there and all that. Once we are done that, then we have people that also are gifted in going to the streets. There are people that are in the medical field. Japrado is there. The medics for Kenya, Japrado is there. Those of us that maybe need to donate medicines for me, for myself. My strength is I can donate pharma because I sell medicines. I can donate pharma in case anyone is wounded in the streets. And obviously going to the streets, demonstrating, coordinating the Mombasa team and the coast region. We have been doing that massively with massive
success. So what you're saying is we bring all our strengths together. I want to summarize you. Sindio, doctors, lawyers, public speakers, motivational speakers, mobilizers, Sindio, marketers, Sindio. We bring all our strengths together, and now we cluster ourselves. That come at if this is a think tank of, for instance, today, how do we have an effective tomorrow? So we cluster ourselves into in terms of what are in this pot, what do we have in terms of ideas? How do we organize the logistics? How do we maintain our momentum while we are there? And how do we counter any provocation from the police and from other outside infiltration? We cluster ourselves that way, Sindio. I think I lost you. Okay.
You've lost something.
Yeah, Miriam, I saw your hand up. I think you are. Someone said you don't support
but
Mandamano.
Anthony,
I think you want.
Anthony.
Yes.
We cut Hannah Ali short while she was making her submission. Now she's been here.
Yeah. So Hannah, go.
So,
Kibe.
Hannah.
Kibe, sorry, on to what Anthony said, because I wanted to correct Abdul. He did some selective hearing. I never said that I don't support Mandamano. I support Mandamano 100%. But what I said is not everything will be won in the streets. Some things, as people are fighting in the streets, other people have to be on the table drafting things that will make long-term change. So your selective listening here, Abdul, is what I wanted to correct.
Okay, now that is cleared. A lot of us. Sijui tulete fire extinguisher kwa hii space ama ni aje? Mambo imeumana hapa. Guys, for me, thank you actually, Osama, for accepting my question and answering it. Anthony, I was not asking him why he wasn't there, but I asked him how he felt. There's a big difference between the two. So I didn't know why he wasn't there. I just asked him how he felt. If I've cleared that, let's move on. For me, I think what has been achieved so far is great. Guys on the ground are doing good job, marvelous. People on the spaces, Pipita, shout out to you, and many more. Andrew, I always come. I get my few minutes to whatever I want to say and say it, and that is the moral we need. Waswahili wamesema maji yakimwagika hayazoleki. Sasa yalotendeka yashatendeka. It's where do we go from here? It's very simple. For me, I'm not here, as I usually say, I'm not here to tell anybody or give anybody a direction, but my 2 cents says this. Like now, people say on Tuesday you occupy JFK. By all means. But for me, it makes more sense occupying everywhere. You get only people concentrate on one place, then what? So maybe still be a JK, maybe be somewhere else as well. So you've got pockets of people demonstrating, a number of people demonstrating in different places. That way it will elevate the issue, and there's a chance of not concentrating the police on one end, like CBD and everybody is there and all the police are there. That is number one. Number two, what do I need to see the end goal is? To be honest, Ruto to go, that's my number one. My number two is to get, it's not people, a lot of people talk about changing the constitution. For me, what is the point of changing the constitution if the current constitution hakuna mtu ambaye anaitumia? Nobody uses. Constitutionality does not exist in our country. Nobody's using constitution correctly. Nobody's actually implementing anything that is on that constitution. It's unconstitutional to dish out the military to the civilians population. But are they following the constitution? So we need the constitutionality to function. We need the constitution to deliver. It's now delivering on people to demonstrate, but they cannot even do that as it says on the constitution, because you've got police who are screwed in the head, who were shooting live bullets when they're not supposed to have live bullets. We need laws to be obeyed, but the lawmakers themselves are not obeying. Like the police are told not to use all these things, and they are using it against the population. So we need those things to work. Bottom line is we need a system that delivers. We don't need to be babysitting adults and telling them how to do their work. Those systems, if the systems are fixed, it will actually stop the person looting. It will stop the corruption. The system would work. It would function. The problem is the system. If Ruto goes today and you bring whoever you want in, and that system is not fixed, the same thing would happen. The same outcome would happen. So bottom line is getting this system fixed. So no Kenyan has to demand for what is right for him. No Kenyan has to say, I need to take this person to court because he stole. No, the system will be good that he cannot steal as much as they're doing now. Maybe if in any system there is no perfectionist, but it's better than what we have. We need to fix what we have. At least it has to deliver. At least there should be some accountability. There's zero accountability now. And for us, we have even the bigger duty of looking at the person we are electing to office, their integrity, their, not just because they're popular, no, not because they're dishing out a lot of money and then you somehow you pocket those 200 bobs or whatever it is, and you have another 4 years, 5 years to cry about them. No, we should look at the people we are putting in office, scrutinize them before you give them that job. That's all, Kibe. Thank you for the space. I will say that. And Pipita, hooray to you. And everybody else who's here, you're a part of this. And this issue of CG, big wigs, small wigs, I don't understand Kenyans. I am a Kenyan, but I don't understand those shenanigans. Because if I want to say something, I would come to Kibi's space or any other space that is open and give my 2 cents and say thank you and drop down. So one more thing, Kibi, I'm going to bust this bubble today. Osama, the people you're calling, whoever else you were calling, KOT, Centric, these guys are already on a online Twitter X together. So I don't see what is the fight about. See, already mumesha panga mko kwenye group moja kwenye X. All the big wigs, I don't know, nimesikia nani ajaenda, who's that guy? Matrix, or what was his name? Marion? Is it Matrix? The guy who holds spaces, the one who blocked me. That's the only guy who's listening. Amerix, yes, him. That's the guy who's not there. But KOT, his friend, and Afrocentric, KOT, Osama, the other guy, they're all there together. Osama's friend, the one who holds spaces, they're all in an X or whatever together. So, guys, behave like men and get it over with. Thank you.
Umetudunga jo. Hey. Si ndio tumeambiwa behave like men. Hey. Yeah. Maina, before I go to George, Maina, what's up? Maina Moikunu.
Thank you very much, my friend Kibe, for this opportunity. I am going to be very, very brief. I'm just going to take you guys to Politics 101. In 2017, after Uhuru shook the hand of Raila, the mountain was very angry, the mountain shifted, and the mountain carried a grudge up to 2022. They never forgave him. I come from a place called Mathioya constituency in the heart of Murang'a County. And I was privileged to be one of the guys that were given a task by the current governor of Murang'a, Irungu Kang'ata. This is after the fallout of Uhuru and Ruto. And he had been offered the majority leader in the Senate. But he decided to pause and listen to the ground in quotes. And I was one of the group of guys that was sent to the ground to really listen to the ground and come up with the hypothesis of what people are thinking. And we had to deliver a good report to him that the ground had really shifted and people were not ready to listen to the government. And can I tell you guys, the same scenario has played out right now. Even before the protests, guys have shifted. We are dealing with a very unpopular regime. And there's no amount of sanitization that can happen online to sanitize this unpopular government. It is done and dusted. There's nothing you can do. And by the way, there was a lot of media PR that was done by Uhuru's government. And trust me, Inoro and Kameme FM, those are Kikuyu speaking stations. They were out there to sanitize the government of Uhuru. And no matter what they did, the Kameme Inoro presenters, they tried everything. It didn't work because the regime was unpopular. The regime and the people had thrown it to the dustbin. So where are we right now? I don't want you to make any apologies because you're a Kenyan as every other Kenyan. I don't want anybody to be the block between here on the Twitter spaces, rather on online, or rather what I'm trying to say is that nobody should keep any communication that the president wants to have with us, because we are halfway through this administration and we don't want to be fucked any further. So we really want to address him. And I want you to tag along a few good men and a few good women. Just go and talk to the guy if you can. Because right now we have issues on the table. Personally, I don't think that Ruto will take a second term. That's my opinion, coming from the mountain. I don't think Ruto can take the mountain again because I come from there and I'm a ground person. So as we stand right now, I would want to keep and any other individual We want to listen to Ruto. We want to see and hear his level of madness. We want to make sure he's occupied with us. We don't want any other voice to occupy his head. We want him when he wakes up, when he goes to bed, when he goes to the toilet, to think about the cry of the Kenyan. So nobody should keep anything. And nobody should have any apologies. Feel free. Carry with you a few good men. Because we've been told that State House doors have been opened. So everybody should go there, go and address him. We want to talk to him. We want him to talk to us. We want him to listen, and we want him to address our issues every single day. So all I can say is, nobody should have any apologies. The door is open, and let people talk. Thank you, Kibe.
Thank you, Mina. Appreciate that. Yeah, let people talk. George, are you there?
Hello, Kibe.
What's happening, bro?
So here we are, one step closer to being organized. And if you remember, I became the enemy number one of the movement because I told them they need to be organized and they need to be disciplined. Full cycle now into sober minds, fewer emotions, and a lot more logic into being organized. And I want to almost say the words of Mariam. Mariam said, I want to make this very clear. I was never against the movement. If I say those exact words, they will look like I'm trying to sanitize myself. But I was never against the movement. I just did not see any use of having headless chickens running helter-skelter without any plan and without being disciplined. But now that we are here, and it looks like temperatures are cooled down and people are getting organized, so now I think it's time for us to put in our wish list. And my wish list has always been just one thing. The best achievement, the long-lasting achievement, would be to collect signatures together and force a referendum to do away with the articles that we do not want in the Constitution. Because if we go back to June 17, before anybody knew that this thing is going to be what it is, much of the sentiments were, we are not necessarily opposed to the bill. We are opposed to the wastage in government and the free for corruption therein. The only way I can see, and I open for ideas, but in my own opinion, now this is my wish list to the organization. Let's figure out what are those things that make our country not work. Then go to individually to those articles in the Constitution and amend them to our liking. There is no conceivable reason why a country with a GDP of 113 billion with a B has 47 governors. And yet, a state like Texas, where I am right now, with a GDP of 2.68 trillion, has a governor with a salary less than that of a governor in Kenya, and has a part-time parliament that only meets for 100 days. They do their job and they go away. 100 days every 2 years. And the much they make a year, not a month, is $7,200. Any member of parliament, including Peter Rasanya, whatever his name is making that money every month. Somebody cheated the future of Kenya. My suggestion would be, let's go back to 8 provinces and let's have a governor for each province. Let's go back to 47 districts and only have a member of parliament for each district. And then on the upper house, for check and balances in the Senate, let's have 2 senators from each province, each, what do you call this, Majibo in Kenya? County. 8 counties, 16 senators. And then we multiply by 10 the number of ward representatives, the councillors, because that's where the job gets done. The legislatures, their job is to legislate, is to make laws. Take the budgets of CDF and everything else away from senators and members of parliament. Give it to the people in the wards, and then subdivide the country in multiple small pieces of wards so that each councillor is tackling the issues that affect that small group of people. And then keep the elections there every 4 years so that those people that are dealing with the people who actually have the budget, if they don't like the guy, they kick him out. But the post of MP, the post of senator, the post of governor, make it 8 years so that we are removing this disruption of election cycles from January to December, from election to election, away from the economy. So people can go away and do what you do on a daily basis and not having the country being held on a chokehold of electioneering every cycle. Spread out campaigns so that we are minimizing the influence of politics in our country and emphasizing on the growth from the bottom up, from the real worlds. And then the councillors becomes the check and balance for their respective governor. And then the governor becomes the CEO of that Majibo, which was the vision that Salif Nasir had back in the day before we even had a multi-party democracy. And if you look at the way China is divided, it's precisely through those kind of processes, where the governor or the leader of that region is the CEO of that region. And the competition is to how much investment can they bring to their county, if you want to call them county, but they are 8. They are not 47. Go back to the province times. And those regional leaders in China, they are the ones responsible for this rapid growth that we have seen China in the last 22, 25 years. Because they are the CEOs that want to compete in their own region for the greater good of the larger country. And then the president is the overseer of all these. The same is replicated in United Arab Emirates. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and all these other places, they compete for excellence because the leader of Dubai is trying to come up with the best ways to attract investments into UAE. Abu Dhabi is working with Formula One to make sure that Formula One gets there. I mean, we have stories, and I don't know how much time I want to talk about this. We have stories where young Mutua, what is his name, first name, Alfred Mutua, went out there and scouted for direct investment into his county, Machakos. And the central government of Uhuru Kenyatta put an end to that nonsense. That model of a county governor going out there and attracting investment directly to the county is the model that has made China grow, is the model that has made UAE grow. It's the model that now we marvel at what Netherlands has become. Netherlands is divided into regions, and every region is self-sustenance. So when we see people bike to work, it's not because they are environmental conscious. It's because everything is within reach. Because they divided countries into many segments, and each segment competed to be the best. And they grew in industry, in manufacturing, in aerotechnology, in universities and schools and hospitals. So everything was available in a short distance within a region, and every region grew to that level. That, I would dare to say, was the vision that Sharif Nasil had when he said we need Majibo in Kenya, because he was looking at how Coast Province was neglected, and they did not have a CEO to attract and make them flourish on their own without depending on the direction from the central government. So the failures that has happened with 47 governors and the corruption that has run amok, those are the things we need to go in the constitution and amend those things. And we need to start with Article 257 to make it foolproof that 1 million signatures certified by IEBC is enough to move the draft into a motion in Parliament. And once IBC confirms it, then that article gets effective without sending people to their different, I don't know, I don't know how to say these counties. I like calling it Majimbo because that's the original name. Without sending everybody back to their counties to get the approval of the county assembly. That part of the article that says that need to be scrapped so that we start there. So that every article that is not working for us and for the future of Kenya is repealed and adjusted to address and serve us. Corruption needs to be handled through the constitution by giving power to EABC, not EABC, the other one, the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, whatever the other name is, EACC. Create a constitutional court that directly is in relation with EACC, so that EACC can have teeth to prosecute the people accused of corruption. Right now, and we were having that corruption with a representative from EACC yesterday, all they have to do is fight their findings and then dump the file at the prosecutor of public prosecutor, DPP. They are powerless. So we need to go in the constitution itself and create a power for the anti-corruption body to have an express separate system through which they are investigating, they are prosecuting, they are enforcing, and they are imprisoning these people, so that we can deal with corruption once and for all. And more importantly, get it from the chokehold of politics. Because if you look at why John Githongo failed with his government and ethic PS position, is because he was investigating the same people in government. Mudiawari was actually implicated in that, and David Mweraria, and turned out even Moi Kibaki knew about the whole mess. So they were making him just play with the monopoly money, but they had the real card. The same thing happened to PLO Lumumba, yule jamaa wa kizungu mingi, when he was the czar of Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission. The person he was investigating was the husband to assistant minister in the Ministry of Water when Lumumba is investigating the water tender problem. And they turned on him and used the constitution to remove KACC and replace it with EACC. Now we need to give EACC teeth so that they operate independent the same way the FBI operates independent. And they have the power even to wiretap the president, the way they did with Nixon. And they have the power to arrest anybody without having to go to DPP. And to also work with a fully independent and powerful Kenya Revenue Authority, so that instead of us begging people to self-report about their net worth, it's that body, the investigative body under KRA, that is investigating these people's source of wealth and proactively taking them out of the equation before they harm us all. Thank you, Kibe, and this younger guy, Anthony. Thank you so much. And Pipi, congratulations for venturing into the world stage of interviews. Pipi, I'm proud of you, and more importantly, you should be proud of yourself.
Wisdom from George there. Yeah. So he has his wish list. He has a wish list of things he wants us to discuss when we sit down. Going to the demonstrations is good. It shows power. But at some point, unless we all want to leave this country, at some point, we all must sit down. Na hiyo kukaa chini, lazima tukuwe na wish list yetu. So wish list yetu ndio hii. These are what we need for, because we have seen it. We have sat down, we say, okay, this is now what we are negotiating for. Very nice. Thank you, George. Thank you for coming through, man. It was very interesting listening to you. Who else do we have here? James,
can I say something? Can I just say something short?
But you,
very short.
2
minutes.
You.
2 minutes. Aki ya Mungu. I swear to God.
Aya, sawa. After Anthony, James, you can jump in.
I want to say just 2 things from what George IQ has said. I think we need to realize that this is the second time we are being invited to the table. And I want to quote his words, exactly the words of the president. Give me your alternative of the Kenya you want. IQ has just given a very good submission of the alternative we want. I just wanted to say that. You don't get so many chances in life. Let's squander what we are getting. I'm finished. You guys can't believe it. I'm quiet.
Manze. So
it's never happened before, James. This guy spent 30 seconds on a point. Go ahead, James.
No, I was racking my brain after the previous conversation of the team we are structuring and what it's looking like. So I have a sort of a framework that I'd like to propose. So what we are aiming at is a movement like the Black Lives Matter movement that will be working towards liberation of Kenyan citizens. I'm so sure after we are successful, it will be adopted with other nations. So the mission is to adopt liberation, and our goals are to advocate for transparent governance and anti-corruption measures, promote economic opportunities and financial freedom for all Kenyans, ensure access to quality healthcare, education, and other essential services, protect human rights, and promote social justice. So the organizational structure, I'd suggest we have a national coordination committee. That's now the team that will, you see all these things we are saying, we need to. Nani anafuatilia, unaona, ni nani tumeandika kazi atufanyie kazi. So this is the national coordination committee, which I suggest a size of 20 members. The responsibilities will include overseeing national strategies, coordinating between regional chapters, managing communications, and ensuring alignment with the movement's mission and goals. Here we can have the composition as any other composition. Like this is an example, but the demarcations can be fine-tuned. A chairperson, a deputy chair, secretary, treasurer, regional representatives, one from each region. Here the regions will be demarcated into 8. We are splitting Kenya into 8. This functionality of 8 we are talking about, we can start functioning in it to show the government an example of how it functions. So legal advisors, communication team, and campaign managers. And then after the National Coordination Committee, they are backed with an advisory board. So here is where we have the different professions. They provide strategic guidance, they offer expert advice on key issues, and help with fundraising efforts and lending credibility to the movement. So here we have experienced activists, community leaders, all these space hosts come in here also, like academic experts, influential public figures, representatives from allied organizations. So now under that is where we split the country into 8 regions. So the regional chapters. So we have Nairobi, Central, Coast, Eastern, Nyanza, Rift Valley, and Western. Of course, under each, they have their respective counties. So we should also have departments where I was thinking a health department. For example, the director of that can be Hanifa. It's just an example, guys, msini meze. So their responsibility is managing the medical needs during demos, funerals, organizing medical camps, and overseeing health-related activities. And she'll be backed by a team which is medical response team, health outreach team, emergency fund management team. And then we have a marketing department, which will have a digital marketing team, event promotion team, and community engagement team. We also have a public relations department, which will have the media relations team, crisis management team, and public outreach team. Of course, we have a media department, content creation team, social media management team, multimedia production team. And we cannot do anything without money, so resource mobilization department, a fundraising team, grant writing team, and donor relations team. So among many, we will have activities that this team needs to plan. So I think, I don't know if you guys can give me feedback on what you think about such a structure and what steps you are taking towards building this thing.
All right. Hey, you guys have put a lot of thought into it. I like it. Because these are the people we need. We need brains like these that can put the words together properly, can put these plans together. So yes, James.
So in the steps that we are taking, I've already noted, like I was doing a postmortem of the last space we had and we were trying to suggest people. I was like, maybe Apple, we did not really quite think of how we are going about it. Number one, I think we need to harness our movement. So the Telegram page is already set up. I even inboxed you. Anyone who is for this idea should be joining so that we can be growing in numbers and harnessing our database in one place. Secondly, there's the project of, I'd mentioned it earlier, of the DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization, which is a voting system based on blockchain. The pages have already been set up. The development is already ongoing. Actually, it's done. It's just waiting to go online so that people will be able to download it. There is no development charges to the group, and we can be using it ourselves for voting purposes towards any issue that we need to vote on. I think I have one more update, but give me a second. I'll bounce back. Someone else, like you guys, can give me some feedback.
All right. Hold on, James. Hold on, James. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of what we shall do. That's a lot of work. That's the work for this group that we're going to come up with. So what we shall do, or what we need to do, or what we need to petition the government, or whatever it is, any of those conversations are not to be had here. Here is just coming together. How are we going to work together? If we don't come up with that, then everything that we are suggesting is going to itapotea tu hivyo. Because who's going to chase it up? Who's going to make sure that thing that you're saying happens?
The Telegram group is already there. Just pin it. It's even in your DM. People start joining. Ni kusema na kutenda.
Good stuff. So, thank you, James. Gidhiomi, you've been here for a minute. You want to jump in? All right, let's wait for Gidhiomi to get his act together. Lutomia.
Good morning, Kibe.
What's up, bro?
Kofiti, I'm happy that sobriety is now settling in. Now foundation is being set. And allow me to just start by your banter this morning. It was a friendly banter, I'm sure, just to wake us up. And I heard you give a 2-minute banter to His Excellency the President when he said that nilikuja Twitter alafu wakahepa. That was fact. That was fact. I remember, I think it was Ian George who was pushing for people to go and face the president head on. And it was at that particular moment of emotions that everyone was saying, mtu yote ataenda huko ni traitor. That was, hiyo kila mtu alikuwa amekunja mkia. And confidently, His Excellency the President yesterday could say, niliwatafuta na wakahepa. To an extent where whoever decided to go, I think up to today, he waits for darkness for him to cross the road. But that, as it may, we are setting foundation. And I've just had James articulate some important startup for this movement. But there's one thing he didn't get from George. The issue of talking of 8 regions has never, and I don't think if anyone would buy that idea. This idea of putting an idea in a big region, ndio imeleta shida kwa hii nchi. We need to go down. And I think, James, as we support you and as we think of whatever we are adding to what you're trying to build, is this thing it should be 1,450 words. That should be your minimum workout plan when it comes to regional setup or institutional setup of the whatever you're trying to work out. And then one other thing is the accountability aspect. That has been an issue. We have seen, it gets to a point where, just the way you said, resource mobilization, it might not even be in cash, it might be in kind. But people want to see, how did it come in? How is it going out? And what is the authenticity that supports how this resource is being spent or utilized? That has been an issue. That is actually one of the bases, one of the foundation of why this government is being hunted down. It's not about any other thing. It's about account for what we do have. Account for what you say. Account for your words. Account for your action. Account for our money. Account for our taxes. I remember a few weeks ago, people used to say, we have no problem with giving out taxes. The problem we do have is how our taxes, our sweat is being used or utilized. So the accountability aspect of it must be key. It must be, I've had the objectives, I didn't hear accountability happen. And that's now where the cookie will start crumbling. I must say we are moving in the right direction. But this direction, I don't, and these are personal opinion, it must start by one, seeking the audience, and some of us can hook you up, James, and the group and whoever. We must seek an audience and a sit down with the political class that we're actually trying to bash. And in this case, we must sit down with His Excellency the President. That we cannot dodge. I rest my case.
Kibe, you go first or I go?
Anthony, you can go ahead.
There's something Lutoma has said, and I'm happy Osman is back because I didn't want to give this point when Osman was not in. There is something Osman has organized for tomorrow, Tuesday. I don't want him to stop, but what I want us to think about and work around is first, how do we make tomorrow? Nataka to reshape maandamano. Nataka we go around and ask ourselves, I still want the maandamano to happen, but I want it to be so well organized that hakuna hata mawe moja itarushwa. But both ways, tukue hapo. Both ways, we appear. Now, how do we match that? By also announcing ourselves too that the president has called for a conversation. Now, I want to chukue words tu zetu poa, a structured conversation. Ndio tusilete our say down because we need them to tunanida wasi watatokea kesho, we need their approval. Nataka think strategically. I want us to say we have an open window. Nataka tuingize mguu moja ndani. Like what Raila Odinga has done. Raila Odinga aliingisha mguu, tuseme mwili yote ndani, then akasema apewe 6 months kufikiria. Remember yana fikiria akiwa ndani. So that now we take these ideas. Na Lutoma amesema he can organize for that meeting. I'll land by saying, Kasmuel wakati aliamua take his civil rights to the national TV platform, hakuna mtu aliuliza ruhusa. He saw a window, he took it, and we must agree he's doing a good job. You know, how he represents the views and the ideas and the spirit of the movement is good. How Osama Otero espouses our ideas to the GENZs is good. The only window we are not occupying is the table where we get to reshape Kenya. Like what George was saying. I want us to merge everything now. We take advantage of this open door and go in. I think tunagojea kupewa ruhusa from somewhere. Kama venye Kiba anakuwa akisema. President alisema jana, hiyo window hata keep open for long. Na the more tunachia window open, mtu mwingine ataingia. I can assure you, the next person uko ndani, itakuwa Kalonzo na yu jamaa wa Western. Eugene Wamalwa. I assure you, if we don't take it, someone else will take it. Those are my submissions.
It's funny how, Anthony, you don't understand you're a co-host. Kiriyama, every time you give Anthony the mic, he wants to make a submission. No, you're a co-host, my guy. You can call a few people, Nini, add, remove. Sarai, are you there? And if you guys have noticed something, it's always the same, like 20, 30 people on all these spaces. It's always the same voices. If you see one person here, you'll see them on another space. It's always the same voices. Like Abdul, I'll see him on 300 spaces, giving the same vibe. We need to come together. We need to do this. We have a lot of we needs, by the way. Space zetu zote ni za we need. Jana nilingia space ya Amerix na nani. So there were two spaces yesterday. There was Amerix. Co-hosting him was Cyprian. And then there was another one, I think Marge.
Marge,
Is it
yeah,
Marge?
Marge.
Yeah, Marge was having it with, I think Miguna. Yes, it was Miguna who was there. And Miguna, for the first time yesterday, he talked very well. And I was like, Allah, interesting. So everybody seems to be calming down now. So now that we are calming down, and now that we can create a direction for ourselves, why not do it? So all you guys who are out there, as you're organizing your own things, it's very good, but it's better if we do it together. Because kukaa chini lazima tutakaa chini. And I want us to sit together. How do I say it? Kuna watu itabidi waachwe nyuma, wapende wasipende, because they are not playing ball. And we must all play ball. For us to get anywhere, we must play ball. There are some people who come together, and 2 weeks ago, they were busy abusing each other, but for the greater good. So for me right now, I want to talk to Guido and Boniface and everybody else who's out there in the movement. All of you guys are playing your own part. Mnacheza party yenu vizuri sana. But as long as we keep fighting, bro, these guys are laughing at us. Right now, you see what they have done. They have gone, they have started. Bro, yesterday the president stood somewhere in Bomet or Baringo, and he said how he came to the spaces and we ran away. Man, I thought I was being hacked. I was like, God damn, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, so the president yesterday, he stood on one of his cars and he said, I went to the spaces and these guys were not there. And I'm like, President, you didn't come to the spaces. Come to the spaces now. Come now when people are willing to talk. Let's have these convos. We must have convos. Otherwise, if I put my hand up like this, and I say, and I put, the way we used to do it when we were kids, you put a leaf. I don't know whether, George, you guys used to do this in shags. But us guys in the city, when you are daring somebody to fight you, you'd put like a stone on your palm and stretch it out to him and tell him, if you hit that stone, it's on. You hit my palm and the stone drops, it is on. God damn it. So it is one or the other.
We used to call it Godharia Jata. Godharia Jata.
Uh-huh.
With the back of your hand, you put even just a leaf, just a piece of a leaf.
Yeah.
And you dare them, just Dharia Jata or what.
I mean, isn't that where we are right now? Either we decide to sit down, think this thing through and come up with strategies of how we're all going to come out of this together, or Godharia Jata. Let's go to war. Those are the only two options. One, sit down, chat a way forward. Number two, full out war. And we see where everything stands. So I think that it's very clear where we are right now. Mariam, what do you want to say before I bring in Captain?
Oh, nilikuwa nataka ile point ya George isipotee, so nilikuwa na request. I had a request. I had the other gentleman challenging George's idea of the constituencies. And I thought that it would be very good to have someone like Ukuru, who was the one who sponsored the bill to amend the constitution, come through. So I've tagged him on the comments. I wanted to request people to actually tag him so that we can see whether he can come through and have this conversation. I think it's a very vital, it's a very important conversation to have, Kibe, because I do think that the constituencies ni shida kubwa sana Kenya. To me, it's a very big part of our issues. So it was a request that people to just tag him so that he can come through.
All right. Yeah, I've been hearing people talk about all this runaway corruption in the constituencies. And yeah, Ekuru Okot, if you're listening, it would be good to hear from you. I've seen you on other spaces, so I know you can do the spaces. All right. Who else do we have here? Captain, go ahead. Captain Kimtai Chemonges.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, before I talk, I'd like to know if you guys are getting me.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for having this space so that we can discuss stuff that do affect us. I'm actually happy that everyone now is coming down and now that we can reason. You know, the only reason why we are actually this demonstration have gone this long it's because Ruto had sold himself as a top Democrat in the world. That's why he cannot use police heavily. But now I think he realizes that selling himself that way to the likes of Macron, the likes of Biden, has worked against him. So by bringing back the CIS, is like he tells us, you know what, go to hell. He doesn't care anymore. So my thinking is that this guy cannot leave power, at least not easily, okay? He doesn't intend. So it's either we have blood flow so that he leaves power, or rather we can take this approach of having a discussion. Then we have a specific target like what we're having now. Let's discuss, we need corruption ended and this is the structure. If it's not followed, we go back to the streets or we do this and this and this and this. Rather than now, we were very emotional and we were very, like I was saying, some things we were doing sometimes back is that it goes against what we say we are, because if at all we are intellects and we really need our country to progress, the first thing is, so long as the other party has decided that they want a conversation, the best way for us to go is for a conversation. But if the first, I supported the first demonstration heavily because Ruto did not want a dialogue at first. So we bring him now. We brought him to the level where, he knows, these people can do something. So now let's negotiate. Now, once we are there, we negotiate. But when it came to the space, we didn't behave well. Honestly, we did not behave well. It's like we intended to sabotage him. So I like what my fellow GENZs to realize that this country is bigger than Ruto, is bigger than us. So it's either we take this opportunity and lay down what we need clearly, rather than asking for very many things without a structure of how we want it done, forgetting that honestly it cannot be done at once. So what we are doing today, I really appreciate that we are now coming down and we want to take a better step for our country. My only ask is this, that I want people to help me understand. How will we achieve this stuff? Okay, for instance, we want to achieve something when we have this government that not this government, the cabinet ministers who cannot perform. So how can we entrust them again to perform for us? Let's say we tell them we want a corruption to end when we know clearly that they are thieves. So please help me understand that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Captain. Hold up, and I'll give you a chance to speak. Captain, for me, I've not been concentrating on the ministers because that's not a real issue. His CS is not an issue, bro. The corruption is everywhere. So when you get rid of the CSs, what does that tell you, bro? People are still eating in the counties. It is so bad that when you focus on the minister, you're actually focusing on the tip of the problem. It's not even, you don't even see the depth of that. So tutoke kwa kufocus na hizo issues because corruption iko kila mahali. Corruption iko kwa counties, offices, iko everywhere you look, there is corruption. So let's not focus on that. Let's focus on how to work. Because once we have a working framework, there's nothing we can't fix. Everything is fixable. So Sai, the only thing that I'm very focused on, I've been repeating, is just the working framework. Let's have a working framework. Please, tunaweza kamsi wote tukae chini tuseme, okay, next order of business. Na umesema vizuri sana. We cannot be chasing very many things. We cannot have everybody's wish list on the piece of paper. We have to agree what are the wish list. Tuko na vitu tatu tunataka kwenda kubonga. Tunabonga nini? Hizi vitu tatu ni nini na nini? Because if you come to me with a very big list, but if you come and you say, okay, let's work on this together, then it means that there's goodwill from our side. Because what do we eventually want to see? A country that works for its people. So you want to go get your ID, you get your ID. You want to get a passport, you get a passport. And it's fair for everybody. I don't have to know anybody there. So that's what we want. Ultimately, everybody wants a country that works for you, gives you an opportunity to be the best version of yourself, so that you don't have to run away to other countries. Why is it that 99.9% of the people who leave the country go out there and become prosperous? It means that the system is the problem. So you fix the system, then prosperity is something that's not very new to Kenyans. All the people who are in America, the first thing they do when they get there is become prosperous, self-sustaining. Simple. So tusiangalie corruption forget about the ministers. Umeenda juu sana mno. Get the power. First, get the power to effect change. Without power, it doesn't matter how you talk, it doesn't matter how long, as long as you have no seat at the table. Then utakuwa chase one thing after the other. Kesho mtaamka mchase kitu ingine. The day after that mtaamka occupy place ingine. As long as there is no power, then you cannot effect any change. All right, thank you, Captain. Unless, George, I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
Kibe, the way China was able to eliminate corruption is to make a law and give the executive the power to execute. If you go back on their books, they have not killed 10 people. Just one example. I mean, aren't you the one telling us that they offer some jobs to some people in some faraway provinces, but they know they are not straight up. They refuse those jobs because the requirements are in the law. We need to give teeth to EACC so that they are operating like the FBI, that they can pluck you from anywhere you are. And they have an investigative body attached to KRA so that they are looking at the books of everybody. So there is nowhere to hide. Not these, we have done our job and we have dropped the file at the DPP. Now it's upon the DPP, an appointee of the president. No, we need to create systems that work for us. And corruption, if you guys can be able to tackle corruption in Kenya, I mean, history will be made around that achievement by itself. So focus on the bigger picture, and then everything else will fall into place.
You know, there's something I want to say. There's something George Kibe asked and George replied. This, it's like tunagoja, and I love this one. I'll just throw it somewhere. Why are we all agree we need to meet, but we seem to be like we are asking for permission. So what I mean to is ata hiyo tulikuwa tunasema tuwekeane tu wanted. Like Lutoma has said he can organize. Lutoma, organize for that meeting.
Give me the first 30 people.
We shall come.
Give me the first 30 people that Kibi has said. They are always the same voices in almost all the spaces.
Yes.
Lutoma.
Lutoma.
Give me the date. Give me the
organize
time.
for that meeting. Lutoma, organize for that meeting. Because there's something in diplomacy that is called reciprocity. It's a gesture of goodwill. The president has drawn us goodwill twice. Even if we bring in, okay, let's say we throw the country into anarchy. The president will atatushinda tu na kitu moja, atasema on 2 occasions, I asked you for a negotiation. You turned me down. Lutoma, organize for the meeting. Say today we are ready. If we can have that meeting latest by Friday or during the weekend, wherever his schedule allow, we will come. We will come. I'm sure we have a skeleton of our needs. All we need now is to formulate ourselves where we are in there. Organize for the meeting Lutoma this week. Customer aliuliza nani ruhusa ya kwenda kwa TV. Saa hii sisi wote, a majority of the movement is saying he's doing a good job. Osman Otero did not ask people, ni host president saa ngapi? He just thought it was a good idea and went for it. Now, because we've learned, kindly, can we organize this week? Even if we need to announce on TV, if the fear is who will come and say, I'm the leader who is saying I am ready to meet the president, I mean you are Kirinyaga. I am from the home of Mother Karua. The home, boss, go kole, toteha kanaga doro. So let's organize. Tutaika. Anyway, I've made my point in 1 minute.
Allah. Better Kenya. Ni hakagondoro nie.
Niaje Kibe?
Niaje. Umesikia Mkirinyaga hapo? Hello, Better Kenya, are you there? Akademi na vile wana moto kameishia wapi?
Kibe.
Can you tell your boyfriends to stop calling you? We are busy now. You focus on what we are doing here.
Niko hapa Kibe, unisikii?
Uko sawa sasa, endelea.
Unanisikia?
Tunakusikia.
Sawa bye.
Another boyfriend has called Kibe, so you can philosophy, you can go on.
Vipi watu? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can go on. Better Kenya tutakupe mic.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity on this space. Firstly, I'd like to say sorry to all the families who lost their loved ones during hizi maandamano. Now, I got only 2 points to look at. Firstly, the issue of 8 provinces. I think we put in the cart before the horse, and it's going to cause a potential problem because we want to amend a constitution that has not yet done anything for us. Also, people died when they were trying to come up with that 2010 constitution. I got a family member who was part and parcel of drawing that constitution is no longer here because of the same constitution. We haven't even realized the benefits of this constitution, yet we're talking of a referendum. Referendums cost money, and we should be factual in our thinking before we try to alter such systems that have been put in place without realizing the benefits. Secondly, niko na issue tu moja, na hii issue haijadiscussiwa at all. Some of us tunatoka diaspora na tuko na watu hii huku nje. Nilisikia story ya gava inataka kuanza kucharge watu 1 million Kenya shillings kuregister watoto wao home. Sijui kama hiyo story ni ukweli, but I'd like anybody from LSK to clarify that position, because Kenyan kids born to Kenyan parents should not have to go through such a thing to register their kids huko nyumbani. Asanteni.
George, you have an answer for that?
I hope it's going to answer the question. And so let me ask you this. What if we take what you said as a suggestion and we put it on the list of the constitutional amendments, and we put it in the constitution, like every other country, including America, where I think you are, that any child born of a Kenyan citizen is a Kenyan citizen. Problem solved. You see, you came with a complaint that we need to let this marriage go down to the bottom of hell because we need to give marriage time to work itself. Now I'm talking about the Constitution. And then you turn around and say, hey, but this thing is not working for us because now they are saying you need to pay 1.2 million because that's what it is. It's a true story. It's 1.2 million to register your child as a citizen of Kenya to be a Kenyan citizen. 1.2 million. How about we put it like in Britain, in America, in Switzerland, in South Africa, and all these other great countries that take care of their own citizens, and say any child born out of a Kenyan citizen, no matter where they are in the world, they are Kenyan citizens. Period. Period. Like a literal period. Because if I came to Kenya and I impregnated a girl, and 9 months later, that girl gives me a son, all I have to do is walk that son to the US Embassy, fill up a form of birth reporting of birth abroad, and my son is an American citizen. That simple. That form maybe is $45. That's why I said at the beginning, let's tweak the Constitution to work for us and for the future. Instead of complaining that Nyayo House or the minister for whoever it was, I can't remember who the guy was, that came up with these new charge sheets on immigration charges, and the one for example, for my son is a Kenyan born in America. If I wanted him to be a Kenyan, I would have to pay 1.2 million. Let's put it in the Constitution. And Kibe knows that family, the white couple from South Africa, Kibe. The wife to Mike, his parents have Switzerland citizenship. So not only did Mike, who is born in South Africa, also got Swiss citizenship through marrying the lady, their children also got Swiss citizenship. And then American citizenship, easily. They have to work, through the same defeatism policies of Africa to get their children to be citizens of South Africa, which is now where you and I are. But if it was in the Constitution, a constitutional amendment, any child born by a Kenyan parent, it does not matter father or mother, because some countries like Sweden and Finland, they have more priorities on if the parent is the father and the father has better benefits than the mother. But if we put it in the Constitution, then it's just a matter of a form on e-citizen, and you register a birth abroad for your child, for your citizenship. That solves any other discussion about the price. The bigger picture.
Collins Ayub, are you there?
Yes, Kibe, I'm there. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
You're good.
Okay. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I believe by now we keep listening to the same things people are raising. and it's good for emphasis. But I'm looking at this one issue that I've not had in most of the spaces. The biggest monster right now in Kenya is the fight against corruption, and people have given out ideas of how this issue can be handled. But one important agency that is being left out is the judiciary. Very many times we've had complaints about how corrupt the judiciary is. And for any case to be executed to the latter, the judiciary is the one that takes the lead in listening and determining most of these matters. I am of the view that effort should be also put on the judiciary. Eyes should be put on the judiciary. When some of these cases are taken there, it is going to be impossible for us to get a good outcome if the judges, the magistrates, are in bed with the same people you're fighting. Because as much as the DPP is going to be prosecuting some of these cases, but if the judiciary itself is in bed with the same people and they are getting envelopes behind the scene, then the cases are going to be killed, and you're going to be finding out the same people that you have purportedly to have evidence against again back in offices, again back in the streets doing the same thing. Yesterday I was listening to a space, and ESCC was there, and ESCC was talking about some of the limitations that they have. And I think the judiciary, lazima watu sasa we channel some energies toward the judiciary. We've been fighting, like you've said, Kibe, that this should not be we shouldn't just be looking at CSs. But now, who is talking about this judiciary? Who is talking about the Supreme Court judges? Who is talking about the High Court judges who are corrupt, who are receiving money, and letting things go on the loose? I know when it comes to issues of cases, there must be, watertight evidence for them to be prosecuted. But even in cases whereby the evidence is clear, it's there, it's available, even in the public, someone will still go scot-free, So I think it's time people also put some energy on the judiciary if there is going to be a total fight on corruption. Asanteni sana.
All right. Nyadimo, addition, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Kibe, I'm here. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity. I'm really happy that I always find time to be in this Kibe space. First and foremost, we must understand where we've come from. It is now a month plus having this conversation. And every time I join, I'm of the opinion that it's now time we have a structured dialogue that can bring a meaningful change. This thing, Kibe has been so much consistent with it. And I'm happy that finally people are starting to realize that it's very important. Be it as it may, we know why we are here. And to be honest, let's not be so overexcited. Because Mr. Kibe, I'm very categorical and I'm always observing this space each and every time. The moment someone has just come out and started chest stamping, oh, sijui I can do it, I'm from Kirinyaga, and then mother tongue in it, kidogo, I've realized we even dropped members from 2,800 listeners to 2,100. We've already lost 700 listeners. We know we are in this shit because of tribal issues. We know what we want. Please, guys, let's stop being excited to a point of turning immediately to our mother tongues and chest thumping. This is a very delicate cause, and we have to win it whichever way. Remember, we are dealing with the millions of people. We have to deal with these people in a manner that they all see that whatever we are doing, it's a cause that will bring fortune to all of us. Sometimes it is said that during crisis, it's an opportunity to others. But I beseech all of you, let's remain sober. Let's avoid nonsense excitement and make sure that we achieve what we want. It is true, we need leaders. It is true, we need a structured conversation. But let's not turn it to Kirinyaga issues that I'm now raising to.
Hold up. You know, you're missing the point, boss. That was on a lighter note. Now you're making it an agenda. It's only that Kibe said I'm from Kirinyaga, so it was on a lighter note. So digress from that, my brother.
My friend, we are really dealing with a very delicate situation in this country. And we are here.
I know, but you're turning a joke into a talking point. It was on a joke, and forgive me if I have offended you. But can we go to details?
You don't have time for jokers now, my brother. You don't have time for jokers. I know how it has costed Kibe even to start talking about issue of structured dialogue, even with having leaders. I've been in this space for weeks now with Mr. Kibe. People have been reciting this, and now I can see people are trying to see the sense in it. Let's stop joking with the issues which are very sensitive to the country. I plead with all of us tusiharibu kitu ambayo tayari tunaona inaundika. Let's support it, but be sober enough to ensure that we know why are we here. We are here because of our parties. We are here because of our tribes. We are here because of our useless leaders. And that's why we are trying all we can. As you can see, this space is made up of people from different tribes, different formation, different religion. Let's remain focused. Such small jokes have turned our country into what it is today. Thank you very much, Mr. Kibe.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to give a rebuttal. Now, there's something Lutoma said, and I'll go into that as we become extremely. Lutoma, I want us to, James, I'm seeing you. Lutoma, I believe we've gone around and like the speaker before me has said, I want us to be actionable now. Lutoma, because we are all in agreement here that we need a structured dialogue, you've said that you can organize for a meeting. I want us in this group to task, if they agree with me, we task you to go and look at the diary, because I believe there's a diary and a structure. Then you come back to Kibe and say that we can have a meeting. At first, it will be a few people who go, and you and whoever else will be selected, they go, and come back to us with, we have made the first step, we are looking at this date, and that is how we shall go forward. Because if like I've said, we must know that in this group that Kibe hosts, there are people he represents who we are of similar, we agree on the way forward. Now, necessarily, we don't have to have everyone in this movement agreeing on how to go. So we need to get to a point where we agree. We can have different approaches. Some people will prefer going to the streets, and we respect that approach for now. Some people will prefer going on mainstream media and agitate that way, and they'll put a stand they do not want to negotiate because they are of the opinion that they don't need to negotiate because what they are saying is known. And then there is us who believe we do need to negotiate because we have an alternative to how Kenya can move forward in a better way. So we are all looking at a better Kenya, but from different roads. So I just want us to agree on this, then we go forward. Can we agree that Lutoma can go and try and secure a date for us and come back and tell us, guys, if you give me a group of people, then we can present these people to the executive, and that team and the executive can agree on the presentation we'll make and the presentation the executive will make, so that now we come and craft this idea of what will be our talking points, what are the keynotes, like the top 10 or 5, whichever number we'll pick, because corruption seems to be coming out all the time and etc. Can we just decide we are going to make a decision and start? We give Lutoma the permission or the task to go secure a meeting for
Anthony,
us. I need us to have some kind of progress.
Anthony. Why not just do it? We are wasting too much time talking about doing it. Lutomia.
Exactly.
Yes, I mean.
So are you saying you can get us a meeting?
Yes.
How soon?
So I'm going to link up with you and Anthony in the course of the day.
Good. You imeisha hapo. So if so Lutomia, if you're listening, anyone who's listening out there, and you're part of these people who consider themselves de facto leaders, just mute your mic a second, Lutomia. Yeah, if you're listening to me and you're out there, or you can send a message to these people. Lutomia is going to organize a meeting. So tomorrow goes on as tomorrow is going on. Nothing changes, nothing stops. I'm not telling anybody to do or not do anything. I'm just saying this is the plan from here on out. So Lutomia is going to organize a meeting with the president. Okay? We shall sit down with the president and we shall present whatever it is that we want to present. Simple. We're not going to sit down with anybody else, not Gashagwa, not anybody else. We're going to sit down with the president. And we're going to tell him this is where we are at. Whatever it is that we discuss. But now we have to meet together fast. Okay? The rules of engagement. Lazima tukuwe na rules of engagement. We must meet together fast. So Osama, Kemuzi, all these people who are in this game, this is the next course of action. We are going to meet the president. So lazima tukuwe tumejipanga vizuri. So kujeni, bring your people, bring as much energy as you can, and let's sit down and craft something for ourselves. And I know, I can tell, they know that they need to give this movement something. They know they need to. Ruto has played this game before. He knows what he's gotten all these times before. So he knows what he has to give up. So it's a game that you must learn how to play. So let's be very intentional about what we want. And let's be intentional about who we want as well. So that tusiende hapo tuanze kumake demands za kitoto. Must make demands that once we agree, then they will talk about this time and say these guys changed things for the better. Ooh, like George said, if we were to ever beat corruption, just imagine that, if we were to ever beat corruption. I remember when I was young and we went to KICC. And at the time, KICC was very new. And I don't know whether it was my dad who was telling me, here in KICC, if you drop a piece of paper, the police come for you. And I was like, my God, this is heaven. Because outside there, we're used to people dropping pieces of paper. But in KICC, if you drop a piece of paper, I was like, God damn. And then that time, it was still so new. You had never seen a building that big. That was like heaven. Bro, I went to Austin. And this thing shocks me till today. In Austin, I mean, it happens many places, but I experienced it in Austin, where they have scooters that you just put your card and now you can take the scooter. I mean, of course, you pay for it, but you can take the scooter and the scooter takes you wherever you're going. And once you're done with the scooter, you leave it exactly where you are, where you're going. You're going to this building, you leave it at this building, and somebody will find a way of getting that scooter and fixing, and recharging the battery and making sure the scooter is working. And I looked and I said, this is heaven. Like somebody stops at the lights and they wait for the lights to turn green before they can cross the road. I'm looking, oh man, this is heaven. So there's a heaven that we can create for ourselves. This is the vision I see. There's a heaven you can create for yourself. The way, if you go to the coastal side, kujeni Diani mwone hoteli, unaingia kwa hoteli ni kama umetoka Kenya. A heaven you can create for yourself. I see an opportunity for us to create a heaven. And I know, even the president himself would want to see that heaven. Everybody, including my mom and your mom, they all want to see this heaven. So the opportunity for heaven is at our doorstep. So if you're one of these people, you come through. George, I wish you were in Kenya, you would have come to the Pamoja. But it's a 24-hour organization. I don't know why it's not a big deal. You can come in and the time is right. So Lutomia uko na kazi, utatuambia. Jasuba, are you there? And what is Mariam doing here if she's not talking? Mariam, every now and then, you should be chomoing like a thong or something, just throw it in the air.
Remember, Mariam is a ghost. She appears when she wants.
Let me tell you, Anthony, first. You don't know Mariam. Mariam has had to tone down her Mariamness during this whole movement. Woo! This is a diabolical bitch. Bro, you want this bitch on your side. You don't want her against you. See. Right now, we're enjoying summertime. Once we're done with this shit, you guys, winter is coming back.
I had to unmute so that you hear I'm laughing.
Hey, don't joke with this bitch. All right, who else do we have here? Jasuba, are you there? If Jasuba is missing in action, let's go to, I think Josephine is here. Josephine has been, yeah, let's go to Josephine.
Thank you, Kibe. Thank you, Anthony, and fellow Kenyans. Good morning, wherever you are. Yeah, I want to say, actually now we are on the track and we have picked the right direction, and we need to start moving. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Just
Yes, go on.
Oh, Israel should mute his mic.
I think there is another mic which is on. Thank you. Yeah, I was saying that I want to believe we are in the right track, because any leader, any group which doesn't have any leadership and people giving direction, and every one of us is giving direction, then we may never get anywhere. So far, so good. I really support what Mr. George has just said. I've always been advocating for that and looking forward to see what do we have to say. The president, for the second time again, he has said, I am ready, I am open. Can we also make that prompt decision? Because as much as we keep on saying we don't want to sit with him, then when will he ever understand what are we really saying? So the key thing is we need to be there. Let's face him. We are not fearing him. This country belongs to us. And without us, he has no one to actually to become a president too. He is only a president because we elected him in our country. And now he has said, yes, I have this opportunity and I feel it's the right ideal time. Come and tell me what you want. And I just read his comment this morning, and he was saying that, can those people who are really criticizing me come and tell me what do you want us to do? And for me, I strongly feel that he has tried to humble himself. Despite that, he has made a mistake. He is trying to learn on how to fix his mistakes. And every one of us, I can tell you, in this country, none of us is a super being who will never make mistakes. Even if we pick whoever we think is the best, tomorrow we'll say we don't want him, we don't like him. And that's the nature of any human being. Because one day I'll do this and you are very happy about it, tomorrow I do the other and you are not happy about it. So what are we supposed to do? We need to be just critical and prepare ourselves, put our agendas in place, and remain focused. What are the key things that we need? First thing, what can we prioritize on? Put the priorities in place, and then we can start the discussion. Because having the team at the back, we will start seeing to it that everything we think it's not going right, we can say, look here, we are not comfortable with this, but we are not giving anything, we are not saying anything, and then we are also going to the streets. Actually, this morning I had a very hard time to convince my colleagues why we should be out there tomorrow, and what we should be saying. And this is the very important and very key. As a country, you need to tell them, because they were asking me, then why is it this, why is it that? And I try to explain to them to understand. So everybody feels that we need to have a plan of action, we need to have a direction, and we need to present everything so that people also don't get tired with us. And that's my advocacy. So I have to submit this. We are in the right direction. Let's keep moving now. And let's present what we have. Let's face the face the president and they deliberate with him. Once we are not happy with whatever he is saying or whatever we don't like, then we have something to say. We said this and he said the other. So now it's our word against our own words. So can we now go and hear him? Then now we are back there to say, yes, he said this, we don't like it. He said this, we like it. He's guiding on this, we like it. He's guiding on the other, and we don't like it. And I think that's the ideal thing we should do as a country. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you, Kibe, for hosting this space.
All right. Philosopher King, are you there? Thank you, Josephine. Appreciate that submission.
Yes, Kibe, I'm here. Thank you yet again. George, thank you for clarifying the issue on children's citizenship. I, however, still am concerned because the issue of citizenship of kids born to African parents in foreign lands is already a constitutional right for kids born outside, and it should be in the 2010 constitution. I don't see where we should go again and start writing another article to protect this, but maybe I'm wrong. Secondly, I'm happy everybody's is converging into like one thought point.
Hold up, philosopher, hold up. I have a clarification to make.
Yes.
So someone who said, who works in that department said, registration is 1,000 bob max as long as one parent is a Kenyan. So there's some confusion, with the information. So he's confirming that as long as one parent is a Kenyan, then registration is only 1,000 bob.
It's not the million Kenya shillings they were talking about.
It's not, yeah.
Okay, that puts me at ease, and thank you for that. Now, secondly, I've seen everybody is now getting excited, and we like saying, okay, tomorrow we're going to meet the president. Don't you think it's too soon, Kibe? I'm just looking at the timelines involved. We've come together this Monday morning. We've raised some points, and I've listened to some valid points and valid arguments at the same time. But can we draw that list before we even decide to engage the president and come up with a way forward? Also, can we try to ensure this thing is open by maybe having it on national television? Because this will kill the issue of people feeling there's been foul play. Kibe, maybe George, I don't know who's planning to go to meet the president, has gone, and now it looks like a team that purportedly had no leadership as now leaders who have stepped up and are going to see the president. Can we bring all the other people from the other platforms, Amerix, Kimuzi, Kina Cyprian, onto a motivational Tuesday or Wednesday, and they bring all the other people who have been attending these spaces so that there's more people who are representative of the larger population? Because right now we got 2,500 people in here, roughly, give or take, and it's not representative of 53 million people. It's looking very spurious, and it doesn't look very good. Let's call all these other hosts into a motivational Tuesday or Wednesday. Tell the people who have been listening to those spaces, come, we want to get more ideas, pen them down, and then approach the president. I think that's more structured than just, okay, going all guns blazing tomorrow to like approach the president and come up with something. Thank you very much.
In fact, philosopher, what's the name? Philosopher King, before we even get the points, we need to know how we are working together. Who are we working with? Who are we going with? So we can only go with the people who want to do this. So it's very important it's very important we identify those people first, because the issues are there. Everybody knows what the issues are. We just have to decide which are the priorities, which are the ones that we want to start with, or how do we want to attack. But we must learn how to work together. That's what I'm pushing, bro. Because if you can now, because all these people you're talking about, like Kimuzi and the rest, we are not working together. So if we're not working together, how does anything make sense? So now my call to everybody is, come, let's do this. But it is being done. It is going to happen. With or without you, it's going to happen. It would be better if it happened with you, because we want as many strong people as possible. But then again, that we must go. So are we going to wait until you change your heart and change your mind? No, we're going. So jump on this train before it leaves the station. Do you understand that, philosopher?
I understand, but Kibe, the starting point of this, sometimes when we come into these spaces, there's so much tension. Why you are a person of good standing in society in Kenya, unajua saa ingine unaenda left right kidogo, but people know you and people listen to you and you got so much influence. Why don't you call them outside of these spaces, discuss with them, and then put it on a round table, and then come back here and then say, okay, now we are the same thought point, and with this is what we want to address. Let's not just go on without incorporating everybody into this process, because this process is for all of us. It should not leave anybody out. We all want a better Kenya. We know everybody has issues they want addressed, but if we just say, okay, they're not on board, we're going to move on anyway, you're going to decide something with the presidency. Probably it will be implemented, and then later on we're gonna be back to step one. We don't want to go back to step one. We want this issue of maandamano to ita kabisa. We want to implement things that are gonna be functional, and at the end of the day, we want everybody to come out as a beneficiary of an inclusive process. Thank you.
Philosopher, just I want to just to bring you up to something. Kibe has been reaching out. I can attest to that. I've also been trying to do it at my level. So there are people who are like-minded. Yesterday I was in a group with Obeds, Oriku, and Mizani. And we're also with a guy called Brief Scoop. And I want to read to you a list that was produced there. If you just indulge me for it. They raised 8 issues. Mark you, they are not in this group. They are not in this space. So these were the issues. Progressive taxes, living wages, and employment, free accessible education, affordable education and healthcare, dignified affordable housing, dignified retirement, social safety net, services and infrastructure, food and political sovereignty. Why did I lead that list? It's to show you that background, huku nyuma, we are trying to bring in everyone. But philosophy, I want you to know one thing. Kibe and everyone in this space, we've been trying to see how we can craft this meeting without aggravating everyone. We have done so well that today there's almost a general consensus across almost all groups, except for a few. Wata kidogo tu sasa ndio wana believe that the president knows what we want and everything. So what now we should be saying, and I'll try and even bring this to Mizani and Obeds when I'm in their spaces, is can we bring like-minded together? You contradict yourself. You are saying we meet the president on camera, but when you're saying we meet as space people in the leaders in the space, we meet outside the space. No. We don't want a scenario where Kibe will say, but you said this. No, I did not say. We don't want that Osman Otero thing again. So if we are meeting, it shall be on space. Those people will be invited. How we invite people on space. Invitations will be sent out. Those who are willing to come will come. And I'll finish by saying, even buffaloes don't go in the same direction, yet they know they want where they are going. Not all buffaloes make it to cross the Serengeti. A few elements will be left in Tanzania when the grass is in Kenya. And a few elements will be left in Kenya when the grass is in Tanzania. What am I saying? You can never have 100% consensus. Why? Because everyone feels they want to be in charge of their circle of influence. But we move forward with those who we can. And we also need to agree, not all of us will move together. Some of us will join us later. But for real, we need to. This is the second time this table is being set. We need to take advantage. Thank you.
It's good you clarified that the thing will be on space, because initially the way it was being discussed, it looked like it's going to be on a round table where everybody else was not privy to what was ongoing there. So if it's going to be on space, that's open enough. Because the reason I raised that was just to bring openness into the process. We don't want what we see on social media where now you see like Otero is getting attacked because of I don't know what. Cairo is also getting attacked on this other side because of I don't know what. We don't know. We don't want all those sideshows. This is more important than individuals. And whatever we do, we should make sure we're doing it with one common cause and one objective that is going to benefit everybody. So if it's going to be on the space, well and good. Thank you.
James, you want to say something?
Yeah, earlier there was a concern on transparency, which I think you've also touched on. In favor of transparency, we had agreed that we will be doing all meetings on space. So even these representatives that we get and the entire movement and all our dealings, we'll have them live on space. Another way we'll...
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I would like to support the philosopher what he's saying. Some of us, we are in different part of Nairobi, outside Nairobi. For example, me, I'm in Mombasa. I would like to maybe talk to president, but siwezi mfikia. So kama inaweza kuwa kwa space, the better. Kila mtu apate hiyo opportunity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That is noted.
Yeah, niaje Kibe.
Unaweza endelea? Tunakusikia.
I'm saying hi to everyone, hi to Kibe. My name's mtaona pale. These are my comments, contribution in this space. Number one, I've heard someone is saying that this discussion need to go kwa media, kwa television. Already is in the media. Andrew Kibe has got followers. He's not a blogger. He's a media guy. He has a show. He has a Twitter space as well. This is very good. Number two, we guys were saying that we need to have people on board who will be able to sit with president. You know very well that kulikuwa na Twitter space where president alikuwa. Kuna watu waliongea, kuna watu wa kuongea. But these are my contribution, Kenyans, my brothers, my sisters, my sons, my daughters. We have a project, a government project, which is not necessarily that everything falls within at a cabinet office. Lazima tuwe na cabinet ama tusiwe nayo. Hata tukiwa na cabinet, but the presidency is the most important organ in the country, which matters a lot. A lot has been going on behind the scenes. Concerns have been raised, and there must be a way forward. As a number of you have said that we need to come together. We need to progress. This is the opportunity. How do we move together as soldiers? How do we move together as even the way Kibe insists? People are saying they want to talk to the president. Yes, you'll talk to him, but what would you achieve? I want to say this, as I said last week, and I just came because Kibe always invited me because ujue pia mimi ni fan wako. We are having a government project which is beginning next week, Monday. This week we are planning the logistical plans.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Just to
Hold on,
confirm, is space still working?
Yeah, I can hear you talking. Can you hear me talking? Am I audible, Kibe? Am I audible?
I can hear you.
Yes, yes, go on, go on.
Guys, I'm talking as a Kenyan, as a brother.
Or did we lose the host and the co-host?
The host Taco.
Nico.
I can't hear Kibe talking or Anthony.
I am here.
Kiba is around. Just mute your mic so that Leori can make his point.
Am I audible? So, these are the things I would want to communicate, that the program for Kenyans, not only youths, because we have people who have lost jobs, people who do not have jobs, a number of people who have not gone to school, we have graduates, you see, and there is always a right to exercise your constitutional right. One of them is demonstrating peacefully by maintaining law and order. But you wouldn't do this every day. What would you be doing? You see, we have a program which is beginning next week, Monday. Let's come and engage with the president, because he's coming to all these regions. We'll have a climate program, mental depression, counter-violence extremism programs. We want to have a joint program. We'll have a very big number of youths who will be attending those regions, those caucuses. President will come. He wants to talk to youths. But if we are saying that we would want Kibe to plan and talk to these people outside here, first of all, we must front Kibe.
Anthony Muraidi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
First of all, we must front Kibe, because Kibe has been doing well. His engagement is factual, and we look forward towards some achievement. And that is a thought point, by saying we need to do something together. Guys, me, I don't have theories here, but I'm inviting you to come. All these things, we will put them in the media. Let's engage the president in the regions. Let's engage president in the space. Let's engage president in any quarter we are going. And I believe that we are going to do a lot going forward, because there is a plan that our youths must be engaged so that we can avoid this unnecessary anarchy in the country. So my appeal to you guys, the Green Army Presidential Flagship Project is rolling out. It's not that we are countering GNZ. Even me and my son is also GNZ. But I must find a way to bring him to order. So I want to finish my statement by saying, Kibe, you are doing a good job. And in case among the media team that would be presenting the agenda of Wananchi, Kibe, you lead and you take a chance by being there. Guys, let us hold together.
Hey people, are you there?
Kibe, drop
Can't
these
hear
guys.
anyone speaking.
You can't hear anyone.
Actually, there's no one speaking. Who wants to go next?
Let us do. It's not about doing it for president.
James. James, you can go.
Can you hear me? So, Israel, are you still there? Like, can you hear me?
James, go on.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think you have this straight. It's not about us coming to meet the president at those county projects and whatever that project is that.
Can anyone hear James?
Yes,
yes,
Anthony.
I can hear.
Loud and clear.
Okay.
So I was saying that it's not about us going to meet the president or having meetings with him as he has planned in those projects that you guys are trying to give us, CG climate, CG green army. Like, it's not about that. Us guys are planning ourselves and we know what we are demanding. Like, like, I can tell you're just pro-government. So please, this is not that place. Tafadhali tu.
Would I say something now?
What happened? What happened?
Can I speak?
Anthony.
Sorry, so I also think I had some technical issues.
So Anthony, are you on the are you on the seat? Are you on the seat, Anthony?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Jean.
Yes.
Jean
Yes.
Lee, you can talk.
Yes. So I think I'm with a lot of people here. I've been listening to this group for Kibe. And one thing I like to suggest, I know, so talking about the dialogue with the president, and I'm with Anthony here, like we have to take action. But I want to suggest that perhaps you start putting out a poll for the issues, right? So that people don't feel left out. Like, you can take a poll in X Spaces and WhatsApp group or whatever, right? Even if it's for just cosmetics, just people want to vote to hear their voices, to see their voices heard. But I also want to suggest if there is a way to concurrently have a town hall at the same time at the X Spaces in some sort of media house in Kenya, so that you're not you're reaching out to everyone that watches like the local TV stations, right? I think there's a way they can concurrently have the Twitter Spaces and have some sort of town hall with some people in the town hall. And I don't think it needs to be one meeting, right? It could be we need to have a meeting with the executive, and probably have both the president and the VP there, right? And then there's another meeting to have with the judiciary, because all these issues are touching those different groups, right? But I think to reach more people, there needs to be some sort of town hall with concurrently with the media houses and the X Spaces, because I think that can happen where questions are also coming from the X Spaces, but the town hall are the people now, the leaders that are within Kenya, that can also guide those kind of conversations. So that's just my suggestion. Thank you for the time.
But we keep our gospel moving. Comrades, viva, this thing is ours, na hakuna kurudi nyuma, na hakuna kuogopa, na wale wanatu represent kwa TV pia represent anywhere. Kama unatoa maposta, toa posta kama zote. Asanteni sana, bado niko, acha tusikie wengine pia wakiongea, bado nitakuja tena niendelee kupush the fire. Viva comrades, asanteni sana, Kimuzi and the rest pia.
Shukran sana. Said.
Asante sana kwa kunipea mic. Mimi ningesema aje, kwanza Ruto asikizi watu kwanza vizuri. Kazi yake imekuwa mnanisikia? Kazi yake imekuwa tu kusema tu hao vijana ni criminals na vitu zingine yenye hakuna. Na nataka kusikia kila wakati tunawaambia tusikize, na hii cabinet yake yenye ameleta sahi ni hakuna youth moja hata mwenye tunajua, wote ni watu wa politician ndio wamekuja hapo tu. Wenye wamepea pesa yeye ili ape kiti tu. Sasa hapo hakuna kitu amefanya. Amerudisha tu wale wenye walikuwa wamefuta tu, amerudisha na wamepea pesa. Sasa Ruto kama yeye ni mtu mzuri, acha tu asikize tu vijana wenye wanasema. Na kesho kwanza tunatokea vizuri. Na lazima na hii watu wanaua unajua hadi dunia mzima inaangalia yeye Kenya anafanya. Sasa asituchezee tu, acha tu aendelee tu kucheza, lakini 2027 kwanza tunamtoa yeye mbio. Hatuwezi bembeleza. Na anasema ati na kesho kwanza, kesho ndio itakuwa mbaya sana. Kwanza kesho tunatokea vibaya na tutokee kesho inshallah. Sasa mimi ningesema hiyo, na hiyo cabinet yenye sasa anataka kuleta hii nyingine yenye amesema amebakisha bado, na hizo kama anataka kusikiza hata asikie tu kwenye Baba Wino na Edwin Sivona Kenya wanasema. Hata hawa watu wakisikiza tuko mbele, lakini hakuna kitu anasikiza. Anasema tu yeye anasema tu ati hawa watu wenye sijui wako kwa X, hawa watu wenye wako kwa X, ama hawa watu wenye hawa vijana leaderless nini, na anasema ati haoni watu. Sasa mimi nashindwa haoni aje, na watu wameshajitokeza, wameongea Kenya, wanataka point zao yote iko clear kila mahali. Sasa yeye na anasema, mimi hata nimeshindwa kitu kusema haki, wallahi mimi nashindwa. Sasa anasema watu amesema ati tumwambia yeye atoe cabinet, ametoa ati sahi, ati amesema watu wakuje tuongee. Aliita nani sasa yeye? Hakuna mtu mmoja yenye ameita yeye, ni amekaa na yeye. Nataka kukaa na yeye, atoke tu, resign tu. Ruto must go bro. Mimi nimemalizia hiyo, asanteni sana.
Shukran sana bro. Nataka sasa is the ladies to take the mic. Tuanzie Mrs. Odhiambo, then Tabs, then Grace, then Milan. Miss Odhiambo, mic ni yako, unainua mkono.
Hello.
Tunakusikia.
Hello. Good morning. Mnanisikia?
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay, let me hand over the mic to my husband because he's been raising his hand. He couldn't.
Hello. Yes, my name is Odhiambo. I'm using my wife's line. I've been raising my hand, but now it's as good she has been noticed. Now, let me just contribute shortly. I agree with just the last speaker. We have to be very careful on the approach we are taking, because I've followed in other spaces, people are being nominated to meet the president on the Kibe space. It therefore means that our slogan is going to change from Ruto must go to Ruto must speak. So we must be very careful. What is it that you're searching for? And the government is also very tricky. They know the elements of divide and rule. Since the multi-party, you remember the Ford Kenya and Ford Asili, the tactics of government are still alive. But what we know is that we want the government and service providers who are affected by the public, people who issue IDs, people who give services, people who manage airports, the CEOs, those are all political appointees. And for us to clean the system, we should start by cleaning the system like the president started the PSS. He should proceed to a PSS. He should proceed to the CEOs of parastatals, because those are the people who are not offering the services that you expect from them. For example, how would you, register an aircraft bought by Didmas Baraza And we all know that the parliamentarians cannot afford even to pay pilots. How is he managing even to pay a pilot? Where did he get money to buy the aircraft? The aircraft when came in a box and was registered because of the impunity, the pressure they put to the Civil Aviation Authority. So these are the impunity we are talking about, and it is all over. Today, if you want to register a company, there's somebody who will just make a call and the company is registered. Some of us, you'll have to go and queue and queue and queue 1 week, 2 weeks until you give up. Those are the people we want to deal with as we go ahead to fight this particular government. So we must be very careful. Are we sitting with the president, or we are still going on with the revolutionary tactics? Because if you look all the countries, name it, Egypt, when they were removing their president, there was no talk. They just stand in the streets and the president left. If you look at other countries, where even West Africa, where the military coup has taken place, it is about the impunity of people in power that is bringing influence, and you must know somebody somewhere before you are given a job, before you are given a service, before even your phone is picked. If you go to, for example, in civil aviation, I'm an aircraft engineer myself. In civil aviation here, somebody just came and is replacing the people he found there with his cronies, just because he has the powers. When he's being told, he says that you can go anywhere, we can influence the court, we'll employ others. I know the president, I know the judiciary, I know the judges, and in any case, the government will pay you, even if you are awarded in a court of law. So those are the impunity we are talking about in this country. So my promise is, or my suggestion is, we continue pressing and press and press. I heard somebody talking about a bomb. There is no bomb that is made to hit civilians. Airport, JKI, if you occupy, it's a very strategic resource for the country, and it's very, very important to be protected. But that is how our voice will be heard. If we lag behind, or if we reduce the pressure, they will divide us. They'll divide us. I don't know if you're still getting me.
Shukran
So,
sana.
Bwana Kimuzi, you have to liaise with other people and let us have one uniform way of going together, because others are now nominating people to go and meet the president, and others are still going to the streets. So we don't know where we are heading
We
to.
are not part of them.
Thank you.
We are not part of them, kabisa. You know, our flow is tribeless, leaderless and fearless. We are not among
Yes,
Kibo.
yes,
Hata sikuwa najua ni vile umetuambia saizi. So
yes,
tunakaa rada, tunaangalia hizo. We don't want any dialogue. We know. Thank you.
yes, yes.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much.
Sasa wewe umechukua slot ya the lady. So Grace na Tabs Karanja, slot moja imeisha, so the ladies ni mbili imebaki. Tabs.
Hello. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Asante Kimuzi for the opportunity, and everybody else who's here, nimewasalimia. Nataka kusema two things. The first thing is, okay, title ya space, I don't have anything to say, but I pass my condolences to the families, and to the people who are, the families who are bereaved, and also the people who are injured. And then now to my two things. The first one is lazima to increase pressure, kwa sababu what we've been doing has gotten us results, but it's half-baked results. Inakaa Holmes to say haski ako amedecide venye anafanya na ana buy time, and then na hiyo ni mbaya kwa sababu giving him time means he has a structure, he has a government, he has structures that he's now readying for his next move, whichever that is. Jana nilimsikia akisema wakora walienda kotini. As in, this is a president talking such loose words that have such impact. Ni kama kuna kitu anangoja. He's trying to make his move, and he's anapanga hizo chess board yake kutu attack. I don't know how he's going to do it, but it's not, he doesn't look like he's going to go down without a fight. So, and that's why nasema to increase pressure. And how do we do that? Niliona politician akisema to organize watu wa kuje kutoka, so that we kutoka everywhere else in Kenya wakuje Nairobi, alafu tuandamane pamoja, and to camp day and night, because hii yenye tumekuwa tukifanya watu wakienda home inaka, that's when especially jioni wase wanachukuliwa, wase ukienda home watu wanaabductiwa wakienda nyumbani, ama tu kama wameketi kwa manyumba zao. So ni kama divide and conquer, ana pick out wale wase influential, ama mtu alisema kitu, ama he's just plucking us out one by one. So I think what I would see as a good increase of pressure is we organize, people come from wherever tukutane Nairobi to andamane day and night, camping, wase wakuja na chakula nini, so that we stop the businesses. The impact is felt much more than venye tumekuwa tukienda home. That's my first one, and that needs a lot, some bit of coordination. But we've shown everyone we are able to coordinate ourselves, even if there's no leader. So I'm sure that can be done. Like the previous the two previous speakers have said, we are people. We can do anything we put our minds to. The second one, and I'll keep it short, is about your mind and your emotions, like your mental health. Utasikiza in these X streets kuna vitu nyingi, there is more corruption every time. Hakuna place huwa hakuna corruption. If you look at the ID, there's someone, like the previous speaker has just said, civil aviation kuna nepotism, kuna corruption, as in it's everywhere. So I think as Kenyans we should accept that we have a lot of work to do. That means that the system is corrupt. We have systematic corruption. Systematic corruption means every system is ailed with corruption and nepotism and sexism and whatever. Tuko na kazi mob. Sasa I think kila mtu anajua hivyo by now. So now what we need to do is remove the fish head. Because once you remove Ruto, everything else will trickle down. There's no potential for corruption, because the person who you're going to put in next, or hata ukichukua parastatal, if you put someone who has integrity, no one else, even if they try, they will be wakishikwa wanatupwa nje. So I think we should keep the hashtag going, and we keep the goal, our mental health also proper. You come out, take time to relax, take time out of the social media, so that when you come back you're focused, that the goal is one. Nimeona kuna ma infightings, those are guys who are trying to make us lose focus. We should just keep our mind to it. So keep mental health, take time to be happy, whatever that means for you, then come back. Asante. Babe, asanteni. Nimemaliza.
Shukran sana. Grace, you can take over then Milan.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Kimuzi, for the opportunity. And my thoughts and sympathy goes to anyone who's been affected and everyone as a nation. I think we're in a very crucial point as a people. But allow me to weigh into something that I'm very passionate about. We saw the president fired his cabinet, and he's yet to appoint a minister in sports. And why will I single out sports? Because I know the power of sports. I have lived sports all my life, not as a sports person, but as an administrator and someone who's been in sports. But you see, this is an industry that has been used by our government just to just reward anyone they feel that this person belongs to the sports docket. That's what they're given. But this is a docket that has ability to transform lives. It is a multi-billion industry that we have been made to believe that Any minister that comes to the sports docket, their work is just to renovate stadiums and sink in billions of shillings that are never accounted for, and no one seems to care about that. So what are we doing to our population, especially to the youth? Any person who's maybe actively going to be involved in sports in the next decade or so, they are currently Generation Alpha. But then we don't have systems, we don't have stadiums. We have just found a way to just use the stadiums. Even when devolution came in, the governors have used stadiums to make money and to do nothing about it. And I think as a people, as young people who are still strong in this country, we need to lend our voices into this systematic corruption and injustice, especially to the young people. Because in 2024, you cannot tell me that as a nation, we do not even have a stadium that has modern ticketing. Yet there are a lot of programs that have been formed. The tech people are here, they have done that, but there's no stadium that even has a turnstile. Yet we've seen our ministers, we've seen the MPs, especially the parliamentary group that deals with sports. All they do is benchmark. Ever since we were born, they go for these competitions and they earn a lot of allowances and they come back and the cycle repeats itself. We are doing a lot of injustice and a lot of injustice to our young people, because for you to be someone in this country in sports, you have to get out of this country and maybe come back. Yet this is an industry that can employ millions and millions of people. One thing that has taken us behind is actually the Sports Act of 2013, which was enacted by Parliament. Yet in the Jubilee manifesto, not Jubilee, the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, that was an item in their one-pager manifesto when they talked about sports. But 2 years in, nothing has been done about the Sports Act, because the Sports Act gave power to institutions like the CAS, the SDT, the sports registrar. But people who have been around sports will tell you that this system does not work. It is outdated. It needs to be looked into. But then what do? We just go to the airports, welcome our sportsmen, and give them maybe state recommendations, which is good. But we cannot be doing the same thing over and over for 10 years and expecting a different outcome. So I'm calling out on sports professionals. There are so many sports professionals from Kenya who are actually scattered all over the world. Most of them are doing production, some of them are doing sports administration, but they cannot come back to impact this knowledge they have in this country, because what we do, we put our own people in these dockets, in these institutions like the Sports Kenya, the Sports Academy, which has an ability to transform lives, but we are not looking at professionalism. So as we agitate for all this, I call upon the people who are in sports to walk the talk, and also talk about federations, because world over we know that sports is governed through federations. There are people who have refused to leave these federations even for decades. But what does the government do? They just talk to smile with them. So those are my submissions, and thank you for everyone who's been adding their voice. Thank you.
Shukran. Milan, you can take over. Then there was someone, Damwai. Milan, Damwai. Then we have Yegon, I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I hope unanisikia, niko kwa laptop. Ninanisikia? Okay, first, sorry I didn't see your request. Number one, I want to condole the family. It's very painful. I mean, radicalized, man. I'm sorry for the loss of your brother, and I hope you get justice. And I would like to list to sikize pia more of people wenye wame go through something similar. Me personally nilipigwa rungu tao, kilio uchungu sana, and I had to work with deep hate. Anyway, so first things first, I want to ask a question. Do you guys really want Ruto to go? juu mnataka aende saa hii ama 2027, because some of you are just saying Ruto must go. Mnataka tumtoe saa hii ama
Saizi bana, hatuna hiyo time.
Let's be clear. Juu I realize most people are saying Ruto must go, but deep down hawataki aende. They're just saying because it's the wave. There's a lady who has spoken, Tabitha, ameongea vizuri sana, and that's what I've been saying all along. If we really want Ruto to go, we bring everyone, we take time, especially watu wako diaspora. You have to your role, because you guys can't be touched. Nyinyi ndio mtatumika kumobilize. We get people from all over Kenya. Camp in Nairobi. We will remove Ruto na deputy wake na the entire government. That's how, if we really want Ruto to go now. Otherwise, ngojeni 2027, I'm going to be very brutal. But me personally, nataka atoke saa hii. Ama headline mbaya sana. Second point ni about JKA tomorrow. We should be very careful about tactics za watu kutuambia, oh, let's go to this other side, or this other side will be good. It's the same thing that happened last time tukisema story ya State House. So if tusha decide ni JKA, let it be JKA through hell or high water, whether it's whatever zone, let's go there, block the roads and everything. Personally, mimi nitakuwa huko. I don't have much to say, but my point just stands. If we really want kumtoa sahi, then let's say it, tuache kuogopa. Ukiuliza what next, mimi ukiniuliza what next kwa media ndakwambia tunataka atoke na Gachagua and everyone. We want him to go right now. Anyway, I don't want to speak much about work, so ndakuwa tunasikiza. Thank you, Kimuzi.
Shukran. Damoi, then Yegon, then Betty.
Thank you so much, Kimuzi. Can you
Yeah,
hear
we
me?
can hear you.
Thank you. Allow me, first of all, to appreciate you for hosting this space. And of course, even pass my condolences to the families which are mourning. For them who have been abducted, we pass our regards to them. Now, I want to just bring a few points on board, just to update people on the regime that we're dealing with. First, we talked about the finance bill, and the finance bill was dropped, but technically, can you hear me?
Yeah, but kuna kelele background.
Now. Okay. That's okay? You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, but bado kuna hiyo background noise.
Yes. Hello? Can you hear me now? That's okay. Yeah. Hello. Fine, thank you. So I'm saying, we are dealing with a regime that is so corrupt in such a way. Oh my! Can you hear me? My background. Let me work on my background shortly. Let me work on my background.
Okay, work on it. As you work on it, to break the monotony, Kizude amesema kona poetry or is a spoken word artist. Acha introduce.
Hello,
Kizude.
Hello. Kimuzi, there's someone who has put a mic on. They can mute.
Ni Mohammed, mute. Kizude, you can continue.
Okay, thank you so much. So I wanted to just put a few points on board just to remind you or to show people the kind of regime we are dealing with. Now, when we talk about the finance bill, and the guy said that he's going to drop the finance bill, some of us were so keen to learn the finance bill was supposed to raise around 346 billion. And then when the finance bill was dropped, he comes on board on a live television. He says that he's going to take 1 trillion. So again, a mind game, right? There's still a background. Someone need to mute. Hello? Someone need to mute their mic. Okay.
Acha
All right.
nimemsaidia tu kumtoa kindly juu sasa nimemute mara kadhaa. Endelea.
All right. So that's number one. He comes on a live television, then he says that he's going to go for a loan of 1 trillion. Another mind game. Then secondly, we have seen them talking about the dialogue. Dialogue with who? Dialogue with people who are killing us. Dialogue with people who have abducted us. In fact, even as I speak today, I don't know about my tomorrow, because the government is really looking for innocent citizens who are really expressing their rights. The reason why we are supposed to stand more stronger is because of the life of Rex. So in case you don't have a reason to go to the street, we have fallen heroes who had one mind, who had one objective, just as we are today. They are all in grief just because of this government. Secondly, we are going to the streets, just armed with a bottle, with the water and the flag. What is the government doing? Killing, abducting us, so that we don't express our constitutional rights. The religious leaders nowadays, they don't have a voice. They are not independent anymore. They are siding with the government. They go in the state house. I saw the other day there were 96 of them. As always it has been, the church has been captured. The organizations have been captured. Parastatals have been captured. No voice can be expressed because of the weak system. Why we should be up in the streets is because we understand the sovereignty of this country. We understand what the fighters of the freedom did. The same regime have come with people who have their own self-interest, who have their own, they want to build their own empire and have forgotten the common mwananchi. You came in the year 2022, you write on agenda, you said that it's the hustler thing. And many of us said, fine, let's work it out. What turned up later? Building empire, displaying opulence, arrogance in the social media just because of this political class. Enough is enough. I want to encourage someone today and this morning, let our voice be heard. Let us not be bowed. If we perish, we perish. But if there's a person who paid to die because of the freedom of Kenya, then all of us, we should be ready and we should be in the forefront. Personally, I can say this, as we plan to go tomorrow, we know there are bloggers who are paid overnight just to begin to deter the movement. We are reminding them today that we are leaderless, so that in case they get that money to influence the people, we will still march on. Today is Kimuzi, tomorrow is done. So what the voice of the revolutionaries should be that all of us carries one agenda, all of us carries one voice. Anyone who will go to bed with this government, it's up to them. And we are watching. We are watching. And some of us, the government also need to know that the generation they are dealing with is a wise generation. In this space, we have lawyers. In this space, we have engineers. We have accountants. And all of us, and many of them are not employed. So when they think that they can try to blackmail us at this hour, we are acting at a place of desperate, and we are acting to ensure that this regime will go home. When we are talking about going home, they are saying, what next? Now, what next cannot be answered, because if we tell them what next, we know what the system will do. It has a way of hybriding in such a way that then they begin to work on our next. We are not cowed. We are not foolish. We know what we want. Let them know. Let the hospitals, let the counties, let all the people in the government and the politicians know that we are tired and time is now. Enough was enough yesterday. Thank you so much.
Shukran for that powerful speech. I'm so happy that we still have people with the same zeal and zest. Guys, nikacha jangu inaisha, so space ikidrop msiseme huyu mtu aliniina ni compile sana. There is someone who wanted to give us the spoken word at Amanda Kizude. I cannot see him anymore. So Yegon and Mutongo, you can go and then we can know. Yegon then Mutongo.
Okay, Yegon ni kama yuko. Kila mtu anasikia.
Yeah, nakusikia.
Sasa hii story ya JKI kesho lazima tuende nayo. Tusiambiwe ati kutakuwa na GSU ama kutakuwa na nini. Kitu ya pili tumeanza kusahau, kuna police tungefaa tu visit kitambo sana inaitwa IPOA, because they have done nothing about wale watu wote wameuliwa na polisi, na si maandamano ya kwanza, hata ile ingine ilipita yote, hakuna kitu, hakuna sijaisikia, ama kama kuna mtu ashisikia mmoja amepelekwa atuambie. Another thing, hii kitu ingine amekuja ametuinsult tu, jamaa ametuinsult. Tumemwambia toe MCS, ametoa, amewarudisha tena. That's an insult. First of all, we don't want politicians on those places. Kitu ingine hii mambo, kuna msee ameongea sana, very important question. Must Ruto go? Ni saa hii ama 2027? Mi hiyo sijui, siwezi jibu because carried in very many people, they don't know about the process ya kutoa sitting president, of which it might be earned, but the most important thing is to push him to do what we want us to do. We want him to do for us. Vitu ingine, vitu kama tribalism. Tribalism sisi wenyewe ndio tunalileteanga tribalism. When we go to the ballot, tunataka tu kuchagua msee wetu, na hii kitu ndio imetufikisha hapa mahali tuko saa hii. Hiyo kitu ndio imetufikisha hapa saa hii mahali tuko. Kitu ingine, kesho sasa mostly tuache tuongelelee mambo ya kesho. Kesho ukiona msee anajaribu kulutu kitu ya watu, tunaachana na hiyo maandamano, tuna deal na yeye first, then we go on. Mimi ni hiyo tu, lakini we not forget about other places we should visit. IPOA, hii mambo ya retirement, watu wako 70 years na bado they are holding public offices. Wengine unaenda kwa office like public works, unapata mzee ako hapa hata hajui kutumia computer saa in this era. That's very bad. Wase to move. The spirit is kesho tukutane mapema. Nimeenda.
Shukran. Yegon, ulikuwa umekuja. Mudhoni, you can just say something there and then we close because niko mbali na niki-access charge ni hadi some 1 hour later.
I just want to remind everyone that kesho asubuhi vile tumesema mapema ndio best. Msikuja saa 6, sijui saa 7, mkuja mapema. Someone else can speak.
Simple Simon amalizia.
Simple Simon, thank you Kimuzi for giving me this chance. Let me be very fast. Nimesikia hiyo ombi lako ya charger. Now, I have only 2 points. One, guys, if we are pulling crowd to JKIA tomorrow, let it be JKIA, so that we have one force, one power. You see, maybe I'm afraid, I don't know, maybe kuna mtu maybe akona mind yangu mali mwenye anafikiria the same. Maybe unaweza pata kuna watu wengine wataenda town, then watu wengine wanaenda JKIA. So unapata maybe itakuwa very very difficult tuwe na force yenye inatakikana pale JKIA. Story yenye mtu anasema ati yo mbom, watu washaongelea. Hizo ni kicks of a dying horse. Washaona vizuri mahali tumefikia, mahali tunataka kuguza. Watasikia uchungu. Airport unajua, it's not the first time tunaenda airport, and I'm sorry to bring this, it's not the first time. Watu wakumbuke time yenye huu broker mwenyewe sasa mwenye ameingia kwa Ruto wakati alitoka Germany. What did we do? I personally was part of that group. tulitoka na huo mzee airport, hiyo airport, na walikataa, si ati hawakukataa, walikataa. Tulitoka na huo mzee airport hadi Tao. So history yenye mtu anakuambia ati tufai ingia airport, hiyo ni ujinga. Hiyo ni ujinga ya hali ya juu. Hiyo ni ujinga. Then unasikiza Ruto jana anaenda ushago home Bomet. Huko ndiye anaanza kudanganya watu wenye maybe unajua home ni ngumu sana. I wish angekuja aseme hii kitu hapa Nairobi. Ati alikuja space, watu hawakuweko. Na huu Ruto ndiye alikuwa na gamble na maswali zenye alikuwa anaulizwa hapa juzi tu. So unasikia anaenda Bomet anaanza kudanganya watu ati alikuja space na watu hawakuwa. Ati enough is enough. Kwani hizi zingine wanakubalingi? Hawakubalingi, ndio maana wao wanatupiga risasi. Sasa ukianza kusema ati enough is enough ni kama sasa hizo maandamano zingine amekuwa akikubali. Ujinga hatutataka na ujinga tunakomesha saa hii. The likes of Jomo Kenyatta, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, they fought but we are still fighting. It's only that the players ndio wamechange. Players wamechange. Wazungu walienda lakini sasa wametuachia Waafrika wanatunanyasa hata kuliko wazungu. Asanteni Kimuzi, nimekasirika hata niko na vitu mingi lakini kuongea hata ni shida.
Shukran sana. Let's end, tutakuwa na space nyingine jioni ya sira sasa tutaileta ili kwa tu ya kusikiza the family members wenye they lost their loved ones and tumesikia Shieni hivi could have hear the brother talking ilikuwa motivating, like ungesikia chenye anasema it's something very sad and at the same time amesema tu chenye anaomba tu kitu moja, nyi mtokee to appease the brother or because he died for nothing. So amesema let the memory live on, let his memory not be that alikufa for no reason. So amesema tu mtokee mpushi Gavadi to the wall na ogopi anything. And thank you so much guys, tutarudi 7 leo 7 tunapeana psych na kila kitu kesho
jargons, the words that an ordinary citizen will not understand. And it's in the jargons that the secret of this finance bill is. They're charging us things that people don't know. This just, tax on bread and all. It's just but a cream of everything. There is more to it than what they are talking about. So he will vent and quarrel. I remember the first protest we went together, just like any other Kenyan, we went to. Myself, I was really disappointed with the finance bill. I was not in support of it at all. I kept on, commenting, making my comments kwa barani ya wananchi back at home, doing civic education to, my people back at home. I was against it. I knew this is ill of it. And so he's been going for protests. And of course, I will always tell him, please, safety first, It's just not, you're just not prone to police brutality. You're also prone to other injuries, like running around, you might get injured. Just safety first. Of course, as an older brother, I would ask him safety first. Just be safe out there. You're a young guy. The future is ahead of you. Please take care of yourself. And it is sad how I found out about his death because I was working on that day. And just like any other Kenyans, I was going through Twitter to find out what is going on. And so when he was going for the protest on that 25th, that fateful 25th, now it's fateful, on that fateful 25th, I he sent me a picture, and I just told him, "Hey, be careful, be safe. I'll see you later on at home." And he asked me, "Hey, I need." He sent me some money. I buy some food, and later on he was going to see the girlfriend at CJ's. So I told him, "Hey, today is Tuesday. Unaenda na wapi date town? See much of the places before." I wouldn't like a place, so I just go for mandamano after mandamano. I go to CJ's with my girlfriend. So I sent him some money ya kukula lunch and also kupeleka girlfriend yake out. Then we didn't talk again. So I was going through Twitter just like any other Kenyan to to follow up what is going on, what is happening. And then I came across a video because for him it was a video, not a picture. For him it was a video that it was trending, and someone has just posted, "They're killing us." So I saw the video. I felt so sad. My heart was heavy. My heart sank. I saw the video. I proceeded on just looking at other things, and just something hit my mind. I was like, no way, that video. I think I know the person. So first thing first, I went back to the video, looked at the video, and then I went back to the photos that he sent me, and I didn't have to check twice. I just closed my social media, went straight to my manager, because I listened to the video, the content of the video, and one of the guys was saying, if you check my Instagram, my Instagram, my Twitter, you can see I posted the video. One of the guys said, "Tumpeleke kwa ambulance na ni maiti." So when I left, I just went and told the manager, "I need to go home. My brother has been shot." And my manager is asking me, "Is he alive?" I told him, no, I'm just going to look for him. What if he has been left on the streets? What if he has been left on the streets? Let me just go and find my brother. So there were challenges, of course, because I work at JKIA. Kulikuwa na shida ya magari. So I just walked out, asked a friend to drop me to Cabanas. And in Cabanas, I just found, when I was in the car, I remember before I left work, I went to the toilet and I prayed. And I asked God, "Please, God, I know he's gone. Let me not struggle looking for him. Just let me find him, please." And then and there, my mom calls me. He's like, "Hey, where's your brother? I'm trying to call him. He's Mteja." I was like, actually, the things are not okay. I'm at work as well. They're trying to find us a bus to take us home for the sake of safety. But in my heart, I know that he's gone. It's just not the best way to break news to your mom. And I think death has a way of informing the people, your loved ones. Your loved ones will call, "Hey, Niaje, why is Nani not available? He's usually always available. Why is he not available?" I just told them he's safe. I actually left him at home watching a movie. Let me get home, then I'll make sure that I call all of you. I was not going home. I was going to look for him. So I go to Cabanas, took a bike, and I didn't know where to start. But I just went fast. I went to Red Cross. I reported a missing person. And I just told them, I am looking for my brother who has been shot dead. I was clear about it because I knew who I'm looking for. I knew I'm looking for a dead person. I told him I'm looking for someone, my brother, who has been shot dead today. And they told me, I just asked them, where are the injured, unconscious, and the dead being taken to? So they told me, go to Mbagathi or Kenyatta. None of the dead has been taken to the mortuary. So then I went to Mbagathi. Mbagathi told me that they don't have any dead guys. They only have the unconscious and the injured. And I went to Kenyatta. And when I went to Kenyatta, I had a feeling this is where I'll find him. And that was around 4:30 because he was shot at around 3:32. So at least he was taken away from the streets. So when I go to Kenyatta, I again said the prayer, "Please, God, let me not struggle. Let me just find him." So when I go to Kenyatta, it was a crisis in Kenyatta. That day, not only 5 people were killed because I was looking for my brother. I know the number of people I saw. I honestly saw 7 people. I saw 7 people before I found my brother who were dead, who had head injuries, really bad head injuries. So I had his photos, so I just went, and there's just a nurse who approached me, and before that, Kenyatta was just like, "Guys, please put the dead aside. Put the dead aside. We are only taking care of the unconscious and the injured." Well, it's sad to hear that, but it makes sense. What are they doing with the dead anyway? They are dead. Just put them aside. Let's help those who are unconscious or are not feeling okay. Just put them aside. So one of the nurse approached me and told me, "You look like a very broken man." I told him, "I'm a very broken man. I'm looking for my dead brother. He could be here." He told me, "Do you have a photo?" I told him yes. And when I just showed the nurse the photos, she just hugged me and told me, "I am so sorry. I am really sorry." Uh, she was so sympathetic, and she just told me, "I just want to let you know that he's no longer with us." My heart sank. I was so devastated. I was so devastated. And he just told me, "We don't know him. He didn't have any identification with him. So he is with one of the guys there." So there was where guys who were dead, who have been shot dead, were on the side somewhere. So he just told me, I will assign you a nurse who is going to show you to go and identify him. So at least I met like 7 bodies. So I saw the 7 bodies. He just told me, "You have to be really strong. You might open bodies that some are not, some you don't know. And maybe in one of these bodies, one is your brother, because what wamefunika completely. So open body 1, body 2, body 3. And when I opened body 4, it was him. A clear headshot. My heart sank. I was really broken. I did not understand. It did not make sense. Why should someone who just, had snacks and afia in his bag and a phone is just cheering and saying Ruto must go? Even then, people were not shouting Ruto must go. Then people were shouting, reject the finance bill. Why? Why should young souls were just asking reject the finance bill? They are not like there to overthrow your government. I was so broken. I was so devastated. Why will a government do this to its young people? They haven't done anything. And then, well, I try to comfort myself, and the only way I could comfort myself is at least he did not struggle to die. I'm sure, according to how he was, how I found him, he was like in a moment of celebrating. And the shot was too fast that I'm sure he didn't even feel any pain. It was just one time and he's gone. So that was the only comfort I had, At least you did not go through any pain. You didn't suffer. You didn't even feel it. It was one time and you're gone. But I was so devastated. How do you now start telling a mom who is back in Narok that your son is not there? My mom keeps on calling, umefika nyumbani, umefika nyumbani. How do you start telling your mom? So I decided to start, call my brother. And well, that's how now we started informing family, and grief starts there and pain demands to be felt. But you think you have pain if you haven't lost a loved one. You can't compare the kind of pain we're going through. You can't understand, because we look at him every day and you think you're irritated. We're so pained, we're so broken. You look at him and you're just like, what? Yes, maybe it's not the president who shot him directly, but his command, his power had an impact on our young brother to be killed. We have a family business, and he was like the chief financial officer at a very young age. You will go through the books of the school. He was registering an auditing company because he was really good as an auditor. He will volunteer and audit books for companies. And you're looking at this young soul. And I saw a tweet where it was saying that the heaviest casket is the one for unfinished dreams. And honestly, the kind of dreams he had, and even me, myself, as a brother who has been, going over and above to pay for school fees. And for me, the biggest win will be to see him graduate, to see him accredited, with, graduate na CPA, graduate from your first job. What I would have been so happy to see him graduate, make it, you're actually having a job. I felt like a parent, despite that he was my young brother. I felt like a parent. I'm so happy my son has achieved it, because, our dad passed on in 2021 due to COVID. So it was my responsibility to take care of him. So I feel so sad, they have taken away a lot from us. You know, they have taken away a lot from the family. Right now, my mom is devastated. Right now, I don't know. I am giving her time, but I don't know how it's going to be. I don't know how it's going to be for her. She's really having a difficult time. In the news the other day, the president said that he's going to compensate the families. And you wonder, how exactly are you going to compensate us? Because the kind of compensation as government you're going to give us money, whatever amount it's going to be. That's not what we want. If we could get the best compensation we could get, it could be bring back the life. And it's so hard. It's actually so hard. Right now, I'm still 3 days to 25th. I haven't still woken up to the reality of my young brother was shot. His wardrobe is still intact. All the clothes are still there. I work for DHL. He was wearing my clothes for DHL. And you wonder, will you ever get through this? It's difficult. And right now, I'm not even scared. I'm not even scared by death, you know. I will put my heart and soul out there to shout and say, no, we can't accept this, because I've already lost what is more important to me. Government is not so important to me. So government is not so important to me, but losing a brother that you've been living with. Nowadays, I wake up and he's no longer there. Now I live in a two-bedroom where I'm alone. And he was my company. And you wonder, really, how are these days going to be? You know, you say, oh, let's occupy. But everyone who's protesting has left us behind, because for us, we're stuck in 25th. Our guys have moved on to protest against Occupy JKIA, Occupy MOH. We have been left on Occupy this government on 25th after taking away our loved one. You know, death does not scare us. It's the love that we lake in our hearts every night. Now that he's no longer there, for us, it's just haukuwa uende mapema. And for us, I think the best kind of comfort we could ever get is seeing the country change to the better, because it will be our brother death was not in vain. Our brother death was not in vain, because the country has changed. And so if you are going to belong in the streets, let us belong in the streets. That is the best for me. That is the best kind of compensation you can get as a family. That this country has become better because of the blood of our brother. Yes, we're going to be paid all the money they would think of paying us if they ever pay us. I mean, that's just stories. We're going to compensate the families. They're still struggling to compensate a lot more of people. We don't even have expectations of that money. And if it's possible, we don't even want it. We don't even want it. For what? That money? To cover for blood that has been lost? No, we are okay. We were not dying before they came through for us. We don't care if they give us the money or not. We don't even want it. If there's someone here from the government, we don't want the money. We don't want compensation. We are okay. Before you came through, we were not lacking. We were suffering like any other Kenyans. We were making ends meet for ourselves. We were paying taxes. We were hustling. We were doing our best, and we have thrived until now. So we don't want your money. For us, satisfaction will come from this country has become better. We'll always find satisfaction that our brother's death has made this country better. We'll find comfort in that. No, we are not going to find comfort in all the money you're planning to give us. So in that, for me and everyone who is in this space, we belong in the streets until change comes. We belong in the streets. That's for me. That's all for me. And thank you so much for your support, for your messages, for your contribution. You help us. You did help us give him a beautiful send off. We are moving on as we mourn, because there's no other better way to mourn. Rather move. We still have to go to work. We still have to take our kids to school. We still have to belong to the streets. But thank you for your support. Right now, it shall be well, we know. It's not well right now, but eventually with time, it shall be well. Thank you so much, guys. It's not going to be the same for families who have lost their loved ones, but we shall survive. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Siloma. Thank you for that. I don't know even how to put it. I've just been listening for the last 30 minutes or 27 minutes and just keeping quiet because what can I say? Like what you have just said, the only thing you want to see is the government work because you don't, they cannot bring your brother back to life, and it's really sad. May he rest in peace. May Eric Shane rest in peace, and may justice prevail one day. May justice prevail. May justice and fairness prevail. That's all I can say. Thank you for being here. And if anyone else has a close relative or a friend or anyone that his or her voice hasn't been heard or his life hasn't been celebrated, kindly DM me and give you the mic. Kindly DM me, or if you have something to add on what Silom was saying, kindly DM me. Longstaff, you can take over. Longstaff.
Hello guys, I hope mnaweza nisikia.
Tunakusikia.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Kidogo nashukuru sana. Actually, Kimuzi, I've been attending all your spaces by the way. Napenda venye una lead. Ukionanga space, hata nimeona umefungua space sahii nikatoka ile ingine nikakuja huku. Me niko na, I don't have much to say but all I can say is that guys manze, hii movement tulianza sisi wote, we were there venye hashtag ilianzishwanga up to this time, bado hatujaachilia, we are all still on despite the fact that tume lose some of our friends all along. On that week ya 25th Tuesday, I think that hiyo ndio ilikuwa maandamano kubwa kabisa tushai hold. So many people died on that day. Mimi nilikuwa hapo, say my DP, my AV, niki hold hiyo placard. We were there, tulikuwa huko sisi, tumeshinda tukiwa huko sisi, hatujaikosa. Shida ni watu wanasema tutokee, alafu on that day ya kutokea watu hawatokei. Hiyo ndio issue kubwa tuko nayo. People are just online. Watu ni wazuri kuongea kwa mtandao but hakuna kutokea. Guys please, if you tunaongea hapa like kesho tutokee, acha tutokee with the same interest, ama kila mtu ako na shida yake nampeleka kwa street. Watu wengine umegraduate, there's no jobs huko tu, yani kazi yenye unaweza fanya ni mjengo, hata mjengo yenyewe hakuna manze. You guys know how hard the things are on the ground. Mnajua watu wako Kenya wanajua how the things are. The country is so messed up manze, it's so messed up. Hakuna decorum in these offices za government. Watu wanapewa kazi huko wanapewa venye wanajulikana. A lot of nepotism all around. Kama una do ya kupeana upati job. so unabaki tu na your papers kwa nyumba, ukifigure out, ukiendanga kazi za mjengo, all in order to survive. Juu lazima tu zamani, lazima utokee, lazima survive. So mimi personally sijui kama kuna mtu kwa hii space alienda na akakuwa nje, ako hapa aseme if you can check on my pin tweet bro, Kimuzi, mimi have been tagging you. I went on that Tuesday on 25th. Niliumia mkono wangu saa hii, I can't even feel it bro. I've written all the story iko kwa the pin tweet, kila mtu anaweza check out. Mimi I was shot, I've been Kenyatta, all the documents nimeattach kwa hiyo tweet. Nilikuwa there the first 3 days, tukakuwa release juu people from Rongai walikuwa injured sana, mtu ameshutiwa hadi kichwa, walikuwa wengi, si tukakuwa released juu mimi yangu ilikuwa kwa mkono on my right hand. If you check my pin tweet, the story is there. Walinitext hiyo time so some walinitumia something small, nikajishughulikia on the I think waliwave bills. Nikawekwa sticker, kuna sticker zenye unawekwa kwa kichwa ku identify, so si hatu kulipa, but nilishughulikiwa, niko kwa nyumba, I'm going nearby clinic
Bro,
so mtu anafaa kwenda, mtu anafaa kwenda.
Anifa ali come through. Hiyo nilitaka kuuliza swali after umenitag.
Yeah, alinitext akaniambia nitume document, ni share WhatsApp documents. I shared. I'm still waiting. I don't know what's happening bro. Me, I'm still waiting. I was told to wait. So I'm supposed to go to clinic for dressing after every 2 days. Mimi niko kwa nyumba bro. Siwezi ifanya kazi, mkono wangu haiwezi ifanya kazi. Niko kwa nyumba, mi sina relative anaweza nisaidia. Niko kwa nyumba, mi najitegemea tu, nategemeanga any friend mwenye ananitumia something, ni buy food, I can't cook. Anyway, that was just my point. I'm just saying, I'm all with you in this. Tusaidiane. Don't stop this manze. Kitu lingine liniuma ni ile ya Osama. Sisi tulienda nje tukatokea, alafu mtu anawaambia that night, me have been following, ati don't host, mwenye ata host ndiye atakuwa traitor, alafu yeye on the following day anaenda kuhost. I understand why Kimuzi is mad. I'm just mad as you bro. Mimi Osama mimi namjua personally, lakini hata sitaki historia yake anything to do with him. Hata kama nimesikia watu kwa hiyo space nyingine wakisema no, ati forgive him, ati you should forgive him and we just proceed. No, a traitor is a traitor bro. A traitor is a traitor. We have lost young men, alafu mtu anaenda kuhost the president, na the same president jana uliona venye anaongea, anatuita wale watu wa maandamano wajue sijui nini. Osama shouldn't be near your project Kimuzi. Let him just stay away. Yeah, ajenda jifiche, akae na huko. Watu waliumia, watu walidead. Me, I could be dead right now, but I'm here. Ni Mungu tu. Mimi I could be dead. Sijui. My mother at home was looking I was looking up to me. Right now I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. Mimi naweza fika mwisho bro, ni jihang juu nimekosa namna, nimefika mwisho. I don't know what to do. I'm just bitter. Yani the guys kama hao mnapatia platform akina Gaitho sijui Kanono trying to divide watu. Kuna watu hapo Kimuzi, you have to know watu, the people trying to pretend wako na nyinyi to divide this movement. Hiyo ni kitu nimeona kwa ETL. Kuna watu mtu what's the business sijui za Cairo, what it doesn't have to do with hiyo. Ni vitu ulisema like the last time we said, we don't have to give much attention to such things. We focus on the main point. What are we going to do? We should discuss. Kesho kunaenda aje, watu wako in good health watokee street. Me unfortunately sahi niko bed, I can't. So Kimuzi, sisi hata kama tuko leaderless, hatuna leader, so in these spaces ndio tunapatanga mwelekeo, tunajua. Me my friends wengine hata kwangi Twitter sana, wananingoja wananiuliza kunaendaje pale, kesho tunaingia aje. So guys, nimeona Mkenya Daima, you gave me the space last time manze, wewe ni mtu mzuri sana. I explained myself, you've been leading. So guys, to focus, tuache story mingi. Osama should, despite the fact kuna following sijui large at, no, you guys can do that. Si lazima Osama, you're giving him attention, ndio nafanya ajione yeye ndio kusema. Hakuna yeye kusema, is just a nigga from Nyamira. Hakuna mtu yeyote ako yeye ndio important kuliko mtu mwingine in this movement. Mkenya Daima, Kimuzi, nyinyi nawatambua sana. Leader, you can in that nyinyi ndio mko na high following, mnaweza eleza watu ni hivi na hivi na hivi venye kunaenda, you leaders. But stories za watu kudistract ati wanalipwa pesa ndogo ndogo, unalipwa na sisi hatujailipwa kitu yote, and we got injured. No one has ever paid because sisi we are fighting for this country. Mimi personally nikiwa campus I suffered a lot hadi mimi manze, yani nasikia uchungu. I suffered a lot to graduate. Nilikuwa nafanya kazi nikisoma, yani ndio gava kuje tena kutu fuck up manze. This Kenya, mtu mimi na feel tu, yani ningepata chance ya kutoka hii Kenya nitoke tu, yani what naweza endelea. Thank you.
Ulipotea kidogo.
Unanisikia tena?
Tunakusikia. Kindly reach up to me, utani DM details zote juu I told her last time aka reach out, then I'll follow up. Sawa?
Okay, please utaona DM.
And thank you for that powerful. You have just echoed what I was saying. Hii kitu inafaa kutoka from deep within yourself. Like activism, what I always say, activism is the wages of activism is death. It's not being paid or anything. Spendi nikiona mtu anapokea pesa ndio akuwa activist. Heri uende uapply kazi kwengine ukuwa activist kuliko kuja hapa you are betraying the cause or you are doing you are riding behind genuine people kama wewe wenye wanaenda protest because you know what you are fighting for. Wewe una fight because you know you have studied all na kuelewa hiyo part ya campus. Pia mimi niliteseka hiyo campus, alafu namaliza campus 2019 2020 hakuna anything huku nje. So like I really like watu wenye wana relate na what we are with the movement kuliko mtu anakuja tu for the sake of kukulia, because I know there are many people wanakulia hii kitu but we shouldn't mind them, you know, like tunafaa tu kuenda as one. Alafu unaona these small voices zinakuwa watu wanawasahau or zinakuwa diminished. So this is what I'll be following up. I was talking to Anifa and I was telling her if there is someone mwenye aliumia ama mwenye amepotea, we created an account for missing people. Kuna report I just shared on my timeline. Report anyone missing mwenye hatumjui, alafu wenye wako genuinely waliumia kaa wewe unaweza tu ni DM, then I'll forward everything to Anifa ata verify because mchanga is a tedious process. Lazima isainiwe, waweke affidavit, then iende kwa mchanga wenyewe wa release funds to the bank account. That's why it's taking some time. So maybe hapo ndio problem iko, and mchanga wataleta receipt zote. Anifa will be posting weekly yenye melipwa. I told her for accountability and for you people to differentiate us between our corrupt inept incompetent leaders, lazima muone that we are accountable. So we shall be sending everything. Mchanga inatoanga weekly hiyo stuff. Anifa posted yesterday actually. I'll share. I just retweeted it today in the morning, and we shall move forward. Like I'm really happy kusikia from somebody like you Longstaff, and napenda hiyo resilience na napenda hiyo energy. Na somebody just said msichoche watu watokee maandamano na msitokee, but kitu ingine pia naweza ambia watu usiforce tena mtu aende maandamano, like itoke from deep within, from vile inatoka kwako. Unajua what's taking you to the streets. There is a doctor ayuko hapo saizi. I really wish ningempea mic awaambie chenye aliona on Tuesday, and it was quite saddening. So keep on with the spirit, let's keep on with the movement. There is a Ken ameniambia ako na so much to say, anatoka Kajiado, so maybe Ken, we can listen to you. Ken. Mkenya, unanisikia?
Kimuzi na kusikia.
Ken unanisikia?
Yeah. Yes, I'm getting you, Kimzi. Nakupata vizuri sana.
You can go on.
Yeah, I can go on. So, thank you very much, Kimuzi, for hosting this space. So, the people who have been affected by the
For me, that is the critical question. What really is the subject of our conversation with you? Now that we all agree it's a failed government. So the government, the leader of that government, on his own motion, just needs to quit on all of them. So we don't need a conversation or discussion around that. We don't.
But so Daktari, let's get out of the what do you call it? Of the what we want, because the ideal is just to tell the government, hold up everybody. The ideal is to tell Ruto, just get out of office, just walk out of office. I mean, it sounds like a child who's saying, I want a candy at midnight. I want candy, I want candy, I want candy. Yeah, we can get you candy, but you have to wait till tomorrow when the shops are open, and you give the kid this whole breakdown. So you guys are saying, okay, we want this, we want this, we want this. So we are here. We are putting action to the words. Okay? We're putting action to the words. So what's our action to these words that we have? Because we have a lot of words.
But Andrew, do you think...
Ekuru, Daktari, just before you talk.
Okay, go on.
There's something I want to bring home. On Sunday, Joe Biden stepped down as the presumptive nominee for the Democratic Party. Okay? All through, people were saying he won't. But it took negotiations. If people stood on the ground like we want to and say, we know he won't, we know he won't. People, it's not easy. You're asking someone to quit. I want us to move from that kind of thinking. And I want us to go into the line of thinking that as we tell William, that William, right now, like the Democratic stood Biden, the masses are not with you. But as we exit you from office, for the good of the republic, like Democrats say, for the good of the party, we want you to start changing a few things. Okay? There are two ways to get Ruto out. Either we wait for 2027, or to get the Kenya we want. There are two ways actually to get the Kenya we want. Either we wait for 2027 and vote someone new in, or we negotiate with the government of the day and see whether we can get the low-lying fruits from this government. But we cannot abandon discussion, and we need to be realistic. Telling Ruto to quit is not, that's the longest route to what we want. I think you get my point.
No, you know what? I would like to hear more divergent views on this. But I think, Anthony, you guys, there's a degree of naivety in what you're suggesting. Because, and one of the things that I keep on saying to you guys is that you need to try to understand these leaders. For someone like me from 2009 up till 2007, when I started interacting with these political, the people who have this political entitlement about our country, I know them. I know their character. I don't know how you can sit with somebody who is obviously making wrongs, obviously not accounting for anything, then to ask him what? I don't think the Democrat, when Joe Biden was confronted with the reality, the polls and whatever, he felt he need to announce it himself. You want to tell me that William Ruto, with all the intelligence he has, and I'm sure there are NIS guys in our forum now who are informing him everything we are discussing, doesn't know that he's becoming very unpopular? Of course he knows. So, and I don't think this is a person, in my view, who really cares about the country, you know. And I don't think, I mean, they came into business, into politics for business. So you can ask him to close his shop because his shop is Kenya. His shop is politics. So you can ask them to close their shop because that's how they earn their living. So for me, yes, I still stand by the idea that on the question of integrity, if I see that I'm unpopular, nobody wants me, there's a revolt even in my own backyard, we don't need a dialogue for that kind of conversation, for that decision to be arrived at. You just go, you quit. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ariari, respectfully. Okay. Mariam, you have something?
No, wait, Anthony. No, we can't continue saying that without putting some meat behind those bones. You can't just say quit. Hey, apana, because kesho there's a demonstration happening tomorrow. That is something that we know.
Kibe, if I may.
No, wait. I'll give you a chance. I'll give everybody a chance. So don't rush. I want us to finish with the Daktari here. Daktari is someone who's in the mix, so we want to hear from him. Okay? So Daktari, my point is this. You cannot, especially you having been in the game for such a long time, you can't just tell people that the president will quit. You know that's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. This guy is a career politician. He's been in politics for over 30 years. So you know him better than anybody else probably in this meeting. Do you think Ruto is just going to step down because you want him to step down? Because he's unpopular? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying he should reason like you. Just hold on, Daktari. Let me finish the point.
Okay.
Yeah. So because you want him to reason like you want him to be a logical human being and see that he's unpopular, people don't want him, and then one day just tell, what's her name? Rosemary. Rosemary, pack your bags. We are leaving. These people don't want us. This guy has a whole group, a whole team of people who are telling him that the rest of the country, or rather the GENZs, are wrong. So there's no way he's even considering that. So now, Dr. which is what I think we should do, and this is what Osama said at the beginning of this conversation, was we should be discussing tomorrow and the day after, and what are we doing? Now, this forum here, we decided, okay, what we want is to sit down with this government and negotiate for what Gen Z want. Simple. So whatever Gen Z want, because we have realized there's a communication problem between Gen Z and the government. So we need a liaison, someone who can communicate to both parties. One to come from the government to the Gen Z, and from Gen Z to the government. But as long as these two are talking at each other, you can see what happened over the weekend. Ruto doesn't know how to talk to them. These guys don't know how to talk to Ruto. This is where the millennials and the Gen Xers are supposed to jump in and take that opportunity to bring these two people together and make sure that works. So that's all. So, Daktari, I don't want you to be like anybody else and just say, oh, Ruto must quit. No, for you, there's more responsibility in that statement, isn't there?
No, but Andrew, with all due respect, the demands of the GENZs are very clear. They said they didn't want the Finance Act, the bill. It was rejected. Ruto considered to it. Now they are saying Ruto must go now. That's a direct message. So what do you want us to sit about that proposal that you must go now? Because the unpopularity of William Ruto is evident in all of us. It is cutting across the country. Even governors now being visited. So I don't know what the agenda of the meeting will be to dialogue with him, because Kenyans have already told him. Actually, this is already a meeting. This is already a dialogue, Kibe, that we are having, because I know there are government operatives here. There are government operatives here.
So what's the path when you say, okay, the people just want him to go? So how is he going?
Kibe, if you read, I think, chapter 8 of the Constitution of Kenya, is it on national executive, if I'm not wrong, the president can actually resign, or all of them must resign, because it's not just about President
So
William Ruto.
so he's not resigning. That we know that. The way you know everything else, even me, I know he's not going to one day just wake up and say, I've resigned. So let's take that fantasy out of our heads. What's the next thing that we can do?
Well, the revolution has to continue, and it has to continue to be because that's their.
Daktari.
Okay, yeah, go on. Who is this?
There's something. It's Anthony. There's something I want to come to say. When you say you wrote a bill, when you wrote that bill, it's not that government you wrote that bill to was different from this one. The government you put that bill to was the same government, but has rebranded to this name of UDA and KK. But you see the same hope and aspirations you had when you wrote that bill. That time, you were able to capture your hope and sell it to your party so well that you sat down and came up with that document. And I thank you for that. Let me explain to you what is different now. Your same document, Daktari, is now alive in 7.5 million youth, the Gen Z, who have never even read your document. But somehow, the genius in you saw this moment coming before every other Kenya saw it. So now what are we saying, or what am I telling you? Let me address you now like me. Daktari, you had the idea before its time. Now your idea is in our time, and it will be birthed. And how will it be birthed? William Ruto has said, this is the idea I have of employment. We are telling him, the idea you have of employment, we want to tweak it. We don't want to be taken to Abu Dhabi. We don't want to be taken to Germany. No. We want you to broaden the base for manufacturing, because we want to work here, because we have family here. We are telling William Ruto, this was your idea of fighting corruption, but we have a better idea. Or we can take your idea, now we want to enrich your idea. So we don't want you to reinvent the wheel. We are simply saying, because we've tested our strength in the street, and he's listening. That's the reason he keeps on saying, I want to talk to you. If he has not measured our strength, he would not be saying he wants to talk to us. So your bill and our strength is what we are looking for. We want to match the two. The same hope you had when you took that bill to parliament is the same hope I want you to have right now. That if you believed then you could negotiate with that government, we also believe now we can negotiate with this government. Just give us that time, because we all know he is not going to resign, but we can have a meeting of the minds. That's what I'm asking. The same way you thought you can, your mind and that mind of that leader that time could meet, is what I'm asking you for right now. You've said we keep your bill alive.
So
7.5 million people will not say it, but I'll tell you, we'll keep it alive.
So Anthony, I'm not cutting you short. So Anthony, I'm not cutting you short, but I will tell you this. For me, the bill is there, and I'm willing to tweak it based on the current demands in the country, and I will share. One of the conditions that I've given is that I don't want people to say this is a Ekuru or court bill. To be honest with you, I am more than happy to go back to law school and teach law and practice my law and, retire happily, so long as I know the country in safe hands. But I'm also not going to sit back and just watch mismanagement of our country. I have a responsibility as a Kenyan, I've got a civic duty, and as you know, Article 3 of our Constitution is very clear that all of us must protect, respect, and uphold our Constitution. Currently, it's not being respected, it's not being upheld, it's not being, protected. So I will happily share with you guys the Punguza Mizigo Constitution Amendment Bill. We can rename it 2024 because, as I believe, the first Mizigo now, we don't even need to Punguza, we need to throw it away, is William Ruto. The second Mizigo is Gachagua himself. The third Mizigo for me is the National Assembly of Kenya, because these are just an appendage of the executive. So I am amenable to sharing the bill with you guys, and I will happily share it here and let people comment on it. But I want you guys to own it, so that before they are saying it's a Kuru Accord, it's Thirdway Alliance Kenya, but there was a common good for the country. It was for the good of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari.
Sorry, can I speak?
I think let's see other views, please, from other people.
Yes, I wanted
Yes,
to say the same.
Mariam, please go ahead. Then after Mariam, I'm going to have Buire, then Min Radak. Mariam, please go ahead.
Asante sana, Chris. I wanted to actually address Dr. Kuru. I think we need to have a very honest conversation with the Gen Zs, or rather the movement, the people who are pushing for Ruto must go. As I said earlier on this space, our hate for Ruto is really blinding us from the real issues of the country. If we got rid of Ruto today, nothing much will change because we have systematic issues. So that's why you see me going back all the time to the Constitution, that we need to fix the issues from the Constitution before we change.
Anthony,
Can you hear me?
I can hear something from your background. So please, Anthony, mute your mic.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam, go ahead now.
Thank you, Chris. So that's why you see me all the time going back to fixing the Constitution, fixing the system before we change the president, because I think at the moment, people are so blinded by that hate for Ruto, and we know that Ruto is not going to step down. That is a fact, Dr. Kuru. And it's a conversation you need to have candidly with everybody who is pushing the Ruto must go slogan. In fact, you're saying that the majority of the people think that Ruto has failed as a president. You'll be very surprised that ukienda kwa ground, the people who are still going to support him. You'll be very surprised that if you try to take him down by force, you'll see a lot of people again rising up, the silent ones coming to protect him. It is a fact. You know why? Because they know that the next person who is coming in is probably going to be the same or worse than Ruto. That's why I keep insisting, guys, do not let your hate for Ruto blind you from the real issues that are affecting Kenya. The problem is not Ruto. The problem is the system that allows them to do whatever they want once they get that seat. So, Dr. Kuru, please, I think we need to have an honest conversation that we need to fix the system before we bring in new people. Otherwise, we'll have the same problem in the next 2 years. We'll be back in the streets agitating for the very same things.
Thanks, Mariam, for that. I hear you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ekuru and Mariam. Now, I said next I'm going to have Buire. Buire, have you spoken?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. So I've been listening in since morning, and there's something that has just come across my mind. So right now, as many people have talked on this platform, they've said they want to have a negotiation with the president. To negotiate with the president, then what's the difference between us and Raila Amolo Odinga? Because we are all just trying to, maybe it would seem like we're just trying to get, some people are just trying to get trying to get a seat at the table. So you will just get a revolt from the Gen Z, then we'll go back to the start. Because 10 people cannot just come up and say, this is what we want, And this is what we're going to tell the president. First of all, what you should resolve is how we're going to move these masses so that these opinions will come directly from the Gen Z or all the stakeholders. Also, another thing, there's a guy who talked about governance earlier, and I don't know, Daktari, you understand these things, and also other people who are in this platform who know how this can be implemented. But I was just thinking, to be honest, the idea of devolution was the best, was very good. In very many countries it has worked. It was a very good idea. But why do we need 47 counties? That has already been said. I don't want to add a lot, but can we just reiterate on that agenda, push it? Because I don't see why we need 47 counties with this small country when we can just function with 8. All these people are just taking away our money, wasting our taxpayers' money, and these governors have turned the counties to business, to business any platforms or whatever. Don't know the right word to say. So first of all, I want Anthony and Kibe, with all due respect, please explain what's the difference between your move and Raila's move.
Let me go first. The difference between us and Raila's move is very fundamental. Raila Amolo Odinga he's coming in as a political class. So there's an element of self-preservation. He wants to remain relevant in the political space. We are not a registered political party. Our interest is a better Kenya. We are not fronting Mbandi to be a minister. We are not fronting Joho to be a minister. No. What we are asking is, when you go to choose your ministers, this is the criteria we want. If you meet our criteria, we don't have a problem. When you go to appoint people like to represent the leader of majority who spoke to us in a particular way, tell him Kenya is not about how we agitate for our movement. Kenya wants to have a conversation on how their lives will be better. I think I've made myself clear with those two examples. Our agenda is a better Kenya. Our agenda is not someone to stand somewhere in a region and say, as we are going to negotiate, because right now I am a nominated member of parliament and I should be a minister. So our agendas are different. Yes.
Right now, for me personally, I don't advocate for any political. In fact, if we had to dissolve the government, just start over, that would be the best option. But now, for clarification. So, you mean the idea of the opposition to have all stakeholders at the table and negotiate was right?
I can't speak for the opposition for political parties because I'm not in their space, and my frame of mind is not their frame of mind. That's why I've told you in a very simple way. When they came into the negotiation table, from what I can see and from what they are saying, and I will quote them, Bandi said yesterday that right now I should be a cabinet secretary. So his political party, ODM, came to the table to fill slots for their members. Why I am suggesting we go to the same table is not because I want my friend to be minister. No. I want to go to the table and say, Mr. President, the young people of this country, me included, are saying, as you look for those jobs abroad, that is your thinking, and I respect it, Mr. President. But I'm saying, or I am of the opinion, we broaden our manufacturing. We lower the cost of young people opening businesses. For instance, give them a moratorium when they open a business for the first 2 years. They don't need to pay any county fees. Give them a waiver on tax because you cannot open a business and start being profitable. That's why I'm going to the table. So I'm not going for because I want my father to be or my mother or my friend to be in it.
Good points, Anthony. I've listened to your manifesto and it's one of the best that I've got so far. But now I have a question. How do we pull so that we broaden our opinion, so that we have a larger crowd backing this conversation, so that it will not seem like it's just a certain faction that has decided, let's move to the president and talk about this?
Thank you very much. Now, we've been doing that, and today in the morning you'll find that also Osman Osoro was in this group, Mkenya was in this space. We are trying to tell them we feel we need to come together, but we also appreciate that we might not get there when we say it, but a few people will come in. Now, shall we be held hostage by those people who don't want to come? No. And I'll give you an example. When you go into a democratic space, I'll not use Kenya. 8 million people vote. Later, but we need to move. Why am I saying we need to move? The first time the president showed the interest of negotiating, we turned him down. Now he's saying, let us negotiate again. Or let me remove negotiate, let us have a discussion together. I feel we should take this opportunity, sit with him, articulate our points. And I'll give an example. When Kasmuel went on TV, the first time Kasmuel went on TV, what mulisemaje, nani amemtuma, jamaa wa masuti, and blah, blah, blah. Today, a very big chunk of GENZs are saying that Kasmuel is doing the right thing. Imagine if Kasmuel waited for everyone to say go. That's where I am. We need to go and others will join. Hata basi jangi ikiwa kwa stage. Basi inaendanga ikichukua watu. Thank you.
Now, Anthony, you get why people are a bit skeptical to... Okay, yeah.
But hold up for a second, because I want us to try and close this out as quickly as possible. We've been here for a minute. This is a game of numbers. Okay? It's a game of numbers. The only reason why the Gen Z have an open door to go sit down with the president is because they have proved they have numbers. Raila Amolo Odinga, in the last election, he lost by like 200 or something thousand votes. It wasn't much. But he has a huge following. The same following that Ruto has. They have been building this following for a long, long time. And with this following, they can walk into any room and negotiate for anything in Kenya. Raila, Ekuru will tell you, there's a time we used to make fun and we used to say Raila is unarrestable. There is not a single policeman in this country who will arrest Raila. Why? Because Raila has people. So this movement is a movement of people. It's a movement of a forgotten people. That's what I want you guys to know. And now you've woken up and you've said, shit, you mean we've been living and we know that we have the strength? So now these awakened people, you can go with these awakened people somewhere and negotiate. So instead of giving instructions, you can be the one making the decisions. So move away from you trying to tell the president what to do. The negotiation here is how much are we sharing? We want some seats at the IEBC. I mean, you want people who look like you, people who speak like you. That's what we want, that representation. We want seats in government. We want all these people situated somewhere. So the conversation here is not about Raila or Ruto. The conversation is that this group of people have come in, and this group of people, if used the right way, you can make some magic with it. So I don't even know why, Ekuru, you're struggling with it. Because for you, I would have thought you would have seen this like this, because especially with that bill of yours.
Well, Kibe, I don't know what you are saying. What I'm struggling with, I don't know. I mean, unless you expound. I think Kibe, I want to take you on that because what am I struggling with?
Okay, hold up, Ekuru. I'll come back to you. Buire. So I'll just clarify. All right, go ahead, Buire.
Yeah, so the problem here is people are a bit skeptical because at the moment, the first time we went into the streets and rejected the finance bill, it worked. But now the problem is, Kibe, you have to admit, the president now amechoma because it's like he did not even listen to the problems the people had because he just reappointed the same CSs wenye alikuwa ametoa. So I think the point of dialogue right now, I don't know how you're going to pull this idea so that we'll be able to capture all the GENZs to move in the same mindset that you're moving on at the moment. Because what do I feel like? Negotiation is
You see, Buire, what I want us to move away from trying to get the president to do things for us. Let's move away from that. So we stop telling him to be a good guy or to not be corrupt or to not be anything. He is not our president. He is their president. So he's doing what's in their best interest. It's in your best interest every weekend for your grandma in Shags to get 200 bob from sitting for 3-4 hours listening to these guys. It's in her best interest. She looks forward to it. She probably bought her last dress knowing, Ruto is coming this weekend. So for them, this is a working system, and it has been working for a long time. So when I hear you guys trying to tell the president who to appoint, I'm like, he is not your president. Get that through your head. So he is not listening to you. So the only way you can get anyone who listens to you is to get your people inside there. People who will listen to you.
No, but then Kibe, that's a misnomer. Listening you.
Uh-huh.
If he is not our president,
let me Google misnomer as you make yourself.
So if he's not our president, as you say, then why is Anthony and the rest suggesting that we sit down on the table with him? I mean, so we need to kick him out. I mean, but constitutionally and legally speaking, William Ruto is our president. Let's not lie ourselves about that. It's a fact. Now we need to go into.
He's not the Gen Z president. He's the president of everybody else and the president of the country. So he has a lot you can get from him. If you are to sit down with him today, you can negotiate and get a lot. So why don't you want to do that? Unless you say he's not your president, and then we cut off Nyanza, and we say, okay, from here, this is our country. How is it going to work, Ekuru?
No, Andrew, the Ruto is our president, the president of Kenya, whether you are a Gen Z or wherever you are. But the question really is that is he performing as was expected of him, as he promised? The answer is no, he is not, and that's why people are resisting, and that's why under the Constitution of Kenya we can say, you've lost our legitimacy, our approval as a president, so quit. And this question of dialogue, for me, is still it doesn't make sense. What are we dialoguing about?
Daktari, he is not quitting. Can you move on beyond that? He is not quitting.
But Andrew, why?
So give us the option where he doesn't quit. Give us the option where he doesn't quit. That's the option I want to hear. But this number of quitting, that's wishful thinking, my guy.
The option of not quitting is that we occupy everywhere and everything until we put him out. We got the Tunisian. No, we got the Tunisian way because Andrew, as you will recall, for example, you may have read about a man called Mohamed Bouazizi in Tunisia, who actually sparked the Arab Spring revolution. And Arab Bouazizi, was just a fruit vendor. And he got so tired of the equivalent of our kanjo here in Kenya. and decided to, lead himself. And when the people of Tunisia got so angry with their president, the dictator for 23 years, they told him, there is a plane parked at the airport. We're not going to kill you. You only have one-way ticket. Ruto can have the same option. So if he cannot quit, we tell him, KQ or whatever, there's a one-way flight, go wherever you want to go. I mean, that is the other option.
Now at least we are putting some clarity behind it, because telling people that he's going to quit is a lie. He's never going to quit. He's never just going to walk out of office. There's too much at stake. Okay, so forget about that option. So now, thank you, Dr. Ari, for giving us the real option, because that's the only option.
Yeah, Ruto has been an absentee president, at least for the last 2 years. He has gone to more countries than he has gone to many counties in Kenya. I'm sure maybe he has interest in many of those countries. So some of them can adapt him. So we just tell him, if you cannot quit, by the way, take the next flight to choose the destination of the countries that you've been to.
And how are we doing that?
That's why we're having this conversation, and that's why the pressure point has to be there.
Yeah? You know, Kibe, let me just add you. Daktari has given some wonderful options, Dr. Kuroko. He has said, we either tell him, one, to ship out and go to one of those countries. Okay, yeah. But there's one option you're not putting on the table. We tell him, as we occupy everywhere, we also occupying your state house and telling you, if you want people to stop occupying parliament, give me these terms. If you want people to stop occupying JKIA, give me this term. We must use our numbers to work for our advantage. That's all I'm saying. We can occupy everywhere. I don't know. We want to occupy everywhere, but not at the table. Come on.
No, but you see, Anthony, the risk of being invited on to the table, and I'm sure Andrew knows this very well, you can find yourself being the dinner to be eaten. So either we join that table as diners, but not as part of the dinner.
My point exactly, Daktari. Now we are home, as Kibe says it. We are home. We want to join that table, not as even cutlery, as eaters. And what are we eating? What is on the menu? Working on employment for the young people, reducing the wage bill in this country. That is what we are eating. And we shall eat it until it fits, until we are satisfied.
But let's hear more. Let's hear more opinions, Anthony. I think let's invite more speakers. Yeah, we are hogging the space too much.
Eddie, take the mic.
Anthony, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Unlike philosopher who was asking why do we need to change the constitution, roughly 14 years after the constitution coming into effect, I think we have every reason. For the last 14 years, what we've seen is that the wage bill has grown, because if you compare the period that we are in and before 2010, the wage bill was around 400 billion for the civil servants. But at the moment, we are around 1.2 trillion. We are actually at 1.17 trillion. So that is 4 times. Yet, that does not match up to the productivity of the economy or how fast the economy is growing. And as we have seen with this government, they are leaning more towards increasing taxes instead of, for example, making it, giving new companies from wherever a tax holiday of, let's say, 3 years. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Just Chris, you can't hear him. Huh?
Eddie's gone. So who was next?
Yes, no.
Hey, hold up, Chris. Chris. Anthony.
Okay, Min Radak. Have you?
Yeah, me, I can hear you. I can hear Chris. I can hear Eddie.
Okay, tell Chris to drop off and then come back.
Min, Can you hear me?
Yeah. So instead of
Kibe,
attracting
wait,
new companies
Eddie,
from outside.
Eddie, hold up 1 second. So Anthony, tell Chris to log off and come back.
Chris, can you hear me? Chris.
It's okay.
Kibe,
Wacha nimtoe
just
alafu tarudi. Eddie, go ahead.
Yeah, so what Ruto should be doing is to attract new companies from outside by, let's say, giving them a tax holiday of the first 3 years once they establish in the country, they establish their businesses in the country, so that he can be able to attract as many companies as possible. Because at the end of the day, people who will be employed in those companies will be paying taxes. So if he can then graduate that over time, where he can increase by, let's say, 5%, or let's say 10%, so that by the 6th year, they'll now be paying the 30% corporation tax. I mean, he's increasing taxes, and that will have a counter effect on what he's pursuing, which is basically collecting more revenue from the country. So my point is, if you look at the current status, one of the reasons why we should be clamoring for a referendum is to cut down on the wage bill. For example, we have 263 parastatals, and we cannot pinpoint one single thing some of these companies have achieved over the years. So we need to consolidate some of these companies and, of course, maintain some like the power generation companies and transport like KQ, though we've been pumping money over the years without seeing much improvement. So we also need to do away with one house. Why do we need 2 houses of parliament? Then we can do away with women rep, because, I mean, when this finance bill came to parliament, one of the things that I would have expected the women parliamentarians to do is to vote against it, if for nothing else, the taxation on diapers and the sanitary towels.
Eddie,
because I mean that.
Eddie, before we get into the nitty gritty, because now you're in the nitty gritty.
Yes.
Yeah, you're in the details.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And those details are supposed to be discussed by a different group of people, not us. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because we're building something here, and we're saying this is how the building is going to look. So these details that we're talking about, because your idea is not necessarily a good idea, it's just an idea, right?
Yes.
So we have to decide who are going to give the ideas, and then how are we going to decide which ideas are the best ideas for us to pursue. You get, like, even for,
I think what we should do.
Are you getting? So for me, I'm still stuck on the rules of engagement.
So I think what we should do, we should come up with a portal where ideas can be posted, because obviously we have so many forums happening. Then we can select people, like for example, we can select Law Society of Kenya to have a look at all those ideas and consolidate them into something concrete which we can move forward with. Because these ideas might be so many. Some of them might be the same. So I think we need to have a portal or a place where we can post these ideas to then have people who can look at them critically and know which or how they'll be able to consolidate them into something concrete. Kibe?
Wonderful. All right. There's a portal Nani was making. I don't know, James. And now, why I needed us to constitute this team was so that this team can make some decisions. Okay. Because even for now, when we make a decision that we're going to use this portal, then that's the only portal that we're using. So we have to agree that this is the portal that we're using. So before I even push James's portal, but I think we should just go ahead and push that portal. Why not? I mean, James.
Thank you very much.
James went ahead and created it. We might as well just start using it. He showed some initiative.
Then he should start sharing with different forums so that we can be as inclusive as possible.
Because James is here. Can James take the mic and just say how someone can get to your portal? It's on Telegram, I think. Yeah.
So what we've done so far, we've built a voting system based on blockchain. We're waiting for it to go live so that you'll be able to download the actual app. So as at now, there's a Telegram link that I've shared. So you can, if you're of same mind, join the link. There we'll post links to even
Where
the
have
back
you
end.
shared it, James?
I've pinned
Say
it
where?
up you.
Thank you,
On
sorry.
this. Yeah, so you guys can join that, and then on that you'll find various demarcations, and we'll also share the links to the actual application. So if someone is in tech, they can check it out. Like, it's open source, anyone can open it, anyone can access it. So yeah. And also there's another one we're working on now that you mentioned about issues. So we are working on something that will sort of be a bot that will pick up on conversations happening on the Telegram. So every single suggestion or every single solution someone has, it will be picked up automatically. They will be like filtered through and matched problem with solutions, and then in order of how many people are talking about a certain issue. Like, the back end of it is a bit of a mambo jumbo, but the functionality will be 100% transparent.
Thank you, James. Daktari, are you seeing, imagine your bill with this technology. It's winning all the way.
You see, Anthony, I'm willing, like I said, I am
It's on a
willing
lighter
to
note,
relaunch.
though.
Yes, I'm willing to relaunch. I'm willing to relaunch it. I mean, you guys just tell me that you will own it, so that, because it's about Kenya, it's not about Ekuru Aukot, to be honest.
So, James, I think you can liaise with Daktari, or you can, you know how to do it. You're better at tech than any of us, so that you can have his bill on the portal and on, you know, where we want it. I'm not very good with technological terms, but you get it. James, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, we'll create actually a subgroup right now for that bill in particular. Then Daktari will add the bill. Then people can review the bill and also give their comments there, which we will be able to pick up with a bot like later on. And then Daktari and everyone else, I think people are still losing kidogo what we are trying to achieve here. We are not trying to come up with people to negotiate with the president. No, what we're trying to do is, you see, the same way there is Black Lives Matter. It's a movement that fights for Black lives. So we are trying to harness a movement that fights for the Kenyan citizen. So in whatever way that the fight has to be done, if there are bills to be prepared, you know, that has to happen. So we need lawyers, so we need to pay them, or we need, like, it needs to be organized. If there are demos happening, how do we support the demos? They need water, they need t-shirts. We have a unified budget to this. You see, the problem is everyone is thinking of everything as separate, but it should be one big machine moving in all directions. We have people doing investigations. We have people doing civic education. Because even what Mariam was saying is very true. Let's not lie to ourselves. There's still so much civic education that needs to be done. But we are relying on watu kujitolea, and that won't be so effective. We will need to employ things like medical camps, road shows. We will need to be on various medias, various news. Hizi vitu zote zina need kupangwa. So what we are trying to do is to build the machinery, build the bus that will drive us towards achieving all these things, and in an easier, quicker manner.
Wonderful, James. You know, every time you talk, I'm intrigued by your mind and how you see it, how you simplify things. It's just wonderful. I love it. There's a guy here called Sammy. I'm seeing your hand up. You can take the mic. It will be Sammy, then Albert, then Fatuma.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. But most people don't call me Sammy. I'm Minister Radak. That is my name. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, Anthony. Thank you, Andrew Kibe, for hosting this space. And thank you, Dr. Ekuru Aukot. I've been following what you're doing, and I'm aware you are one of the architects of this constitution, which was actually not supported by some of the leaders that we have in power currently. And that is what the point that I want to talk about. And I'm here to support strongly that Ruto must go. And when we talk about Ruto, we are talking about the whole political elites. We are talking about people like Raila Odinga, Musalia Mudavadi. They are old people, and their ideas, we feel as youths, we feel like they are far-fetched. And there is a process and there is a plan of how we are going to do that. And afterwards, we know that after the Ruto resigns and followed by resignation of the deputy president, which we are going to also push for, the Speaker of the National Assembly is going to take the mantle for a period of 90 days. We are going to go into an election, and we are not afraid of the economic stumbles or hitches that we are going to get during that period of transition. But it is better to stumble at that period, but then get the freedom later, because this is a government that has shown a complete disregard for the rule of law, a complete disregard for humanity, and we cannot continue having them. And I want to strongly disagree with Andrew Kibe by prospecting a dialogue with the government. I want to disagree. I want to say there's no dialogue with this government. You cannot have a dialogue of how, for example, the government is disregarding, for example, things like the 300,000 people who attended the X Space that he manipulated. You get, he manipulated the X Space, but still 300,000 Kenyans joined that space, and he was saying that no one managed to join that space. So I want to disagree that there is no dialogue that there is nothing that a dialogue can reap with this government. So I want to support anyone who says Ruto must go, and we need to be strong with that, and we are ready to stick to that narrative, however long it takes. One thing I want to say, the reason why I'm against this government is because they've been lying to us. Number one, they've been lying that the only way for a republic, for example, to make money or to gain revenue is through taxes, and then they continue increasing that. That happens only with two reasons. One, either the government doesn't know that there are other alternative sources of revenue, or they know, but then they turn a blind eye to that, so that they continue raising money through taxes which are used in the government, whereas
Minister Radak.
So yes.
Nimeona umeanza kupotea njia kidogo. Ulikuwa umeenda vizuri, but now you're getting lost because now you're back to complaining about what the government does or doesn't do, right?
Okay.
So move away from that. Let's go back to the real conversation, which is, should we even think about just mute your mic for a second. Mute your mic. Yeah, there we go. Right. So let's move away from that. Let's go back to what you said. You don't want anybody to negotiate with the government because the government lies to you, and then now you go into complaining about the government, which I'm saying this is nonsense. You cannot complain. You cannot say I don't want to negotiate, and then you spend half your day complaining about what the government doesn't do for you. So my point here is this to you, and this is to everybody, is that you cannot convince this government that you didn't vote for to do anything the way you want them to do it. They are not going to be convinced by you because they didn't see you anywhere. They didn't see you at the polls. They don't see you when they go to the ground. So they don't know you. So when you're talking, so you better talk from a position of power, not from a position of weakness where you're begging the government to do something for you. Because that's how it sounds.
Kibe, can I interject?
Thank you, Kibe.
Kibe, can I?
Thank you, Kibe.
Who is this?
Can I interject, Kibe, before the speaker finishes his submissions?
Just hold on, Dr. Adi. Just 1 second. I want Minister Radak to finish that point,
Okay.
and then you can come in.
Okay, Minister, but I wanted to interject on what you've just said. But okay, go on, Minister.
Okay, let me go ahead. Thank you, Kibe, for that redirection. But then, before I attack the government, I have to pull it from a certain point of pain that I'm experiencing, for example. But I'll go ahead. I'm saying that I strongly say that we are not going for any dialogue, and that we want a complete change of the system, not just this government, but a complete change of the system. And I want to say, and I've been saying that the period that is coming forward is the period for the economic transformation and the political transformation of Kenya. So I want to encourage all youths to continue pushing
No. You see what you have, Minister Radak. Minister Radak. Just mute your mic for a second. You have talking points. So it's what you have. You have talking points. That's why you are unable to have a real conversation, because you've come here with some talking points. That's why you keep going back to those talking points. Those are those things you hear in all other spaces where everybody is saying all these things. Bro, the reality on the ground, which is why I want, in fact, just let's go back to Daktari. The reality, break it down to us like we're children. Tell us what are our real options. Stop talking about Ruto must go. He's never going to go. Not the way you think he is. So real options. Ama tufunga hii space ba.
But Kibe, can I make a final point because I need to leave, eh? Kibe, allow me to make a final.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Kibe, I think first of all, let's not condemn any Kenyan who voted for this government, because to vote is an exercise of your political right under the Constitution. It does not mean you cannot ask the government to account for what they promised. So let's not keep it. So let's not restrict people from complaining about the government, whether they voted for this government or not. Doesn't matter. That is the whole question of accountability and our civic responsibility as people. So when people criticize the government, they call it out. Please, let's not call them out. It's okay. I think that's the point I wanted to make. And unless there is really a critical question on me, I want to beg to leave, please.
Doctor, even as you leave, let me send you home with a point, okay?
Okay.
Because
I have a question for you.
on one side, Minister, hold up. On one side, you say that you don't recognize this is a failed government. Minister Radak, mute your mic. Huh? Because on one side, you say this is a failed government, and on the other side, you complain about it. It's like complaining about a relationship you're not in. Why would you do that? Because now all we sound like, we all, hold up, Dr. Let me finish the point. Because you're complaining about a relationship you're not in. You're looking from outside and you're crying. And when the door is opened, you're like, oh no, but I don't want to come in. I don't want to come in. You didn't want me in the first place. No, you were not part of the conversation at the beginning. It was that simple. Gen Z were not a factor in the last election. Yeah. So Gen Z, let me finish, Daktari. I mute my mic when you're talking. I don't know why you're not showing me the same courtesy, bro. Yeah. So Gen Z were not part of the equation when this, in the last election. They were not involved at anywhere. Yeah. Many of them voted, many didn't. But there was no Gen Z movement that could have influenced even one MCA or a politician. No, it was just kawaida. It was politics as usual. So the only difference right now is that this group has awakened. And this group is saying, hey, we have noticed that you guys have been screwing our parents, but not us. You're not going to screw us the same way. And the government woke up also and realized, shit, there's a whole constituency of people that we had not considered. The same way it's happening in all other countries around the world. So now we need to harness, and that's why I was really hoping, Ekuru, you'd take a different angle. Because I really wanted us to harness the power that is in this movement. Instead of losing our minds with them and being and getting into the emotion of the moment, we offer direction. You tell them, okay, good, but these are our options. We can do this. That's what they want from us, not for us to join them in the complaining. Because that's all we've done all our lives. All we do is sit and complain. You can see how it's coming so naturally to you. And you can't even go two sentences without going to that side. So let us take them out of that and stop the complaining and go to telling them what the real options are, because the reality is more important than the lies we're going to feed them. Because once they realize we lied to them, what happens next? What happens after that?
Can I respond to you now?
They need us to be truthful. Yes, you can go ahead.
You see, Andrew, you are telling me that if a relationship has broken down, or as we lawyers call it, that if a marriage has broken down irretrievably, that I cannot walk away. But before I walk away, I must say exactly what happened to that marriage. Okay? And that's exactly what we are saying here. What we are saying is the marriage between Kenya and William Ruto as the president has broken down irretrievably. So Kenyans are saying we want to walk away. And they have made the decision, I want a divorce. So why are you telling me, unless you want to negotiate, I don't want to be with you anymore. Me, I want a divorce. I want the court to make a decision that marriage, it may fail. And that's exactly what we are saying. When we recognize that fact, Kibe, we are not saying ati we are just lamenting and complaining. No, we are recognizing kuna shida. Na hii shida tumesema it is ABCD. So hakuna story mingi. The marriage between William Ruto and the government and Kenyans has failed. So we are not lamenting. We are just acknowledging the fact that the marriage has collapsed. We need a divorce. That's all we are asking. And part of that divorce is you go your way, we go our way. As simple as that. We are not asking for too much.
But even in a divorce, there's a negotiation. You must negotiate on who's taking what.
No.
But are we cutting this baby in half, or what's happening? Because
no.
There's not just walking away. There's not just walking away. Be honest. There's a negotiation. There are things to be split up here. Who's taking what?
No, Kibe, let me tell you. I am almost worried that this space that you have organized is trying to sanitize the displeasure against William Ruto. I hope not.
But why would you say that? Why would you say that? Because your displeasure is not my displeasure. So we can both agree that you have, again, remember, we're being, we're just being, how do I say it? We're being economic with how we're dealing with this. We're being very efficient. The word is efficient. Let's be very efficient with how we deal with this, because I cannot be a lawyer. Hold up. Let me get to the point. Because I am not a lawyer, so I cannot do what you do. Okay? So I will never know what you do. That's why I will let you do. And you of all people, Kwanzaa, you even know my relationship status. You know how things are on my side. So you more than anybody, you know the negotiation part of that, of the next step. So I'm not here trying to tell people, do not be annoyed at William Ruto or not, or the government is not good. I'm looking at what are we getting. That's all, bro. That's all I'm looking at. I'm looking at the business end of this conversation. What are we getting out of this? Are we getting something out of this? If not, then why are we even talking about it? If there's no part of the conversation where we win, then we just whiners. So we're just going to sit here in spaces day in, day out. 30, let me finish. I'm almost done, I swear.
I disagree with you, Andrew, but go on.
I'm almost done. Even if you disagree, just mute your mic. I'll give it to you. So we shall remain here as whiners and keep whining and keep whining and keep whining about things that we can change for ourselves. Because who are you whining to? Right now, when you talk and tell the president, oh, you chose the wrong cabinet. What does that mean? Seriously, just think about what that means. What does that mean? Where is the right cabinet? Where is the list of people that you suggested on that table that you can say, hey, you've screwed me? He's not screwed you because he is not dealing with you. You saw those people the day after. They had bashes in their respective constituencies. You saw them going to be celebrated by their people. So this should not lie to us that we are a majority. We need to organize. And that's where you are taking people away from, because you want people to remain in the emotion. And I'm saying, okay, good. The emotion is good because it brings us together. But beyond that, where is our win? So show me the win. That's why I keep taking you back, Daktari. I tell you, show us how we're getting him out beyond saying that he's going to resign. Give us that path.
Okay, so can I respond quickly because I really need to go for my next meeting? May I?
Sure, Daktari, go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Kibe, let's not complicate this issue, because if I listen to you, you are trying to tell us that Kenyans should not call for Ruto's resignation. We should. The constitution of Kenya says he can resign once he fails. But how does he resign? He resigns when there is public anger and public dissatisfaction of his performance as a president. And listen, Kibe, tell me, I don't know, convince me why you will fire your entire cabinet, then reinstate some people and not reinstate others. What is the explanation for either way? For firing and for reinstatement? So what the people of Kenya are saying is very clear. We don't want this government. It has happened elsewhere in the world before, that an entire government actually is dissolved and retires and we go into a fresh election. That's not rocket science, Andrew. And I think for us to keep on saying that...
Daktari, show us the path. Don't just tell us about it. Show us the path. Tomorrow is Tuesday. People are going to the streets. Stop talking like you're in a fantasy land. This is the path. You're a lawyer. You're a constitutional lawyer. You have helped the country with so many things. Give us the path. Tumeongea sana ya kutosha, bro. Tuambie kesho, fanyeni hivi na hivi, and the presidency is yours.
Kibe, let me tell you, revolutions do not have any sort of organization. Today, I say to you earlier in your forum, and I respect this forum very well, and thanks for hosting it. People have said that we don't trust this government of the day. Okay, Parliament is an appendage of the executive, so people are now invoking Article 1 of the Constitution. So if William Ruto and his cabinet were anything to go by as an executive, they must step down. That's what we are saying. They are saying that. And for me, once he steps down, and we need that pressure for him to step down. Once he resigns together with Gachagua and everybody else, let Wetangula preside as the president for the next 60 days. We go into fresh elections. Andrew, we want to elect you as a president. What's wrong with you? You can also run as president of Kenya. The problem with many of us here, including yourself, is that you think the leadership of this country is just about certain individuals. Tujitokeze, hata wewe jitokeze, ukuwe president wa Kenya. Kwani? Anyway, I have to leave.
I agree with you. Daktari, I know you have to go. Thank you for coming, and thank you for being such a sport for playing with us. We enjoy playing like this every morning. So if you get a chance, come by tomorrow.
I will. Anytime.
Andrew, can I ask a question? Maybe before he leaves, just one.
That's a good idea. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Santi, of course, Daktari, thanks a lot for being on the platform, and it's a pleasure, of course, to engage with you. Having, of course, played an instrumental role
Kibe, can I speak?
In the Constitution of Kenya. McKenna, just a minute. First, I want to pick from where Andrew left on matters on the matters actually taking advantage of the moment that we are in and actually propelling a certain direction for the youth that is tangible and that actually will have results. My question is, why are you not at this moment really rejuvenating your bill, the Punguza Mizigo bill, which was a good initiative. Of course, it spoke about the fiscal policy and reducing the fiscal plan in the country, and also maybe kupunguza the leaders in the country and MPs and such things. There was no political will by then. By now, you see a clear way. There's political will. You financed it of course, through your party. You financed it in the last cycle. Now you can rely on the finance that is actually revolving around the population now, or the youth who are staying. You've seen them raising money, a lot of donations. Then, if this bill then is amended, and you actually also challenge the conflict of interest bill that has already been passed in Senate, then probably you will be having tangible things to actually request the president to do. Then we will have the constitution amended, and then we'll have a tangible thing to actually arrive at through the movement. But now we have a situation where the movement is really sound, and the youth are actually out and they're all agitated. But the bigger diaspora, the elite in the society, all of you, the lawyers, we've now engaged in inciting the youth rather than actually showing them the way and showing them that no, this is the end point. So we are speaking of wishful things. We are saying Ruto will resign, but we are sure that he will not resign. So we are sure that Ruto will not resign, but we are hoping at one point he will resign. I think I also want to fault us, the people in the country. We've taken every lawyer to be a constitutional lawyer, and we've taken advice from any lawyer. We are now putting all our backs or all our expectations on the LSK, and we think they will interpret things for us. My thinking is, as you've said, let's take it back to the people. We, the people of Kenya, we, the population, the youth, we can now pass our grievances through bills. We can now say, we are now going to push for this amendment through your Punguza Mizigo bill was really a good one. You can amend it, let it actually input the current status of how things are now in the society. Of course, I would really love if you actually included the conflict of interest bill, because this thing for me it's absurd, because they go to parliament, then they cushion themselves in doing business actually with the government. And that's how we the people keep losing, because only the political class is doing business in the country that they are leading. So you are paying them to actually lead you. You elect them first to be in parliament, you pay them to lead you, you give them allowances to lead you, then they also now do business on your behalf, but the money they're doing business does not come to the population, it goes to their private accounts or to their families. Then that's where we have a problem. That's where the conflict is coming from. My question is, why not push your conflict of interest bill, while push your Punguza Mizigo bill, as you also include or advance it with the other bills and try to fight them? I leave it at that.
Okay, so quickly, I mean, just to say, guys, I really have to leave because I'm pressed for another meeting. I will reintroduce the Punguza Mizigo bill online. Comment. I am more than happy to amend it as per your wishes, because we said this 5 years ago, 2019. People never listened to us. There was politics of patronage. That is what costed us. Today, if that bill had passed, we'll be talking of a different governance system. We'll be talking about 100 members of parliament, maybe 47 senators. We had even proposed to abolish the Senate because it was now proving to be useless. They are not looking after the counties. Women rep positions, nominations, and all those things, reducing commissions, the members of the commissions. I mean, just have a look at the bill. When I'm more than happy to publish it anytime this week. Please have a look at it. Let's not now be emotional. Let's not look at it from, oh, Niturukana ameleta hiyo bill. Let's look at it as a Kenyan who has brought the bill. Don't look at the party, look at the issues that we are raising. And I think I want to stop there and thank you all. And I'm sure I'll meet you again in other spaces. Thanks, Andrew, for the welcome.
Thanks, Doc. I want to say thank you for your input, and it's an eye opener for me, and I hope going forward we'll interact with you more on this basis.
Sawa. Thanks, guys. Have a good day. Have a good day. Bye.
Hey, thanks Doc. Doc, asante sana kwa kuja na kutusikiza hapa sana. Tumeshukuru sana mno. I was having my 10 o'clock uji. Now, before we go, McKenna, I'll listen to you, but I want to hear from Maboko first. Maboko is one of the original listeners of this show, and not just listeners, contributors. Her first contribution was fire. I wish I could get it. But Maboko has some points she wants to put before us. Go ahead, Maboko, then we can go to McKenna Fatuma.
Thank you very much, Kibe. I was doing my best to bring my good manners. Good afternoon, everyone. I was very curious about the main question around how you would ask the first citizen, the president, to leave his position. I think that the doctor who was speaking spoke a lot around the Gen Z want Ruto out of the way or to leave. And, with the little that I know about politics, Andrew, I believe that every country or democratic country has a constitution. And within that constitution, there's always something that talks around impeaching a president or asking a president to leave. And there's always something that suggests that the voters cannot remove the president. They can't just ask him to leave. But maybe in their protests, they can make enough noise for that president to then say, I quit. So I was very curious because I wanted to know what the doctor suggests he'll be able to do. Because when I look at the fact that you guys have a constitution, I think even whilst I was listening, I tried to look it up. And there's a part that talks to Chapter 9, Article 145, that speaks around impeaching the president, but the cabinet or the assembly, National Assembly, needs to be able to raise accusations towards this president, whether there's a malpractice, whatever he has done, somebody within that cabinet has to be able to lift up their hand and say, we want this guy out, and they have to have a consensus from other people within the National Assembly, even up to a third of that grouping, to say, yes, we have no confidence in this president, but he has to leave. But I wanted to understand from the Kenyan citizens, since I'm not a citizen, that, well, who would you then want to replace him? Are you looking to his vice president? Because I'm assuming the president of Kenya is already a party leader. If his party say, we have no confidence, he needs to quit, somebody within his party needs to replace him in the next election or whatever, or the vice president needs to replace him. Are you guys happy with your vice president to replace him, or are you actually wanting to push for something much more than that, whether it's a by-election or something? Those are things that I wanted to understand, Andrew, that when people say they want this man to go, he's not been good for the country, how are they planning to do that constitutionally? Because if the protests don't work and he's not pressured by the protests and the outcry of the citizens, which is the only winning side for voters, then they have to look at the people who they elected into power, their ministers, their cabinet, the National Assembly. Do they have those people favoring them to say, we will help you to push this person out? Those are my questions, guys, that how are you going to do it? We had issues this side in England. We've had Rishi Sunak come in after the Camerons and them quit. And obviously, I think what has helped us is the fact that we had general elections that came up, and now a new government has been put in place. And we went through, I don't know, the natural process of election. But if you're going to push someone whilst they're still in term, do you guys recognize the pathway, and do you guys know how he can come out? Those are my questions, guys.
And here to answer the question is McKenna. McKenna,
Yes, Kibe, how are you?
are you educated enough to answer those questions? Me, Nemona, it's a bit mbadala. I was going to give it to Albert.
Very, very educated.
Go ahead.
Very educated, Kibe. Now, the grounds for the process of impeaching the president is very clear in the constitution, and part of that is the parliament. You know, the Kenyan system is a bit different from the UK system, where you can even have 4 prime ministers in a year. In Kenya, it's it's more of parliamentary system. No, sorry, a presidential system. Now, what happens is, they can he can be impeached by the parliament, but in Kenya we all know that the president has held the parliament by the balls. So there is no way the parliament is going, and he has the majority, so he has control over parliament, and there is no independence of the legislative system from the executive. So we don't trust the parliament to impeach the president. But again, the Constitution of Kenya gives Kenyans the powers to do so. In chapter 1 of the Constitution, it says that the sovereignty belongs to the people, and they shall exercise that in accordance with that Constitution. So either directly or indirectly. Okay, so in this case, the only way that the people of Kenya can do that and force the president out is by demonstrating and forcing him out, because they're the ones who put him there, and they have the powers to tell him, you're not doing us good and we want you to leave, because we cannot have any trust in you and your presidency. So the people of Kenya have the powers to do so, and they cannot give that powers to the parliament, because the parliament is in bed with the executive. So Kibe, I think I've answered Maboko.
Another addition, McKenna.
Yeah.
Can the citizens push for a recall of sort?
Yes, they can, but it has again to go through the parliament.
McKenna,
Yes.
I think the reality we are struggling to come to terms with is any route to impeach, remove, or we pray very hard that the president wakes up tomorrow and says, I've resigned. Unless we get a miracle, any route that goes through parliament, we need to just to come to terms and say it's impossible. Parliament will protect the president. Okay?
Yes, that is definite. Yeah.
Yes. What we need to, so that we move. You know, I've been in spaces, I'm hearing people say we need to impeach, and the people saying we impeach the president know how tedious that process is. It's actually impossible. I want us to say there are 2 things on the table, McKenna. Do we get negotiation points, which we go and say on these points, for instance, in terms of wages, let me rephrase myself. On terms of appointments, where the president wields the power, so we can effectively tell the president, we need you to call your PSs, to call your parastatal heads, to call your ministers and tell them, I'm going to reduce your salaries. Then call CSR or CRC, whatever, and tell them, yes, and tell them, I want salaries of all public servants. Not all, actually, let me say, he can say from a certain class going up, where we can clearly say people are being overpaid. I want these salaries reduced by this fraction, so that, so that we are able to have some relief. Because one of the things that is really hammering Kenyans is the bad state of the economy. Okay? So if we continue the maandamano way, as we are saying, some people must suffer, now we are putting ourselves in a very tight spot. Actually, we are not punishing the president. We are punishing ourselves. So we need to look for a strategy where we start gaining some wins, which I feel is what we need to be going for. It's my suggestion. I don't want to look like I'm pushing it, but can you guide
Anthony,
me on that?
Anthony, there is a constitution which is very supreme that the president swore to protect and obey. But we all know that he has not been following that constitution. Which is this other document that you want to present to him, or demands that you want to present to him that you think he will listen to? He has not been
Okay, we
following
have a
chapter 6 of the constitution, right? So he will tell you, I have a manifesto. You trusted me, you voted for me. Me and my party have a manifesto that we are following. So you cannot even go and tell him, appoint this. He will tell you, I have powers, I have a strategy, I know how to achieve this. So leave
But
me
you see,
alone.
the difference with this president, he actually engaged us when he was making that manifesto. If you remember, he visited all wards, then brought it up to the constituency level, and he would have these big tents or town hall meetings where he would engage people. So the same people now are saying, yes, you have a manifesto, which we made together. Remember the pregnant women, you are saying you'll give free diapers, and now you want to say the economy cannot allow? Those women have given birth. Lucky for you, they can afford their diapers. But what we are now saying is we want to change this, and this. You see, I believe the way Ruto ascended to power is a double-edged sword. He involved us. So we can equally go back to him and tell him, boss, you involved us. Now we are telling you to change A, B, C, and D. And where I'm seeing we have the silver lining is because the populace is with us. So when we talk about corruption, wage bill, the populace is with us. When we talk about reducing the public servants, we can say we want you to merge this parastatus, which is already doing, so that we shrink it. We want you people who have attained the age of retirement. We want an audit on that, so that we remove them. Okay, I feel those for me are wins which we can score immediately. That's just it. Sorry.
Anthony, do you think the president doesn't know these issues?
He does know,
Yeah.
but you see, the same way we know we are supposed, some of us know we are supposed to pay taxes, and we are forced to. You see, sometimes governance requires pressure. Okay, so and this is what James said. We are more of a pressure movement to tell him, Mr. President, we are talking about A, B, C, and D, and with this, we are saying this has to be acted on in a span of 3 weeks. Why am I saying it can be done in 3 weeks? Kiba keeps on telling people here, we did not have a slot for prime minister. It was created because there was public pressure. We do not have a position for senior cabinet secretary or whatever Mudavadi is, but it was created for convenience. So the same way you do such things outside the constitution, now we are telling you not to go outside, but work within the constitution. Because you remember, Ekuro Court has been saying here that what we want is simply him to apply or implement the constitution. So we tell him the constitution has a threshold of this number, or this is the threshold for the civil servants in terms of age. Respectfully, sir, we are saying kama huyo mfanyikazi ajajipanga hata waijipanga, mtoe kwa serikali sasa, so that we have people moving up, clearing space at the bottom for people to move in. That can be achieved without parliament, without a referendum. Now, when you come to talk about wages, we need to tell the president, but Mr. President, sir, the same way you ordered, or CRC ordered a freeze on salaries, and previously you had said they can be adjusted up to reflect the economy, we are now saying that we can all agree the economy is not in a good place. Can CRC tell us how they have proved or how they can justify these salaries? If the salaries can move up to reflect the economy, I believe they can move down to reflect the same economy, because it doesn't make sense to all Kenyans. I'm just sorry. Makena.
Maliza.
I don't know whether I'm
Before tuende kwa Makena, before you go to Makena, I want to hear from Albert, because Makena is just as illiterate as I am. Albert, you want to help us with the Maboko question?
Thanks a lot. Maboko, I think, asked on matters first, if the president can be impeached. Definitely. I think McKenna had also some valid points by saying that actually we cannot impeach the president directly. It has to go through parliament. So there's no clause that actually allows us to step out and collect signatures and then impeach the president. The whole process has to go through parliament, and of course the parliament is already he has the majority in parliament under his party, and his party is actually not against him. His party still supports him. A few things I wanted to correct Anthony also. Anthony, the SRC is a Salary and Remuneration Commission. It's actually the president has no power over the SRC. So you have to understand that these are institutions introduced in the constitution to actually control or to remove the powers from the presidency, so that a certain president will not come into office and favor his people and award them higher salaries than the others. So the president cannot tell the SRC to do something. The only power he has is during the appointment, and that's where he signs of who comes to the leadership, but then the SRC acts independently. I think if Maboko maybe could refresh one of the question, I think that she didn't get a full response on. Then I'll just give us a short response, and then we continue maybe from the other speakers.
Yeah, Albert, just to add to my question, and I think because both you and McKenna touched on the fact that, around his political party, because I feel like there's always a window around the political party voting and no confidence for their leader. The reason why I'm raising this point, Albert, is because you guys have mentioned about him having a majority in parliament, and those majority were voted by the people, right? For his party to be in power, it's the people that voted. They voted those particular ministers on board. But if those ministers are nudged to say, we are not happy with how he's leading and how he's getting you guys do the job, surely they can sway him to be sacked or removed without parliament being involved, but more or less him being sacked from his party so that someone within the party takes over.
Maboko, really very nice. Wishful thinking for Kenya. I think that's something that we can never achieve now. A lot of the Kenyan political space is built around individuals. It's one big person who has the capital, who brings the people together, and then the party is built around them. I'll talk about Raila. We know what goes on the other end, and now Ruto, and it was Uhuru at that time. And then that's a political vehicle for that term. So in this term, Ruto built his political vehicle, the UDA, and then he brought on board, of course, every person who was elected under UDA. And the cabinet secretaries are appointed, so he has appointed them. He even withdrew some, and he actually reappointed them in the last days. But the members of parliament are all actually under allegiance to the party, and if we now would think that within the party they will now have a vote of no confidence, it's really not possible, because even within the party he has this, like, he really controls almost everything within the party, the financing, almost like I can't even tell the second in hierarchy or the third in hierarchy within the party. The second in hierarchy within the party will be his deputy, who is now the deputy president. But even him, he wouldn't dare go against this. But I think we saw a situation like this in the Jubilee movement in the last year's election, in the last cycle, where they were in the same party, Jubilee, with the previous president. But then Ruto, of course, wanted to go away. Then in this moment, he didn't stay within the party, but he actually moved away and formed his own party. But this was also a political realignment during the last tenure of their leadership. So I think the Kenyan landscape on political parties is a bit really not straightforward, as it's not as advanced as the South African way, where maybe the party can come up and vote, put a vote of no confidence to its own leader. So I think as a people, as a people, we actually stuck with this president until 2027. Only if maybe a lot of pressure is put and he resigns, then he will resign. But of course, if he resigns, then the second in command will be the deputy, who is also still under his party, or it will be also the Senate, the Speaker of the National Assembly, who is also under his party or under his affiliation. So then we won't see a change of leadership as soon as we think, if we actually achieved it. And I would also want to say this movement is really elite-led. This movement is more Twitter-driven, TikTok-driven. So it's the elite people that actually have led this movement a lot. And I wonder if it will be true on the ground, if really on the ground he doesn't have some sort of support. Because I think as the movement is elite-led, the movement has also not shown who will be the probable leader in case this person steps out. That's the problem I have now, that we are trying to push out a president, but we are not actually offering alternatives or alternative leaderships that people will look up to. Otherwise, we'll fall into an anarchy state, and it will be a very bad road to go down, probably also economically and also other people. This is what I'll think.
But then, Albert.
Yes, Chris.
Albert, when you say this, remember, he's not the only capable Kenya of becoming the president of the country. So if Ruto is pushed out and his political party is pushed out, that does not mean that we cannot find another capable Kenyan. Are you insulting the intelligence of the entire generation, that there's no one that is capable of leading the country?
No, I didn't actually say that. There are a lot who can lead the country, but then let's see them actually being floated now. Like, then we start seeing alternatives. But rather, if we now what the argument is, we wait until the president steps down, and then now someone will come up. So definitely, who will come up? It will be Raila, or it will be the same political class that we've been pushing out.
Oh, no, Albert, you thinking like that is a very naive way of looking at things, because it doesn't have to be Raila Odinga, because the Gen Zs, remember at the beginning of the whole conversation, the Gen Zs were like, Raila, stay out of this and let us now do the things that the millennial and the Gen X were afraid of doing. It doesn't have to be Raila Odinga. It doesn't have to be any of the current existing people in the political class. It does not have to be.
It doesn't have to be, but we really vote on a popular like we vote we always follow the popular person in our politics, and it will be so wishful to think that someone will come up, Ruto will step down tomorrow, and someone will come up within 1 week or 2 weeks. Then they'll form policies that will align with the people, with the movement. Then they will be that popular enough, and then we will elect them to power. Trust me, I think this will be so wishful.
Albert, you and I are old enough to remember when the 2002 things were happening, and everyone was so tired of the Nyayo regime. When Kibaki presented himself, Raila joined the movement and everything. It's not always about who will lead this movement. It's about also when an opportunity presents itself, and then someone decides, oh, I'll present myself, and then people join that movement. The same way the millennial and the Gen X are joining the Gen Z's movement, because they're like, we were not able to do this. Now this generation of Gen Zs are the ones stepping up to do the things that we were scared of doing. So when a candidate presents himself, people will join him. Now we are not looking at joining other candidates. We are looking at
Chris, sorry, Kibaki was in leadership. He was, I think, a minister since Kenyatta's time. He was in leadership.
Oh yes.
So he wasn't really a new person.
Before Chris jumps in, Chris, I remember in 2002 when the 2002 elections were happening. Remember, Kibaki had a party, Charity Ngilu had a party, Wamalwa had a party, Raila Odinga had a party. So what at Uhuru Park, if you remember, the issue was when those guys met in a room, Raila Odinga understood that the masses were with Kibaki, because he had sold this economic plan so well from way back into Moise, from 1997 actually. So by the time Raila looked at and Raila is very good at seeing confusion and taking up the opportunity. He came out and says, Kebaki Tosha. You get? So it was to be Kebaki. They knew it. Because, they knew it was to be Kibaki. The only difference between that time and now is that the candidate was there. Right now, as we enjoy the moment, like what we had in 2002, but we don't have a candidate. So even if Ruto was to resign today, or election was to be called after 60 days, Ruto resigns, we are given 60 days, we call a snap election. We don't have a candidate who we can say is a reflection of what the movement is asking for. You see, in 2002, there were candidates and manifestos that people could pick from. And it comes back to what Kibe started, the conversation Kibe started, that we need to have a skeleton of what we want. But every time someone mentions step down, the other word they were mentioning is resign, impeach, we factory reset. We lose all the momentum we had and all the progress, and we go back again.
No, Anthony, don't look at things from that angle. Today, I choose to play the devil's advocate, and I'm willing to be crucified for this.
Okay.
At any moment, when we have someone that presents themselves as a leader, we know what the government has done with the youth leaders in 1982 when the pressure was being mounted on President Moi to step down with his leadership. So at this moment, and this is the biggest challenge that President Ruto is facing at the moment, is does he know the people that he's dealing with? Bro, power moves in the silence, and that's why President Ruto does not know who to attack and where to attack. If today I, as Chris Basedeke, present myself as the leader of the GENZs, then you know what? He will not be feeling the pressure because now he has me to negotiate with. When Uhuru Kenyatta felt the pressure that the opposition and everything was against him, what did he do? He went and joined hands with his biggest enemy, which was political enemy, which was Raila Odinga. So Ruto will continue to face this challenge until the time that he steps down. Because anyway, and I will say this, he's still facing the biggest challenge, and the biggest challenge that he's facing at the moment is this. Every Tuesday and Thursday, we have people who are on the road and they're protesting and doing this. This thing is doing one big thing that is going to affect his presidency, whether he likes it or not, and it's going to affect the lives of the rest of us Kenyans. Here's the thing. When revenue is not being collected, running the government becomes a bit difficult. And that's why he's saying, niliambia hawa watu wakuje huku hivi, hawakukuja, wakakuja kule X, wakapotea. He thinks an individual is going to present himself up and be able to solve his own problems. And as I finish, I'll say this. President Moi said one thing, and I still remember it vigorously. He said, nguruwe hujikaanga kwa mafuta yake yenyewe. The current administration is full of wako na kiburi sana, na hiyo kiburi yao is the exact same thing that is melting them. Anthony, have the mic, or Andrew, or Albert,
Thank
or
you.
anyone.
Let me have the mic. And then Albert, go first if you want to have the mic, then I'll come after you.
Sorry to cut you guys short. Albert, just give me 1 minute before Chris goes. Anthony, you've given me an assignment. I am already halfway into it.
Thank you.
Can you again confirm that the 30 were to be the leaders of X spaces?
Can I confirm?
That the 30 guests who will be able to see the presidency were to be leaders of the different spaces. In this case, you, Andrew, and Chris.
Not
and then
leaders.
we have
Why are you using the
Cyprian
word
the other
leaders?
side. And then we have
host. Say host. Lutomia.
Host.
Be
I
very
was
careful with the
using
words you
that
pick.
word. Yeah. Anthony,
you know
what
right
I
now
mean.
our word can karang. No, I know.
No,
The
no.
masses don't know.
I was losing that word. So host.
Good.
So that you can
go
confirm.
on. Yeah. Kibe. We need to. Kibe, you agree?
There's no number, Lutomia. So
Okay.
the people will get. Yeah, we'll just get the people who are willing to
who are
come
willing.
through. Yeah, and not just from space. We'll even bring, there's some people from TikTok. So
TikTok.
we'll congregate as many as we can, yeah.
Okay.
It will be a mix that will very well show that everyone was included.
Game short, man. So
Thank you. You're saying something?
Yeah, I'm saying you've spent a lot of time and there are ladies here. Bro, I want to hear ladies.
I really want to hear
voice,
Fatuma myself.
Bana.
Fatuma.
Wanaume
Go ahead.
sauti mbaya mbaya kaya Chris.
Hapana, Kibe and Anthony, no.
I'll say like what Kibe says. I will mute everyone.
No, Anthony. You guys were supposed.
Now, I'm going to open the mic and I'll give you time to articulate yourself. For now, write your point the way I've been writing mine and you come back. So we are giving Fatuma. Your point and DK.
Chris.
We all know how to write. Chris, write your point. We cannot reduce this to a conversation between four people.
Chris, are you there? Umetuma Chris wapi?
You guys, who's this muting the space, Kibe?
How can you be muted as a co-host? Unamute aje ka co-host?
Bro, hey. I'm just surprised. How dare you guys muting your fellow?
I've always wanted to do that. It just gave me the opportunity.
Anthony, don't do that. You don't mute Basedeke here. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, I want to respect Fatuma. I love what Fatuma brings in. So we have Fatuma. Then, Chris, you can pick the next. Then you can tell me your question after you've written it down. So, Fatma, the mic is yours. Then, Mwende.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. And hi, Kibe. I think I've been listening for the longest time today. And I like where we are moving to, although we keep on being dragged back and forth. And the complaining and whining will not end. And I always say I come from Kenya too. My Kenya too is a different Kenya, where schools watu wanalan under the tree. We stopped complaining. There are no hospitals, there were no roads. We stopped complaining and started acting. And that is why today you find people from the north in government. At times, you need, like the way the movement is going now, we have fought the battle. It's almost going to a month. At least today we have some sort of leadership, and already a meeting is being organized. We need to have this conversation like yesterday. And Dr. Ekuru, although now he has left, he talked about a marriage which needs to go for divorce. I think this marriage has just cracks. I don't think it's over. If it was not over, we will not be asking Ruto to appoint new cabinet. There is something between him and Kenyans, some sort of contractual agreements. We are not happy with who he has appointed, but we were not at the table, as Kibe keeps on saying, to offer our candidacy or to offer our candidates. And for me, I feel it takes a team to win a game. And the whole team has to be playing in one direction. We can't be kicking the ball left, right, and center and expect to win a game. The team needs a captain. And today I'm thankful and glad I'm here today watching a space or listening to a space where we are talking about leadership. And we are bringing in others who want to stand on the sidelines and cheer and or just make noise. It's not enough to make the noise. The noise has to be guided. The noise has to be for a particular reason. Otherwise, others will take this space. And they have already taken. Raila has 1 feet already in government. He's only making demands to show us that he's speaking for us. No one asked him to speak for the Gen Z or anybody else on the spaces. So what I want to say is, can we pick the low-hanging fruits? And I will repeat this again and again. And what are the low-hanging fruits for me? The 11 left or the 13 left, I don't know how many positions are left. Can we negotiate at least to have the people who are credible to be in there, so that we don't complain because we have been involved in the discussion? We don't want to stand on the sidelines. We have to take the center stage. And I will end by saying, give me the ball, I'll score the goal myself. I'm tired of standing on the sidelines. I want to be in the team and I want to be the one kicking the ball and scoring that goal. Thank you.
Hey, Fatuma, are you a lawyer? Fatuma, I'm talking to you.
I was until I decided to play football. Because I felt the law corridors were too small. Literally, everything in the north is settled out of court. Murder is solved out of court. Divorces are sorted out of court. So I decided to go and play football.
Because the moment I'm hearing you saying, "Give me the ball and I'll score," I'm like, okay. This lawyer has decided to leave the law corridors. They are too small for her, and she wants the size of a football pitch for her to be able to do this.
Exactly.
But leadership is
And
never
we can
given.
have a
Leadership is
conversation
taken.
even through that football. Sorry?
Leadership is never given. Leadership is something that is taken.
And that's why I was saying, give me the ball, I'll
There's
score
no
the
one
goal
to give it to
myself.
you, Fatuma. You have to grab it.
No. I think I demanded for the mic by raising my hand. So that is the way you go, as opposed to standing on the sideline and whining. And no, seriously, at times, the law is not what we have in black and white. And that cannot save the day. At times, you need to think outside the box and go outside that box to be able to engage. And for me, for the past 21 years, I've been doing exactly that. Engaging the young people through football and having a conversation with the young people. These are young people who carry AK-47. They are not any young people. These are cattle rustlers. And,
Fatuma,
disarming the mind takes a lot of effort, including the physical disarmament. For us currently, the GENZs are not carrying any arms. They are peaceful protesters. But if you don't have someone at the table negotiating, what you want and how you want it to be done, then it will be a battle that will be lost.
But then for Fatuma, you cannot. Makena, just a second, bro. You cannot say that Gen Zs are not carrying any arms in the Gen Zs. The arm that they have now is their brains and their ability to process information fast enough.
No, the arms I'm talking about are the AK-47s, the physical guns.
Oh, so you should have said
We don't have the
ammunition.
ammunition. Sorry.
All right, Makena, please come on in.
I wanted to ask Fatuma. So, from what I could gather, from what you just submitted, you're looking for positions, right?
For the GENZs, not Fatuma as a person.
But how will that solve accountability problem? Because the
I sit
president
at the
will go ahead
table.
and
I'm
appoint
talking
a
about not
19-year-old.
positions like McKenna.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm talking about is not a position in cabinet and all that. And if there are positions in cabinet, why not? The position I'm talking about is a position at the table. And we have been offered an opportunity by Ruto. I don't know, there are a lot of noises. Kindly mute your mic, McKenna. Let me finish and then you can unmute. There was an opportunity that was offered by the president. He came to the X spaces. He asked if we can have a dialogue. We lost that opportunity, but this is a second chance. And in my local language, we normally say opportunities don't come knocking twice. They knock the first time, they disappear. We have been given a second chance. Let's take a seat at the table and have a conversation.
So, what is this that you're going to solve through a conversation?
What kind of people do you want in cabinet? I'll throw the question back to you.
The Constitution is very clear. Chapter 6, integrity.
The Constitution has been very clear all along, and we've got the shit that we get all the time.
So,
It's
if he
not
cannot
followed.
follow that, what makes you think he will listen to you? Or even if he listens, what makes you think that he's going to implement whatever you tell? If the Constitution, the Supreme, that document, he does not follow that, what will make him follow you as Gen Z?
Already there's been pressure.
What will bind
Already
him
there's
to
been
that?
pressure through the protest.
Increase the pressure.
The pressure has already increased, my dear.
But he went ahead, dismissed the whole cabinet. He's recycled the same people.
But did you offer any alternatives?
No, we said what we want. People with integrity, competence.
Yeah, we said what we want, but we didn't offer alternatives. Like, did we offer the alternatives?
So you're gonna
and
go
that is
and
why
say,
I'm saying
want
let's
this
be at the
person and
table
this
and
and this,
offer the
not that.
alternatives. Sorry?
Will you go and say we want this person and not that one?
Yes.
Now, Fatma, don't you think that the president already knew what Kenyans want from the start?
I think it's not good to assume. He wasn't listening enough. That is how I feel. And whoever is advising him also didn't advise him right, because the Gen Zs were very clear, dismissed the cabinet, and I don't think there was do not recycle. Don't bring any of them back. He has brought 5 or 6 back. But we were not at the table to negotiate for who has to be included and who should be left out. It literally became a discussion of politicians at that top level. The Railas, the Kalonzos, and the rest were called upon. Some of them walisema we are not boarding. But the Gen Zs were nowhere in that picture that was taken in front of KICC. Others took our space.
So how are you going to evaluate these new people that will suggest to him? How
I
different are you
think
going to play that card?
I think that you've talked about the Constitution chapter 6. That will be the basis. That will be
But
the
he
starting
already
point.
knows that. He already knows that. He has legal advice.
He knows that, but he's not implementing it.
So don't you think is the problem?
Ruto himself.
Yes.
Ruto is the problem, yes, and Ruto is not the problem.
Okay, let someone else.
Because we are expecting him, Ruto, who is the problem himself, to appoint a cabinet that and he follows the chapter 6 of the Constitution in terms of integrity and accountability and all that, and he hasn't followed, and we still expect him to appoint the rest of the cabinet again following the same advice, the same legal advice. He fired his attorney general. That tells you a lot. You normally fire the cabinet, but you don't fire your attorney general. So the problem could have been within his team. And he got rid of the team. Now he has brought back some of his friends from the previous cabinet. And
So
if you
I'll
looked
give you
at
an
the beginning, how he
yeah.
appointed his cabinet, it was literally the friends who campaigned with him and were there for him.
But the same thing he did with the first 11 batch.
Yes.
But anyway, I'll give you another example. You're talking about the president not being the problem. You saw when he came out and said that he's going to ban Harambe. And then you see him making a 360-point turn yesterday on Sunday in Bomet when he said he's going to build churches anyway and they find an alternative of Harambe. Is that the person that you will trust that he's not the problem?
I think McKenna, we all agree why the Gen Zs, got on the road and started processing it's because there was a problem. But I feel like in terms of the relationship between Ruto and Kenyans, I don't feel the relationship is over yet. And if we say it's over, how do we go? The other alternative of impeaching him is impossible. Getting him out of office through recalling him and doing an election is literally a dream far away. Him resigning will not happen. Ruto will not let go because he fought so much for this, to be in power. I don't think hata ameonja, ameanza tu, so he can't literally leave now. So the alternative we have, I feel the marriage has cracks. It's almost at the point of divorce. But there will always be negotiations. Elders will come and talk. The elders here, the elders we have are the Railas, the Kalonzos, wamekuja wamejirusha ndani, wengine wamesema we are not boarding. But the Gen Zs are not. The children are never involved in this discussion. Now the children are saying we cannot afford to stand on the sidelines and watch. And that is why I love Cuba's space. We are saying, let's have a conversation with him on our terms, on the spaces, in this space. Have a conversation with him. But it will not be Kibe and Anthony alone. No, we bring in other people who also host similar spaces to have this conversation. As many as possible, even including those who are in TikTok. So the children now are saying, we have a voice and we have a choice. And we're gonna, use that card and exercise our right. I don't know if I'm making sense, McKenna.
I'll let someone else speak, Fatma. Thank you.
Fatuma and Makena, thank you very much for your. Hey, Fatuma. But anyway, let's give Mwende a chance. Mwende, then James, I think is Moirori or something. Mwende, go ahead. Muyaseo. Yes, Mwende, go ahead, unmute your mic and speak.
Someone keeps muting me. Okay, thank you. For me, I think I feel like people are wanaongea na ungwana sana hapa. Me, I'm a radical person. So one, in terms of impeachment and getting this guy out constitutionally, yes, there's a process. It might not be easy, but it is possible. Okay, the framers of the constitution were not fools putting that you can impeach a president. If we wanted to impeach a president as a country, we would do it in this way. We have MPs. First, you recall those MPs who said yes, and you put there other people who are not his party. Hapo mumeharibu party yake, hana numbers. That can happen if the Kenyans want to do so. So this thing of saying this is impossible is impossible. It's not impossible. You people who do not have the will, the energy to carry it through. You know, Kenyans have this thing about convenience. You know, you don't want anything that inconveniences you because you know the process will be long. People will have to go to court. You will have to collect signatures. Of course, impeaching the president should not be easy. There's a reason why it's not easy. And because it's not easy doesn't mean it is not possible. It's still possible. For me, I believe if Kenyans wanted, through even constitutional means, to remove this person, we would do it. Kwanza munakata miguu ya watu wake wa parliament. If you recall, like almost half of his yes people, tumemwaribia numbers. And then this other, tunawambia sasa nyinyi, watu wetu nyinyi, si tumewaweka hapo, toeni huyu msee. That's it. That is one. There are technicalities, yes. But if the country wants to remove this guy constitutionally, we can remove this guy. Because one thing I believe is that a revolution whose time has come, nothing can stop it. Nothing. Hata hizo vitu mnasema there is a technicality, there will be anarchy, there will be no. Those are things for people who are scared. The reason why, as millennials and the people older than millennials, we've never been able to achieve anything that the Gen Zs have achieved, no matter how they have achieved it. Ni hizo mambo hizo za kukaa chini kuanza kusema, okay, what this happens? What if this happens? Gen Zs did not ask that. They just went, this is what we want this and this and this and this, and this is what we are going to get. And they have gotten some of the things they wanted, but they haven't gotten some of the things they wanted. Another thing in terms of conversation, yes, conversation is good. People should sit down and talk. But you also need to know who your adversary is. Okay? You need to know. Kuna watu hata wewe, there are people you cannot reason with them. There are people even in your relatives or your family members or your colleagues. Unajua mtu hata mkikaa chini muongee, you will not get into a consensus with this person. And we know the person we are dealing with. Because if kuna mtu ameongea story ya Harambee hapa. The guy says there are no Harambees and he goes the following day and does the same shit. Then anakuja hapa anaambiwa fire these people, don't reshuffle, analeta watu wake tena. Is that person you can sit down and reason with them? Let me tell you, you are going, if you are planning to have spaces with this man, you are going to have spaces and spaces until cows go home. He's not going to listen to you because he doesn't reason the way you reason. One, he thinks Gen Zs are doing this because they want positions. That is one thing. Second, he believes a revolution should have members or leaders wenye wako hapo mbele wenye anaweza target, because that is the school of politics he learned from his father Moi. This is a different school of politics which the president does not understand. That is, he cannot even listen. He does not know. Anaambiwa vizuri, remove these motherfuckers from the cabinet. na anawarudisha tena. You know, is that a person who can even listen to what you're saying, even you talk to them on face? For me, what I believe is that we are not yet Uhuru, and there is no time for dialogue. Dialogue ya nini? Kwani ni mjinga? This guy has a PhD. Ati mtu hapa anasema maybe hatukumuongelesha kuambiwa vizuri. This motherfucker knows what he's supposed to do. If he wanted to do what he needed to do, he would have done it. Kurudisha hao nani, you think it was a mistake for him to simama again aanze kusoma kina Kindiki warudi tena? That was very deliberate move. And Kenyans are there saying, oh, ni kama tulisikia. You are gaslighting your own self. How can you gaslight your own self? Yeah? Wacha na sisi gaslight. But wewe mwenyewe unaanza ati maybe if president did not hear well, we did not give him a chance, he gave us a chance. He has been given a million chances to redeem himself, because if he wanted that time venye alituma cabinet, he would have done a radical surgery without caring who is his friend. Lakini right now mimi venye naona hao kina nani hao watu walirudisha, those people have balls, his balls by by the hands, because why would you rudisha mtu you know is a liability to your government? Chiri ni nani huyo? Na unamrudisha. This is a person who cannot be helped. And mimi, what I'm saying is that anything is possible. And I support Gen Z. Anything is possible. Nobody tell you that a president cannot resign. It has happened in other countries, even with constitutions. The pressure has been put until they have resigned. And I'm telling Gen Z, hata kama mutaenda mpige hii pressure mpaka 2027. Let it be known in history that we had a generation that never gave up. Lakini si hapa watu kuja kutuambia hapa ati that is nonsense. Millennials, shut up. Gen X, shut up. Mulishindwa na hii mambo. Tulishindwa. Tulikuwa every time tunafanya hivi, tuna support Raila, anaenda hapo anapewa kitu anajitoa. So we cannot play the politics of Raila anymore. Yes. Yes, Anthony.
Are you a Gen X?
No, I'm not a Gen X. I'm a millennial.
Oh,
so okay, I'm saying millennials.
So I'm just trying to tell you.
Pride.
Hey, Mwende.
Who is speaking?
Mbona usikii maneno Mwende?
Ni nani ananiongelesha?
Mwende. Ngojeni. Mwende, umeenda mbali sana. I'm trying to bring you back ndio umalize. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, so just close it down. Yeah, so come back to us. And then now close it out in the next minute or so.
Okay, let me come back to you guys. What I'm saying is that hii kukaa hapa munakaa wangwana is not going to help this country. Anthony, kwanza wewe ndio umesikia wewe ni proponent wa ungwana. Ungwana is not going to take you anywhere. We have to be radical. You cannot do the things the same way and expect a different result. We have to be different in this revolution. We cannot play by the script of the politicians, what they want us to do. They want us to give them the formula. They want us to give them the leaders because they have the antidote for that. They know how to target where there is a plan that is open. They know how to target when they are leaders. Hata kama if Gen Z will not be bought, they will be kidnapped and killed and compromised, and their families targeted. You think we are dealing with someone who is respecting constitution? Ndio mumupe leaders hapo. The moment you give them people there, sutaanza kuona watu wana disappear. So you think Gen Zs are stupid not giving the leaders? They know what they are playing with. So I'm telling you people, millennial na ndio mko hapa na Gen X na hao wengine, please don't be scared, because I think if fear ndio inafanya watu wa behave vile muna behave hapa. We are dealing with someone who is not listening, someone cannot reason with. So the thing is, Mwende, people need him to do, or he goes.
Mwende, sawa, tumekusikia sawa. Sawa. Either he does what people want him to do, or he goes. Okay, let's move it along. I've been here for a very long time. I'm trying to close it up. And the likes of Mwende here in her imagination can keep us here for another 30 minutes, God damn it. So I want to take you out of your imagination and out of all this motivational speaking you guys are doing, because there's a lot of that. There's a lot of whipping up emotions. Mwende actually sounds like those Black American women calling their boyfriends for a fight. Come here and fight this guy. This guy, you two should fight each other. How dare he tell me that he wants to sleep with me? You sound like those women who call black men for a fight. So it sounds good, but it's just emotions. There's no substance behind what you're saying. Bila strategy, hii ni makelele tu unatupigia mwende. Hakuna strategy. We should. Sawa, hiyo ni motivational speaking, lakini hakuna pali inaenda. Goes nowhere. And that's the same thing. That's why I even got frustrated with Dr. Ekuru. Because even him, he was starting to sound like you. You've all become activists. I'm like, where are the strategists? What happened to those people? Everybody's all emotional, complaining. What happened to the people who plan? So come here with a plan. Tell us, hey, the plan here is this. We can do this and this. But don't come and complain about the person we are fighting, because that doesn't build us at all. It doesn't help us.
But Kibe, you want a conventional plan, what you are used to. Whatever GENZs are doing is the plan. That is the plan. Kwa hivyo usingojee kitu inakaa ile umezoea. Just because you are not used to something and how things are done doesn't mean it's not a plan. It is a plan, and it is
okay. So now for us to say, and I want you to just flow with me here. So for us to say, we have seen how these guys have done their thing, and we see the opportunity for more benefit from this movement. Would that be like a bad thing? Is that a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing. Actually, what I said is that if the person we are dealing with had a good way, he doesn't have
no. I don't want us to. I don't want. There you go. Go. Now you're back to focusing on him. Focus on me.
Okay.
Focus on me. Yeah. Don't focus on Ruto. Ruto is not part of this conversation.
Okay. So the plan for this movement, I think this movement doesn't
I'm saying,
have one plan.
Wouldn't it be better though if we agreed on what the plan is, so that we can all put our efforts on that? Don't you think that would be a better idea?
That is a better idea, but the plan should not include selling the movement short.
No, the plan doesn't. There is no plan yet. There's no plan yet.
There is no plan yet. Lakini kuna watu plan inaenda, they want us to go the script tena ya Raila tena, and Raila has not succeeded.
No. Stay with me. Stay with me.
Yes.
Stay with me.
Yes.
Forget about Raila. Forget about anybody else. Just stay here with me.
Yes.
Okay. So there's no plan yet. What we are doing here is working on a team.
Plan.
No. There's no plan. Forget about the plan. Forget about what is going to happen. We've not even reached there yet. Yeah, we're just working on a team that will coordinate all your brilliant ideas and everybody's brilliant ideas and bring them to a central location where we can now focus our efforts on one thing at a time. That's all we're doing. So there's no Raila, there's no Ruto, there's nothing. What we're doing is actually carving out a part of this government for ourselves. That's all we're doing.
That is absolutely correct. But also, when we are talking about that, then people should not divert. Because nimesikia I raised my hand because of
this is just me and you. This is just you and I.
Hearing what are they saying?
Mwende, this is just you and I. Forget about other people. This is just you and I. So that's all we're doing here. So I'm the host of this program.
Okay.
And we do and so we're trying to redirect the conversation from the whining that we've been doing for the last 3 weeks, because we've done a lot of whining. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done a lot of complaining and a lot of talking about the enemy, while we should be focusing on what our strengths are.
Exactly.
So that's all we're doing, redirecting us from talking that nonsense to what our strengths are, and the time when we get, because we must confront the person that we're dealing with, and the time that once we get to sit there, how are we going, or which team, or how are we going to think? Because we must get there. Either we kick him out and we say, forget about the constitution, let's kick this guy out. Okay, we can do that.
Exactly. Yes.
We can say completely, don't talk to me about the constitution. It's all anarchy. We're kicking everybody out. Or follow the constitution. So there are only two ways about it. So
Yes.
your way has us not following the constitution, which is also I'm very interested in hearing this, but I don't want you to go back to them because we have forgotten about them. We have said this government doesn't work for us and we're not following the constitution when we're kicking them out, and now we're just kicking them out. So we don't need to follow any part of the constitution. Let's just go in there and tell them fuck off.
No, I didn't say we cannot follow the constitution. I said the framers of the constitution were not foolish, putting that you can impeach the president. They didn't think they are putting that something that is impossible. What I'm saying is that there are people who here, even the constitutional way, wanakuja wanasema it is impossible. Even the protest, it is impossible. So, sababu, should we stay in sin so that the grace abounds? No. Sababu, if we are saying this is a constitution which we are following, because nimesema Kenyans don't like inconveniences. Hawataki kwenda to collect signatures. They don't want to push their leaders and everything. That is the problem. It's not like we don't have way out. The constitution envisioned we can do. Even the president can resign. That is the first thing in the constitution. How can a president move out of power? First one is resigning. And how does resigning happen? You think resigning, mtu anaamkanga asubuhi tu ana resign? No. Someone resigns because there is a pressure, and that's what the protests are doing. They are bringing pressure in there. So what I'm saying is that there are people in this movement who want the status quo to remain, who want us to continue operating as usual. We need, yes, a strategy, but these strategies don't need to be strategies for the coward. Because what I'm hearing is that people are like, oh, tuongee nini. You know, you have seen, kwani unataka mtu akuchape mara mbili ndio ujue atakuchapa kesho. You know, amefanya vitu, you see what he has been doing.
So Monday. So now,
Yes.
your option is let's do away with the constitution and let's go down this other
No,
route.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, hold up. You talked about impeaching the president. So you know the process of impeaching the president in Kenya.
Yes, I said that. Unakumbuka hata hiyo ndio nilianza nayo. Nikasema the process of impeaching the president, because we cannot do it directly as citizens. The only way we can do is through the members of parliament. And here's the numbers. How can we reduce these numbers of his? Reducing his number ni kurikola hao watu wake. Alafu watu wanasimama. Slowly. Yeah.
So do you know the process of recalling an MP in Kenya?
Yes.
Since the
to recall an MP than a president, because hakuna layers.
What is
so Kenyans? Why are Kenyans scared of recalling MPs?
Wait. Twende pole.
Yes.
So you say you know the process of recalling an MP in Kenya?
Yes.
Have we ever, using this new constitution, have we ever impeached even one MP? Or recalled even one MP?
There is always a first, Kibe. There is always a first.
What you're saying,
we cannot.
No. There's a reason why it's not been done. Also, let's be realistic, because you guys want to live in the fantasy. Hold up. Monday, just mute your mic now for a second. Let me put my point across. I don't want us to sound like we're in a marketplace. All right. So this thing that you're saying has not been done.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you want to talk about it. I said you can mute your mic. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a monologue. I want to do a monologue. Let me just help you here. So this thing that you're talking about has not been done by anyone. There's a reason why it's not been done, because the ones who made who wrote the constitution, made it almost impossible for you to ever get it done. So this game is going on. It's a game. So you decide either you're going to play the game or utachoma game yote. So that's where I want us to be. Let's be clear. Okay? Let's be clear about what we have, what the options that we have. So don't lie and just throw, not lie, I didn't mean to say lie. Don't just throw out options like they're real options. Like just saying, Ruto is going to resign. That's not a real option. That's not real. So get that out of your head. Unless there's a path to it, I don't see that path. But there's a path to get him out. Yeah, you can get him out through where we have a lot of civil unrest. And we say, this guy is no longer our president. And everything goes to shit. So that's a way of doing it. I have no problem with that way. In fact, if you ask me, I would prefer we do it that way. than having to sit down and negotiate. Okay? I would prefer that the country goes to shit. I love chaos. You know me. I love seeing this shit burn. So but at least let's be honest in this conversation and say, for real, the only two options that we have is either we burn down this country or we sit down and negotiate. So I want to bring you back there, Mwende. Are we back there now? Take away the emotion from the conversation.
Okay.
Did we lose Mwende?
Seems like.
Hatuwezi kuwa tunaongea emotions hapa, tuongee kitu realistic bro, kitu inaweza, because emotions ni the first few days. Those days were okay when everybody was pissed off, but you cannot be pissed off forever. At some point, common sense must come back. So now we are here at common sense. If we had common sense,
okay,
2 days after in fact, 1 day before June 25th, if we had common sense, unafikiri tungekuwa wapi sasa Mwende?
Okay,
this country would belong to Gen Z, wouldn't it?
I don't know, but let me ask you a question about the government we are dealing with. I want to understand. This is a government that was communicated very, very, very clearly, even when he was here in the X. Aliambiwa what Gen Z wanted and the Kenyans wanted. And one of the things was the cabinet. Now tell me, when he reconstituted the cabinet, okay, and this is a person, munasema kweli, we go and sit down and negotiate with this person or this government, and they are going to do what we need them to do as the citizens of this country. Nataka mtu anieleze kama Karen Nyamu, okay?
Lakini Mwende, you see what
nikuulize ndio unijibu hili, anieleze after agreeing vizuri that we need change in the cabinet and we need this 1, 2, 3 changes, including even bringing to book the people who killed watu wa maandamano. We know the cops are still walking around. Tell me, hiyo tu wacha tuongee ya minister. Tell me, give me a rational explanation why this guy, after people speaking to him,
okay. We had the question, Mwende. Don't stretch out the question too long.
Tell me.
Okay.
Give me
Hold on. Mute.
Okay.
Mute. Number one, you guys need to know that Ruto is not voluntarily coming to meet anybody. He doesn't want to do that. It wasn't in his plans for when he was writing his rule book that for the next 5 years I'm going to rule Kenya. Do you think he had a plan to ever meet Gen Z or to meet anybody from any movement? No, he didn't have that plan. So he's not coming because he wants to come. He's coming because he has to come. So he's coming under duress. That's why it's a negotiation where you give some, you get some. So if you don't understand that, then you think we're going to appeal to Ruto's good nature. No, you're not appealing to his good nature. His good nature doesn't exist. You cannot go to State House today and tell them, hey, I'm here to see Ruto because he's a good man. No, there must be something you're walking into the door with. So right now, I'm saying there's something to walk to him with, to sit down on a table and negotiate. The same way Raila negotiates, the same way they negotiated in 2007, the same way they've negotiated since 1963. When Raila's dad said, hey, let Uhuru Kenyatta's dad go and get this shit. So it's just a negotiation. I don't know why you guys are getting so worked up about it. Because if you take away the feelings, there's something on the table. Ruto has the whole table. We are saying we want to sit on that table. We want to make decisions. How? Because if you cannot demand something of someone that you cannot do yourself. So if these guys want to do, if indeed this movement wants to get involved, then they must get involved completely. To a point where whatever it is you're saying you're going to fix, you want fixed, you go in there and fix it yourself. So without that, then let's go down the route where we're kicking Ruto out of State House and everybody in government. In fact, let's ban this whole shit. But I don't want someone who's going to pretend like those two are not the only options that we have. Tuhamwe, Mwende. Now you?
Hey.
Allah, what happened to Mwende?
Mwende, did you go
Someone is
silent? Go ahead, I can't hear you, Mwende.
but you're muting me.
No, I'm not muting you, unless you want me to do that. But I'm not muting you. Defend your point.
Me. Okay, don't mute me, please. So, for me, I think maybe I'm an optimist, and I usually think there are so many ways of skinning a rat. And just because something has not been done, this is just my parting shot. Whoever agrees with me will agree with me. Whoever doesn't will not agree with me. I believe there are many ways of skinning a cat. And if there is a way which is available, it should be used, even if it's constitutional. Because people are saying it's that let's put our constitution to test. We can still do that. That is one. Negotiation. The reason why I am worried about negotiation is because the amount of kuchezewa tutachezewa kwa hiyo negotiation table is too much that will even erode the gains, because mi naona hata mkienda negotiation inafika mahali hata the finance bill will become part of unakuwa sasa what you are fighting for is still back on the table, because one, we cannot trust this regime to keep their word. That is, I wish it was a regime that got so terrified that is willing to keep its word. But the more they get terrified, the more they don't want to keep their word. That is the problem. So, and another thing, we also have to pass a message across to the next generations that the moment you decide to become the president of this country, you have to think twice. Because one, if we let Ruto go scot-free, the way I think people want to get this guy go scot-free without your pressure and everything, nakwambia the next presidency mutapata kwa hii country watawacheza left, right, center, because they know there's nothing you can do. Thank you.
Madam Mwende, that sounds like a curse that you're leaving us you wasn't sounding like a curse. But anyway, it was really, really nice having you here on the panel. But now let me give some other people a chance to speak as we try to wind this thing up as soon as possible. So I'll give Maina, then Prince Deron, then Maina, then Prince a chance to speak. While in the meantime, Kibe, if you can add Anthony. Anthony has just lost his system, so please add him back here. So Maina, please go ahead. Unmute your mic and speak. Prince, I cannot hear you unless I have the problem on my end, but I cannot hear Prince speaking.
Yeah, I can't hear him as well.
So Prince, you might as well have to drop, then come back. There's a hand that is up here. Albert, your hand is up.
Actually, I think Mariam's hand went up first. Maybe she can speak, then I'll come after her.
Okay, no problem. Mariam.
Albert should have said ladies first. The reason why I came up was because I realized that when Kibe was speaking about forming this committee and their vision, I actually did share my vision with what James was speaking about. So this will sound funny, but I came up to actually ask James to repeat what he said earlier about what he thought the vision of the committee was. Thank you. That's why I actually came up. Because I saw a lot of people are confused, including McKenna. Oh, and there's a disconnect between what James was saying and what Kibe and Anthony are saying. Thanks.
And you know, I knew that's where you were going. I knew your diabolical mind. That's where it's going. Yeah, I knew that's why. Hey, if James, you can come back here and just do that thing that you did. Where, Mariam? We see you. We don't sit here like a weasel. Don't be like Mnyamwezi.
No, Kibe.
We are putting our thoughts together, okay? And you need to give us a chance to do that. If you're not helping us put our thoughts together, then sit by the sidelines and watch how it happens. So we shall come to a place where we all agree on one thing. Even with James and with Anthony. Even Anthony, sometimes he says some shit. I'm like, shit, that's not me. But eventually it all comes together. So just chill out. Take it easy, Mariam.
Okay, Mr. Kibe.
What's up, Festy?
Festy is here. My battery is about to die. I've been waiting for some time now, but I want to say something real quick. I think there's something that people are forgetting. That the people you see in power today, they came from somewhere. Yes, some have come from demonstrations, but they have come from somewhere. The people, we want people, Ruto to fire from the cabinet. They came from somewhere. That's why they qualify to be in that position, depending on where they came from. One example is, I had someone say, if Ruto resigns today, Gachagua resigns today, Wetangula is going to take over. Where did Wetangula come from? We have seen people campaigning saying that when we win, we are going to give you this post. They said they were going to give, they actually wanted to give this position to Kalonzo. It's only that he didn't change sides. So as we speak, as we go forward, we want to identify these positions that we want to go for. Because until you identify those positions, you'll be campaigning for nothing. You want to be on that table because that is where the decisions are made. Until you identify which positions you want, you will never get there. And the kind of people you want to take those positions. So my battery is about to die. I just wanted to say that the move, we are making progress, identifying people we want to put up there because we cannot be up there, all of us. When we want to go and negotiate, we want to identify people who can negotiate on our behalf. People who have our interest at heart. There is a reason that why Ruto cannot fire Kindiki. It is the same reason we don't want Andrew Kibe to fire Anthony when we get to that table. It is for the same reason people are demonstrating to have Musalia fired, yet we know very well he is part and parcel of that government. So we want to make a group that will be seen as a group that has people who can represent us. Thank you very much, and I'm gone.
That kind of submission is what I call short and straight to the point. Impressive. Thank you very much, Festy. And now, what I'll start doing is I'll start giving people chances to give in their final submission, unless anyone else has anything to say. Unmute your mic and say it now before the final submissions. McKenna. So, okay, McKenna, then Albert, and please, this will be your final submissions. So go ahead, McKenna or Albert, in that order.
I don't see McKenna on the list, but
McKenna
Albert
is
is here.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why I'm seeing his hand up. Okay, then Albert, go ahead, bro.
Perfect. Asante. I just wanted to answer a bit the questions Monday asked about why Ruto will return the same cabinet secretaries. 22 cabinet secretaries were sacked. 6 were returned. So even though you do a percentage, you'll you'll see that this is a very small percentage of cabinet secretaries who are returned. We could question the credibility of the cabinet secretaries who are returned, but remember, during the week that he sacked and returned only 6, there was a conversation about having some multi-sectoral parliament executive, where the ministerial position will be shared, of course, across the board. And who stepped up to negotiate? Yakul is coming in, but who is the official opposition in the country is, of course, ODM and or NASA brigade. Is it NASA or yeah? I think it's NASA. And so, of course, at this moment, they stepped up and they said, okay, Raila stepped up and he said he started negotiating for this stuff. We, the movement movers, had no position or had not a chance to actually step up, or a chance was there for us to step up and actually also say this and this, we need this and these positions, but we actually didn't do it. We didn't take it. So Raila stepped up, and of course that's why we see there's the second half of the cabinet secretary is not mentioned yet. We are hoping that at least will come from that end, but it's also hopeful that at least will come from us, the people, or the population, or the movers of the movement. So for me, if the president returned 6, these are 6 important people. Remember, cabinet appointments are not they are political appointments. Most of these 6 who returned are all technocrats. They are from the field that they actually are appointed in. They have been friends to the president, and the president feels that these are the people that will help him deliver his mandate. For example, if the mandate goes up to 2027, I see a lot of bile within us as the population, because we either failed at the ballot or we failed to actually vote at the ballot. And because Kenya always stays in a political climate, then of course we have a big, and remember it was a 50 something, like a very close win. So we have a big majority who didn't actually maybe vote. We have a majority who won, but have a big minority who didn't win. But also, plus now the rage of the youthful population, of course, because of the failed stuff by the government. But I would want to say that I think for me the only way forward is we go to the negotiation table, we find a piece of the I don't want to call it a piece of the cake, but rather a piece of the negotiation, and say this is what we require as the youthful population, and this is what we want our future to be written like. But at the same time, we decide on how we are going to vote next. If you want to vote the president out, then vote him out in the next election. But if we only want to step out and demonstrate and call for anarchy, have no plan, have no people to negotiate for us, or table no leaders, then I think we are really headed in a very wrong direction, because we are inciting the youth to be out. They will keep being out. The state has monopoly of force. Of course, they'll use the force. We will lose people, but at the same time, we will call it a revolution, but we'll still not have tabled leaders to actually champion our own interests. So in my thinking, or in my wisdom, I'll just say it's time we put ourselves together. It's time that we actually step out and say, we want this and this to be done, and this is who we think that can represent our interests. Otherwise, if we stay in this state, I think we will see a lot of losses. At the long run, we will not have won as a people. Yes, I understand the political class is there for a short period of time or for some time. I would think if we are able to actually push them to the edge, then negotiate for our wins, or else organize ourselves and put ourselves out on the ballot in the next cycle, or actually edge out the president. This is what I'll say. It's the best way out for me. Yep. Rather than be out and fight future wars. Back to you, Chris.
Chris, are you there? Los Pepes. Take the mic.
Good afternoon, guys. I'd like to say that first things first. I think I support the idea to have a commission to dialogue with the president, but I don't think this president is the right president for the country. As much as we have to, it's a situation we have found ourselves in, where Kibe has explained we have two options. So I think going to dialogue with the president is an option, but at the same time, he's not the guy to lead us forward. Because as Mariam pointed out earlier, our problems are systemic. Ruto will not go with the problems. Like for example, if tukipata CS hata tuchukue CS wa sports mpya achaguliwe, CS wa sports atakuja pale alafu ataweka let's say mipango ya grow grassroots football, but at the same time hii football tuseme, nachukua example tu, hii football yenye tuna grow grassroots ikuje icheze wapi? Na at the moment tunacheza World Cup qualifiers na our national team inacheza home matches away because we don't have stadiums. We have many problems. Na at the moment, kesho, we are going to have demonstrations. People are going to die. Young people will die tomorrow. We know that. We should do something about that. Sabu, our strength is our numbers. Na zinashinda zikipunguka every day, tukienda kudemonstrate. So I feel e-commission, the first thing yenye e-commission inaweza fanya, like, I don't know, like, kama kesho naona Occupy JKIA, and we know kabla hizi vitu zote zifanyike, tunafaa like to honor ama to account for lives ambazo zimekuwa lost already. I feel kama tungekuwa na hiyo council, hiyo committee yenye Kibe alisema, hiyo committee inafaa ikuwe as soon as possible, sababu in real time we are losing lives, young people. Like hii commission ikikuwa inaweza kucontrol, sababu our strength ni hizi numbers zetu na our ability to demonstrate. So kama tunaweza controliwa na like hii council kazi yake sio kwenda, because hata tukienda we get a seat at the table. Let's say hata Kibe amekuwa CS, nasema tu for example, sisemi Kibe akuwe CS, nasema Kibe akiwa CS, accountability bado itakuwa wapi? Tutakuja a few years from now tuende tusalimie Kibe, tuchome pia nyumba yake. So I feel hii council inafaa iende pale kwa president, like tukiwa kwa table, sio kudiscuss for positions, we discuss how to clean up the system, how itakuwa easier next time tukijipata kwa situation kama hii as a country, how tunaweza impeach president rahisi, how we can make such things easier. Alafu kuna some like hii council ikikuwa like kuna some concessions ambazo Ruto alimake, like ile time after people got into parliament, alisema things like he's willing hata yeye mwenyewe kuchukua austerity measures, like kukata salary yake. Hii ni the second month since he said that, na anachukua hiyo salary. I feel hii commission kama hii commission tukiunda, I feel tunafaa kumtake to task to vitu kama hizo. Another na like the Ruto keep saying constitution, uphold the law, yet kando yake kuna yule Musalia ambaye ako na ofisi ambayo ni totally unconstitutional. I agree, maybe Musalia anataka kubaki kwa serikali, maybe he wants to serve the people of Kenya. He's been serving us since 1988, but at the moment your position ako now sio constitutional. So if he has to stay, basi work for free. Na pia huyo Ruto pia anafaa afuatwe hiyo mambo ya kupunguza mshahara, because I don't think there's a way a leader anaweza understand need yangu ya kuwa na ugumu wa kulipa thao kuregister ID kama yeye analipwa milioni 2, yeye kwake sawa haiwezi kuwa ngumu. I feel watu wanafaa waongee language yetu. Na unaona kama kesho hiyo maandamano ya kesho, I wish hata ingekuwa vitu kama Occupy JKIA, tunaenda huko to Occupy IPOA. Kama tungekuwa na council kama hiyo, kama ingekuwa tayari iko functional. And I think kuna watu ambao tayari walikuwa wamechaguliwa, like I had kuna names zimechukuliwa. I'm not sure wamefika wangapi, but vitu kama hizo zinaweza kusaidia like mitigate ama reduce number ya lives ambazo tunapoteza. Alafu sisi as Kenyans, sisi wenyewe, I think we should look at ourselves. Like kama hii committee we are trying to form up, we are selecting people. At the same time, hii job yenye tunajaribu hii committee ifanya, I think hii kazi, and I say, and nishai challenge Kibe before, hii kazi ya kuunda committee, mbona somebody like Kibe hawezi unite na Amerix na Gaidho, nyinyi ambao mko na following kubwa, hizi vitu zote zenye watu nasema mnazisikiaga na mnazijua, mbona mnataka tena kuform committee Kibe? Na nyinyi tu, if you can't unite kati yako na Gaidho, how will sisi wote tuta-unite aje? Na nyinyi watu ambao mko na hiyo power, hiyo influence, mnaweza tu kujiunga tu nyinyi wote na mpeane tu hizi issues zenye tunaongelea. Hiyo ndio submission yangu.
Wonderful. I'll say Mariam, then Abdul.
Abdul can speak. Sina mengi mimi.
That's the reason I wanted you to speak first. Because I know Abdul will speak alone.
Anthony na Mariam sitting under a tree.
I don't have much as well. My closing remarks will be, I want to report to these people that I have tried to reach out to a few people that Los Pepes has mentioned. And our intention is to ensure that we amplify our voices and consolidate our efforts so that from a point of unity, then the rest of the decisions can be made. So Mizantu 54 is in and PP is in. I'm supposed to speak to, I think, Aito later in the evening. By tomorrow, I should be having some good feedback about along the week if we can have a good big space in which the way forward will be charted. I think, gentlemen, as we said in the morning, we're now on the right path, identifying the real issues and strategizing on how to attack them. All of us, leaving no one behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. I'm seeing Kenya is on the space.
Did you just call Abdul Chris, Anthony?
Yes.
Did you just call Abdul Chris? Bro, that was Abdul speaking.
No.
Chris, I haven't spoken, bro.
Sorry. Chris, you're back. Good. I wanted to say,
of
Chris
all people, this guy called you Abdul.
Can you imagine,
all
bro?
people? Wow, Anthony.
I'm sorry.
You don't know Abdul very well, eh? You know, Anthony, you're very new. There's some people here who are hiding. They're in hibernation.
No, but you see, Chris knows what I was working on. Then I was still processing Abdul in my head. So sorry, my bad. So Mkenya is on the space. So we have Mkenya go because it's new. Then McKenna. Then James. Then Miriam. Then Chris. Then me. Then Kibe. So Mkenya, the mic is yours.
Someone's mic is on and Joe Kiongeta let us some feedback. Baby girl Mariam.
It's Albert.
You can kindly mute them so that tukiongea kusikue na feedback. Okay. One thing is I'm liking the revolution of the spaces in the conversation in this conversation, which is something wonderful. And kuna mtu ameuliza swali very simple and ikanifurahisha sana. Ameuliza tu Andrew Kibe, if you and somebody like Gaidho amwezi ungana, where do you expect unity to come from and such questions? Anyway, that's an aspect of personal accountability, which is, let's say Kibe has his own style of doing things, Gaidho has his own style of doing things. The whole thing, there was something else that was mentioned in the morning, and also people need to understand spaces as Janza leo. There are people who've been doing spaces for the longest. So sometimes hata kama tukisema we are holding each other accountable, let's also look it is in what dimension. I think the Andrew Kibe space is one of the space that imekuanga every morning. So I mean, yes, he was being castigated, but for the people who have been on the spaces for long, unajua kuna watu after maandamano imeanza is when wameona spaces and maybe that may be misconstrued to look that way. So I felt like I had to step in for my guy at this point. We also mentioned that these spaces hazijaanza leo. Zimekuwa, Kibe has been hosting the morning show for the longest time, so it's not starting now. So I felt like hata kama ni tunapigana mawe, then if we are directing the anger, let it be directed to the right place. The other thing I would feel like, if you're hosting now, this one, I think I said it on the other space, and I think this is where people need to understand. If you're hosting the space, let's not focus on the next. Let's focus on the now, because what's next is something that someone put it very beautiful on that K24 conversation, the Kasamuel thing. We are so focused on the next, we forget to focus on the now, like what's the plan for tomorrow and how are we planning for tomorrow. So I think that should be hit. Tunaamka around 5, how we getting to the airport and such things. What are some of the converging zones? Vitukai, watu wa Mombasa Road, watu wa my guys from Lolongo, the way we'll be marching. So I think that should be the conversation of now. And if now is taken care of properly, it sets a presidency for how the next will look like. So in terms of the conversations, I think less conversations and more on moving forward. But spaces have always been there. Spaces are going to be there. And sometimes spaces, the conversation changes based on what is happening immediately. So let's not direct our anchor into the wrong side. Then I also came to plug myself. This one I have to plug myself. I just realized one of my platform was drafted in Total Energies, and I'm requesting supports from Kenyans who we frequent spaces with. It's on my pinned tweet. So guys, just go create an account and vote for my platform. It's called Condisha. It's a disruptive platform that was drafted by Total Energies, and the final voting day is on 24th. So I've been requesting people, hata kama tuko maandamano, everything is ongoing in life and there are a few things that are moving. So I'll appreciate mkienda kusupport my platform. We've developed the platform alongside a guy called Abraham Odhiambo, and luckily we were selected. So that was just me plugging myself. Na kesho tupatane JKA. Thank you guys.
Mkenya. Eh? Mkenya, it must have taken a lot from you to say what you just said. But yes, I do wish you all the best with your platform. You said in Naitwaje?
Kodisha,
okay. Yeah. Let's I mean, he's plugged himself, so let's jump on his platform. I remember there's a time we were trying to work on a book with Kenya. I find him to be a very resourceful fellow. So whatever it is that he's pushing, in fact, his brain is what amazes me. So I like to hear his submissions all the time. So even when I'm rushing too fast, I like to listen to Mkenya to see, are we going too fast? Are we going faster than you? Or are you guys going too fast? I don't know. It is what it is. Good to see you, Mkenya. Thank you for coming through. Are we doing anybody else? Is there anybody else we're doing, Anthony? Oh,
No. We were doing our last submissions.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, there was. I think I gave the order.
I was next. I was
Then
next.
go.
No, for me,
I would say this. I don't know why you say people keep saying Ruto recycled 6. No, he didn't. He recycled 6 plus 2 others. He brought back Linturi through his PA, and he brought back Machogu through his former running mate, his friend. So he recycled 8, not 6. But anyway, this is the language that Ruto understands, the language of pressure and injections. So we either strategize for 2027 to kick him out and have better members of parliament who will represent our interests and have a better president, or we increase the pressure and remove him from office. Any dialogue, in my opinion, won't solve a thing. He doesn't listen. He's not ready to change. He's not willing to change. I'll stick to this and keep to my, to these words that I've just said forever because I know he's not going to change. So we can try everything possible to have a dialogue to present petitions to him, but that guy will never listen. So it's either we choose to to continue the pressure and have a revolution, or we wait until 2027 and make him a one-term president. That's all I would say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenya.
That's not Kenya. Come on. Hey,
That is
Anthony.
McKenna. I wanted to see whether people are awake.
You're just running to give Mariam the mic, isn't it?
Somehow.
Okay. McKenna, McKenna, when you came here, you've given us the safe answer, the either or answer. You are not either or at the beginning of this conversation. You are doing videos to kick him out. There's no either or. I want people who are going to give direction and say, this is what we are doing. There's no either or.
I'm still for the pressure, increase the pressure and remove him out. If we can't do that, and we need numbers for that, it's not just me or you. We need millions of people to march. We need to boycott. We need to do a lot of things. We need to do civil disobedience, many other, peaceful demonstrations, occupy, just big numbers like what Bangladesh did, march in numbers in millions, not just a few people, having, already we are starting to weaken ourselves by disagreeing and fighting among ourselves. We need to have one voice and march together. That is the only way we can kick him out of office. But if we don't have
McKenna,
dialogue. Yes, Andrew.
Before I let you go,
yeah,
I saw Hanifa put up a post about this guy called this other Walalo. What's his name?
Ali Noor.
Yes. So I saw Hanifa put up a post about Ali Noor saying how Ali Noor is a wash guy. But if you remember very well, Ali Noor has been at the forefront of fighting and putting up posters and giving his resources. So he's been there for the movement. But Hanifa has decided that she wants to take him out.
Yes,
okay?
and it's not just those two. We have seen even Gaido fighting Boniface Mwangi,
So my question was,
mm-hmm.
because that's what's happening on the ground. They must, those ones who are on the same level must fight. Mm-hmm. They must. Yeah, so we cannot be on that level of fighting. That's why even at the beginning, I was telling Gaido, stop being that guy and come on this side. Don't be on the side of fighting. The side of fighting is for peers. You come on this side and let's work out something that will benefit the whole movement. So let's be like the custodians of the movement, where you give direction. And that's what I was expecting from you, McKenna, and Dr. Ekuru. Instead of this gaslighting, where you come in and gaslight and tell people, oh, we must fight and we must do this and we must do that. And that's not the reality on the ground.
And if you remember last week on your space, I think it was on Wednesday, I said, if we are going to come together and form even leadership with this movement, it's not about negotiation. It's about having one voice, so that this division that we are having that is weakening the movement stops. and then we speak in one voice and we say, this is what we want. Ruto, if you're not going to do this, we're coming for you, and you go home. We have another election, and choose the kind of president that will serve our interest. It's not about dialogue. You cannot sit. Ruto will beat you in your own game. You go have a dialogue with
No,
him.
you got lost again. You got lost again. It's always about dialogue. It's always a negotiation. It's always get out of your head. It's always going to come down to how good are you at negotiating. It's always going to come down to that. Why you
look at history? How many times have we had these dialogues? Has it ever?
You and I have never gone in there, but I remember when I saw Raila and Kibaki come out of Serena when Kofi Annan was there, they was both smiling.
Because they created positions. Are you after positions?
Bro,
we are after.
Yes, but the only accountability you can get right now is the accountability you can give to yourself. So you cannot demand accountability from other people. You can demand it from yourself.
No, we can demand it from the leaders because they're there.
No,
yes.
But you have said already, you've admitted that this government has failed. So it has failed for you. So you cannot demand accountability from a government you consider has failed. So that's why I was asking. The only two options, hold up and listen to this.
Yep.
If you consider that the government has failed, then the only thing that you're interested in is kicking out the government. That's the only thing you're interested in. Yeah. So the strategy should be, how do we kick out this government, and not just kick out this government as quickly as possible? Because if they have failed, then they continue to fuck us.
Thank you. Very important. And that's what. That's exactly
so now so elevate the conversation from this Occupy, just JKIA, to let's get this shit done, all of it in one clean swoop. Now, do you have the numbers for that? That's the conversation we should be having. Because if you have the numbers, then you don't need to negotiate with anybody. You do what you want.
Yes. And when I say about this leadership that you're going to form, bringing people together so that we have one voice, that should be the agenda. Not sitting down with a failed president and negotiating. He's not going to listen to you. They killed us. They killed
very good. Very good. So now that conversation can be held by this team that is going to be brought together. And I do want to see you in that team, McKenna. I see a lot of value that you bring in, especially with your Australian head. Yeah. So I think so you see that for us to sit down to talk, at some point we'll agree. And once we agree, then now we can put our energy behind that agreement. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's as simple as that. Thank you, McKenna, for coming through, bro.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Billy Mijungu. Billy Mijungu I've invited this guy here. No, he's come here several times. I've never ever spoken to him. Billy. All right, Billy is missing in action. Yeah. Who was next? James. James, go ahead. And then Anthony's new girlfriend or new nyanye can go.
I've seen her hand is up. She can. Mariam, go ahead.
Oh, you guys are such gentlemen. Now this was just a quick one to remind everyone on the space, please, you can go to Google and check on the Punguza Mzigo amendment bill. That was proposed by Ekuru. It's there. If you want, I'm going to actually pin it on my profile. I think we need to go through it because it's going to address one of the major issues that we are facing in Kenya right now, which is our wage bill. So I'm going to pin it on my profile also. Let's take time to go through it. He said that he's welcoming any other suggestions that you may have. Let's do this very fast so that you can so that you can go into the signature collecting process. So I really do appreciate Andrew. I appreciate you for the space, and I'm going to pin it on my profile for the guys who have a hard time getting it. But guys, let's take it seriously. Let's go through it. Let's forward to him whatever suggestions we have, and then we move on to the next stage because some wars are going to be won qua streets. I do support demos, 100% demonstrations. But again, there's some things that we have to change on the table that is in the boardroom. So Asante, I do appreciate this time.
the gentlemen here who've all been giving their space to speak to Mariam. Hey, Anthony and your group, everyone, when Mariam raises their hand, they are ready to give up their space.
Bro, they're even sending her money, I'm sure. Mariam, can I send you some coffee? James. Anthony Zukov. Anthony had to get that industrial strength charger so that he doesn't drop now that Mariam is here. Hey, James, are you there, bro? James, save us from ourselves, man.
Yeah. So this is great. At least we are making some steps towards what we should be doing. Remember, the Telegram group is posted above. Like even that bill that we are talking about, Punguza Mizigo, such things we'll need to sell them to people. Like there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So let's build the machinery.
Good one. Straight to the point. Taleb Ogola. In Kure.
Yes. Niaje, bro.
Takwaje, bro.
You know, I've been listening since morning. I wanted to see if you guys are going to divert to talk about other silly things the same way we've been doing each and every time. Nilikuwa tu nataka kuja kuwa whip. But here's the thing, Kibe. I hear people talking about peaceful demonstrations. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. There's nowhere in the world that peaceful demonstration has ever changed anything. Anthony, I heard you saying that people should try and demonstrate peaceful tomorrow. That one will never do anything. It will never. The government can never feel it. The only way the government will feel a protest is if it is chaotic as it's always been. So easy stories as you peaceful demonstration, like I heard McKenna saying, is just bullshit. It doesn't make sense. Ama Kibe, mimi ndio sijui vitu nasema. Where has peaceful demonstration ever taken anyone? Where?
You know, in countries where the constitution is followed. Na hiyo kitu nasikia watu wakisema hapa story ya constitution. Oh, you know, the constitution. When people are fucking you, they're not thinking of the constitution. When they are being corrupt, are they thinking of that constitution? Yet, the constitution has a way to make sure that they can be gotten when they are corrupt. Even the EACC cannot do anything about this constitution that you're talking about. So mkisema mnaenda kwa streets, mtaendaje kwa streets na constitution? I make sense.
That's why I said, Kibe, every time you call a politician here, they keep on telling us, you know, the constitution says this, but that same constitution, you people are bypassing it.
They're using it to fuck us. So that's why they'll keep you talking about the constitution. I've not mentioned the constitution. I don't need to talk about it because whatever needs to be fixed can be fixed minus that constitution.
Of course.
I mean, if Raila was given a prime minister post, it was not in the constitution. So mbona sisi tunacheza na constitution?
These people keep mentioning the constitution every time they talk, and themselves, they are bypassing it, Kibe. And I'm like, what the fuck are these people even telling us? If you are bypassing it, we can also bypass it. Why is it that you are refraining us when it reaches a point that we now want to deal with you? You are telling us about the constitution. Me, I even felt, Kibe, that even these politicians, these ones, the MPs, the governors, because the president has said that the law itself is holding his hand and he cannot deal with them, then he can let us deal with them then. If any of them is corrupt, they tell us. Tunaweza deal now virahisi sana. We don't even need to take them to court or wherever. So as much as these people want us to follow the constitution, we must also be hard on them. That is why I was saying the other day that if they don't want to resign, we can force them to do the things we want them to do. We don't need to keep on murmuring them as if they are babies. So history, peaceful demonstration doesn't make sense to me.
Taleb, I love this. Okay, let's even scrap peaceful. Let's use violence demonstration. But have you realized, you missed the point when Kibe keeps on repeating Raila got a prime minister that was not in the constitution. So let me break it down. Maandamano is in the constitution. It gained Raila nothing. there were also 2 deputies who are not in the constitution. So when do we get change? We only get change when we go to the table. Wase waliandamania Raila, but the change Raila wanted, he got it on the table. The change Uhuru wanted for him to be deputy, he got it on the table. So that's why from where I sit, the table is where we shall get what we want.
You are right, Anthony. And that is why I was saying that, okay, for them to invite us to the table, we've been chaotic. That is why they are inviting us to the table. I'm just against this notion of peaceful demonstration. It doesn't make sense to me. If we were peaceful, they would never call people to the table. Like right now, the way Kibe, you're organizing to meet and talk to them. If people are peaceful, we will never reach this extent of them wanting to meet us. But the reason as to why they are meeting us is because we've been chaotic. We've been destroying things. That is the only way out. If they can't listen to us, we do it our way. So I feel it. I mean, I feel so bad when someone comes here to speak about the constitution, all this and that. Who follows the constitution? That's just on paper. It doesn't make sense in kwa ground. Hiyo kitu haiko. So Kibe, good luck, bro. You keep on doing what you're doing, but this nonsense of people this nonsense of people telling us that we need to follow the constitution has to stop, or this nonsense of peaceful demonstration, it has to stop. It doesn't make sense. The only way out is to ban things, to destroy things. That is the only way out, and they will listen. But if you say that now you are going to sit on the roads, nobody is going to listen to you. I'm done, Kibe.
Taleb.
Mute yourself.
Taleb has managed to get every word that we've been having in our heads out, because that's what we're thinking. Peaceful demonstrations mean nothing. Not in Africa. As well as this idea, in fact, I don't think there's a place where peaceful demonstrations make any sense. So when you talk about demonstrations, even when you talk about that civil unrest, you better be sure what you're talking about. But I want, if you are sure, then I'm okay with you. I'll support you. If you're unsure, tell me you're unsure, and then we shall craft a solution together. But if you're sure, bro, me, I'm 100%. The day GENZ told me to go to town, June 25th, bro, I even bought a jacket for it. I was like, man, I can't wait to go to town and represent my, because they were sure. It was clear. Bro, I didn't even, I'll tell you today, I never read that finance bill, because once I made my choice and I was like, this is the direction I'm going, then it doesn't matter what's in the finance bill. These guys need us to support them. And I did. I was very excited. You should have seen me for the first time in town. I was, it was a big deal for me. So even for now, we have to decide what it is that we are doing. And that decision hasn't been made yet. That's why you are hearing all this doubt everywhere. And Taleb, I'm saying, if you had come together as, like now, all these people, which I'm still advocating for, then the message would have been clear. Then all of us would be pushing for one thing, and that would bring the government to its knees quickly. But now, with the confusion, then what are we doing? So let's get rid of that confusion and learn how to work together. Taleb, thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to say?
Then Kibe, I don't think you need to tolerate these people who keep on coming here to say that, these things has been tried. I mean, these things have been tried all along. They've never worked. Raila went for sijui what. You're not Raila, bro. If you're coming here to tell us about Raila, the people who are going there are not Raila. So if you have a different opinion, you don't want people to go there, wewe enda mahali penye watu hawataki hizo vitu. We will do it our own way, and then we'll reach where we'll reach. If we fail, come and tell us we failed. Stop discouraging people when they've not even tried. So Kibe, you don't even need to tolerate such kind of people. If someone comes here with those useless ideas, I mean, like these politicians who are coming here, I heard you are talking with Ekuru Okot. They are not saying that Ruto, I mean, they are saying Ruto must go because they also want a piece of the cake. It's not like they are coming here to tell us that Ruto must go because they have a good intention there. This is someone who has even vied for president. So
It is just selfish interest. So don't come here to tell us what to do when you don't want to follow the path we want to follow. We've all been talking all along and nothing has been done. Let us go that direction. Come and tell us we failed after we failed. Thank you, Kibe.
Hey, thank you, Luo. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right.
Just a second.
Umjaka unipatia
And you
nguvu.
know,
Go ahead.
no one has ever gone to State House who says you puny ass motherfuckers. So there's a totally different element we are going with. How we think is different. But anyway.
Just a second, Anthony and Kibe. There's someone here who's just come in my DM. Her name is Hanan Deritu. And this is what she's saying. I thought maybe it was just worth reading. Can you highlight the participation on the appropriation bill is needed today by 5 p.m.? I never understood what she said. I said, Hannah, what do you mean? She goes ahead and she says, appropriation bill needs your civic duty. They need to know which place needs to be allocated more money, one which have the budget cut. Okay. The problem is they have people until, oh God, the English. The problem is the people have until today at 5 p.m. sharp. Send the email to the clerk, cna@parliament.go.ke before 5 p.m. today. And I'm like, if she can come here and explain whatever she's saying, then I don't know. Does anyone understand what she's saying? Because to me, it's not really making any sense. Unless there's a bill that has to be passed here today, that by 5 p.m. the whole thing will go kaput. But Hannah, to be honest, I don't understand what you're saying.
Bro, it's
Does anyone have an
it's
idea?
4:18. Even by 5, if I was to try and get a nut from my nuts, that would be almost impossible, bro. What are you saying, my guy? Just move on beyond that story. It's only stories are Java, bro.
Kabisa. But anyway, I think I don't have any other final submission. I'll leave it at that. So, Anthony, back to you and Kibe.
Oh, no. James is next.
No, James talked. We were waiting for your girlfriend now, and then we close this shit up. Can you finish up with your girlfriend, and then we go?
Okay, let me just go. Oh, James, you're back?
Z, bonga. I was just laughing at you and your girlfriend.
Okay. Now, this is my take. And just as to go kidogo kando. You see the increase has raised about appropriation bill. These are the things James's mind can fix. Because now we could have had that appropriation bill somewhere where James can fix it and it's accessible to everyone. But let me just go to my closing submissions. I think Taleb has tackled most of it. But let me say this. For me, we all somehow feel that when you talk with Ruto, he will kill you, he will do this. And that fear is what is making us not get anywhere. But people should ask themselves, why is Kibe and Anthony, why are they so willing to die? It's because we know that guy is not going to do that to us. Okay? Plus, we just need to get it done. Someone said yesterday that, we are simply sending kids to die. And no one can feel the pain of a parent burying a child. Okay? So we are not going to talk on behalf of Ruto. We are going to talk on behalf of the people who believe the 50 million, 40 million, 30 million, the number of Kenyans who feel we represent, or the team selected will represent them. Those are the people we want to talk for. Because surely, for how long shall we die? None of them is dying, but we are dying. And that needs to stop. Hata hiyo kugongwa na rungu, it just needs to stop. You get? Nothing is achieved. No one in history has achieved anything on the streets. And even if we don't change everything that people are saying, this is what I know. All demonstrations have changed the leadership style of this country in a big way or in a small way. If there's a dent we shall put in the leadership style, if there's a small change we shall bring, that's what we are going for. Someone else in another generation will bring another change. That's it. So let's change what we can. What we can't change, we leave it for someone else to change. I'm done.
Thank you, Anthony. I don't think there's anybody else who has anything else to say. It has been a wonderful conversation. I appreciate each and every one of you for coming through. Let me just make a few clarifications before I leave. I've seen a lot of chatter. Yes. Yes to everything that you guys are speculating. Yes, Kibe wants to be the leader of the Gen Z. Yes. I want it all. I want to be that guy. I know I have the right, I have the, the right temperament for it. Let's put it that way. Yes. And Gen Z, you should not be afraid. You should not be cowed. Imagine now somebody asking you, so do you want to be the leader of the Gen Z? And you say, no, I don't. Fuck that puny humility. Yes, I do. It's a great movement. It would be my pleasure to be the leader of the Gen Z, if they will have me. But that's not what I want. What I want is the power to negotiate. That's what I want. So if Gen Z can group themselves into a nice bag that you can walk into a room with, then that bag is going to be a powerful bag. And that's what I'm saying. And we can get a lot of shit done. So don't be the guy who complains that the government is doing nothing when the opportunity for you to go in there and fix it exists, which is what I see. The opportunity exists. So whoever is out there who is thinking that we're doing this for political position or whatever, yes to everything. So grab your opportunity when you see it. There's an opportunity here for many of us. Grab this opportunity. Don't let them cow you down from grabbing an opportunity. Yes, you must learn to be very decisive. Yes, I want it all. I want Anthony to want it. I want Chris to want it. The other day we were inviting Mariam. She said she doesn't want it, but we invited her. So if you want it, you go for it. Just like when you want a woman, you go for it. Whatever it is that you want, you go for it. And there is no shame in this game. So now, for you, Gen Z, it's up to you to look at the people who make sense to you. You go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. So thank you, Taleb, for, bringing us back to that path. I appreciate it. For the rest of you, I will see you tomorrow.
This is The Morning Show with Andrew Kibe. Every Monday to Friday, only on AndrewKibeRadio.live.
Wake your punk ass up.